Chapter 104. Mrs. Oakley sees a strange sight and thinks there is no place like home. "What's that, eh?" added Lupin. Mrs. Oakley sank flat upon the floor in a moment. She thought that now surely her last hour was come. "I thought I heard a noise. Did you, Jane?" added Lupin. "I didn't hear anything," said the woman. "It's your conscience, old boy, that makes you hear all sorts of things. You know you are a hard one and no mistake. You know there ain't exactly your equal in London for a vagabond. But come, hand out the cash, for I ain't particularly fond of your company, nor you of mine, I take it." "It must have been imagination," muttered Lupin, still alluding to the noise he had heard or fancied he had heard. "It must have been imagination, and the wind at night does certainly make odd noises in the chapel at times, no. Bother the noises. Give me the money and let me go, I say. Come, be quick about it, or else I shall think of some way of helping myself, and you know when I begin that I am apt to be rather troublesome." "A little," said Lupin, "just a little. But as I was saying, Jane, you and I together might make a fortune quite easily. You are a clever woman." "Am I really? When did you find that out, you old rogue?" "Really, Jane, it is difficult to talk with you while you are in such a humor. Come, will you take something to drink? Say you will, and you shall have the very best I can get you. Only you must promise to take it in moderation, and not get much the worse for it, Jane. Do you think now that I am such an idiot as to take a drain of anything in your place? No, I am not quite so green as that. Give me some money and I'll fetch something, and as long as I have got my hand on the bottle, where I will take good care to keep it, I shall know that I am safe from you, but not otherwise. You would like to give me a drop of the same stuff you have set the woman in the next room to sleep with, wouldn't you now, my beauty?" "No, Jane, not you. You are not such a fool as to be taken in as she is. Such poor tricks won't do for you, I know well. There is money, and there is an empty bottle. Go and get what you like for yourself, as you wish not what I may happen to have in the place. I will let you in again, so you need not be afraid of that, Jane." Afraid? That's a likely thing indeed. I afraid of being kept out by you. No, old boy, if you did keep me out 1 minute longer than my patience lasted, and that would not be very long, I think, I would raise such a racket about your ears that you would wish yourself anywhere but where you are. How did I get in before when you would have given one of your ears to keep me out? Why, by frightening you, of course, and I'll do it again. Give me hold of the bottle. I afraid of you, indeed, a likely thing." The lady left the room with the bottle and half a guinea in her hand, while Lupin, with affected solicitude, lighted her to the door of the chapel, and lingered until he heard her footsteps die away right up the dismal, dingy-looking court. While Lupin was lighting his wife down the stairs, Mrs. Oakley found a small slit in the canvas that the division between the two rooms, and she industriously widened it, so that she was enabled to see into the adjoining apartment. She then waited in fear and in trembling the return of Lupin. The arch-hypocrite was not many minutes in making his appearance. He set the candlestick down upon the table with a force that nearly started the candle out of it, and then, in a fierce voice, he cried, "Dunshee is done at last? Ha, ha, Jane, you are done at last. I kept that bottle for an emergency. It seemed empty, but smeared all around its inner side is a sufficient quantity of a powerful narcotic to affect the very devil himself if he were to drink anything that had been poured into it. You think yourself mighty clever, Jane, but you are done at last. Now what a capital thing it is that I have sent that old fool Mrs. Oakley to sleep, for otherwise I should certainly be under the necessity of cutting her throat." Mrs. Oakley could hardly suppress a groan at this intelligence, but the exigences of her situation pressed strongly upon her, and she did succeed in smothering her feelings and keeping herself quiet. Lupin paced the room anxiously waiting for his wife's return, and in the course of about 5 minutes, a heavy dab of a single knock upon the chapel door announced that fact. He immediately snatched up the candle and ran downstairs to let her in, lest according to her threat she should get to the end of her very limited stock of patience. They came up the stairs together. Jane was speaking. "Brandy," she said. "I have got brandy, and I mean to keep my hand on the bottle, I tell you. Ah, I know you know one knows you better than I do. You may impose upon everybody but me. You won't find it so very easy a thing to get the better of me. I'll keep my hand on the bottle." "How very suspicious you are," said Lupin. "It's quite distressing." "Is it? Ho, ho. Well, I'll have my drop and then I will go. If you are civil to me whenever I choose to come, it will be better for you, but I am not the sort of person to stand any nonsense, I can assure you." "No, Jane, I never said you were," replied Lupin, "and I hope that tonight will see the beginning, as it were, of a kind of reconciliation and better feeling between us. I am sure I always thought of you with kindness." By this time they were in the room, and the lady half drew the knife she had before exhibited from the bosom of her dress, as she said, "Look at this, look at this. I distrust you all the more when you talk as you do now, and I tell you that if I have any of your nonsense, I will pretty soon settle you. You mean something, I know, by the twinkle of your eye. I have watched you before, and I know you." "Now, really, this is too bad," said Lupin, as he wiped his face with a remarkably old handkerchief. "This is too bad, Jane. If I am kind and civil to you, that don't suit, and if I am rough and rather stern, you fly out at that too. What am I to do? Will nothing please you?" "Bah," said Jane. "Hold your nonsense. How much money am I to have when I have finished the brandy? That is the question now." "Will 3 guineas be enough, Jane, just for the present occasion?" "No, I must have 5, or if you don't produce them, I'll make you." "You shall have them, Jane. You see how complying I am to you. But won't you give me a drop of the brandy? You don't mean to take it all." "Yes, I do. It's only half a pint, and what's that? You can drink some of what you said you had in the place. I didn't go out to buy for you. Besides, I won't trust it a moment out of my hands. You would put something in it before I could wink." "Really, really, what a strange woman. But won't you have a glass, Jane, to drink it out of? Let me get you a glass now." "No, you would put something in that too. Oh, I am up to your tricks, I am, old boy, you won't get the better of me. Very good brandy it is too. Ah, strong rather." Jane took a hearty pull at the bottle, so hearty a one that 2/3 of the mixture vanished, and then with her hand on the neck of it, she sat glaring at Lupin, who was on the opposite side of the table, with an awfully satanic grin upon his ugly features. "It has an odd taste." "An odd taste?" cried Lupin. "It's a capital thing that you bought it yourself and kept your hand over the bottle. I'm very glad of that, old woman." "But I feel odd I ain't the thing. I don't feel very well, Lupin." "Ha. I feel as if I were dying. I don't see things very clearly. I am ill. Oh, what is this? Something is amiss. Mercy, mercy." "Ha. I shall fall. Help, the room swims round with me. I am poisoned. I know I am. Mercy, help, murder, oh, spare me." "Ha. Lupin rose and went round the table. He caught hold of the wretched woman by the head, and applying his mouth close to her ear, he said, "Jane, there was something in the bottle, and I intend to cut your throat. I hope the knife you have got with you has a good edge to it." She tried to scream, but an indistinct, strange, stifled cry only came from her lips. She tried to get up, but her limbs refused their office. The powerful narcotic had taken effect, and she fell forward, her head striking the table heavily and upsetting the bottle with the remainder of the drugged brandy in it as she did so. "Done," said Lupin. "Done at last. Oh, how I have watched for such an opportunity as this. How often I have pleased myself with the idea of meeting her in some lonely place when she was off her guard, and killing her, but I never thought that anything could happen half so lucky as this. Let me think. I am quite alone in this building, or as good as alone, for Mrs. Oakley sleeps soundly. I can easily drag the dead body downstairs and place it in one of the vaults underneath the chapel, to which I have the key. I will wrench open some coffin, if that be all, and cram her in on the top of the dead there previously. Ah, that will do, and then I defy any circumstances to find me out. How safe I mean a death this will be, to be sure. How very, very safe." Mrs. Oakley shook in every limb, but she kept her eyes steadfastly fixed at the small hole in the canvas, through which she could see into the room, and by a horrible species of fascination, she felt that if she had ever so much wished to do so, she could not then have withdrawn it. No, she was as it were condemned as a fiat of destiny, as a punishment for her weak and criminal credulity regarding that man, to be a witness to the dreadful deed he proposed committing, within the sphere of her observation. It was dreadful, it was truly horrible, but it was not now by any means to be avoided. Lupin disappeared for a few seconds into a room where he usually himself slept. From thence he returned with a wash-hand basin in his hand, which he placed upon the floor. He then fumbled about the clothing of his wife until he found the knife that she had twice so threateningly exhibited to him. He held it up to the light and narrowly scrutinized it. "It will do, I think," he said. He tried its keenness upon the edge of the sole of his shoe, and he was satisfied that it had been well prepared for mischief. "It will do well," he said. "Well, nothing can be better. From this night I shall be free from the fears that have haunted me night and day for so long. This woman is the only person in all London who really knows me, and who has it in her power to destroy all my prospects. When she is gone, I shall be perfectly easy and safe, and surely never was such a deed as this done with so much positive safety." Mrs. Oakley felt sickened at what she saw, but still she looked upon it with that same species of horrible fascination which it is said and said truly, too prevents the victim of a serpent's glittering eye from escaping the jaws of the destroyer. She saw it all. She did not move, she did not scream, she did not weep, but, as if frozen to the spot, she, with a statuesque calmness, looked upon that most horrible scene of blood. She was the witness appointed by heaven to see it done, and she could not escape her mission. Lupin twined his left hand in the hair at the back of the head of the wretched woman, and then he held her head over the wash-hand basin. There was a bright flash of the knife, and then a gushing, gurgling sound, and blood poured into the basin, hot, hissing, and frothing. The light fell upon the face of Lupin, and at that time so changed was it, that Mrs. Oakley could not have recognized it, and, but that she knew from the antecedents that it was no other than he, she might have doubted if some devil had not risen up through the floor to do the deed of blood. He dropped the knife to the floor. The murdered woman made a faint movement with her arms, and then all was over. The blood still rolled forth and filled the wash-hand basin. Lupin caught the cover from the table, throwing everything that was upon it to the floor, and wrapped it many times round the head, face, and neck of his victim. "It is done," he said, "it is done." He still held the body by the hair of the head, and dragging it along the floor, he dropped it near the door opening on to the staircase. He then went to a cupboard in the room, and finding a bottle, he plunged the neck of it into his mouth and drank deeply. The draught was ardent spirit, but it had no more effect upon him at that moment than as though it had been so much water from a spring. That is to say, it had no intoxicating effect. It may have stilled some of the emotions of dread and horror which his own crime must have called up from the bottom even of such a heart as his. He was human, and he could not be utterly callous. Leaning against the cupboard door for a few seconds, he gasped out, "Yes, it is done, it is quite done, and now for the worst. Now for the body and the vaults and the dead. Can I do it? Can I do it? I must, yes, I must. There is no safety for me if I do not. I shall come else to the scaffold. I think already that I see the hooting crowd the rope and the crossbeam. Now they hold my arms. Now they tell me to call upon God for mercy to my wretched blood-stained soul. Now the mob shouts. The hangman touches me, I feel the rope about my neck. They draw the cap over my face, and so shut out the world from me forever. I die, I struggle, I writhe, I faint, God, 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 help me." He fell heavily to the floor of the room. Chapter 105, Mrs. Oakley escapes and takes a different view of things in general. Mrs. Oakley nearly fainted herself at this juncture, but she felt that her life was in jeopardy, and by a strong mental effort, such as she could hardly have supposed herself capable of making, she sustained herself and preserved her senses. Lupin lay for some minutes quite insensible upon the floor, but he did not lie long enough for Mrs. Oakley to take advantage of his temporary swoon and leave the place. Had she perhaps been very prompt and resolute and self-possessed, she might have done so, but under the whole of the circumstances, it was not to be supposed that such could be her state of mind. So the slight opportunity, for, after all, it was only a slight one, if one at all, was let slip by her. She was just beginning to ask herself if there was a chance of getting away before Lupin should recover, when he uttered a hideous groan and moved slightly. After these indications of recovery, Mrs. Oakley was afraid to move, and certainly the slightest indication of her being otherwise than in the state of insensibility which Lupin believed to be her condition, there is very little doubt it would have been the signal for her death. The man who commits a murder for the attainment of any object of importance to him will not scruple to commit another to hide the first deed from the eyes of the world. And now Lupin slowly rose to a sitting posture and glared around him for a few moments in silence. Then he spoke. "What is this?" he said. "What is all this? What is the meaning of all this? Blood, blood, is this blood upon my hands? No, no, yes, it is, it is. Ah, I recollect. He held his blood-stained hands to his eyes for a few moments, and then, as he withdrew them, he slowly turned his eyes to where the body lay. With a shudder, he dragged himself along the floor further off from it, gasping out as he did so. Uff, horrible abject uff. His distempered imagination, no doubt, pictured the body as following him. Is there not, indeed, a prompt retribution in this world? Off, I say, no further, not dead yet. How much blood have you now to shed? Off. He reached the wall. He could get no further, and thus pursued still by the same wild, insane idea, he sprung to his feet, and uttering a loud cry, he caught up a chair and held it out at arm's length before him, shouting, keep away, keep off, I say I did not do it. Who shall say I did it? Who saw me do it? He slowly dropped the chair, and then in a more composed voice he said, hush, hush, I am mad to raise these cries, they will alarm the court. I am mad. Mrs. Oakley had hoped that his ravings would reach some other ears than hers, and that his apprehension, with the bleeding witness of his crime close at hand, would follow as a thing of course. And then how gladly would she have flown from her place of concealment, and cried out, he did it, I saw him, that is the man. But such was not the case. Either he really did not call out loud enough to make himself heard, or the inhabitants of the court were too much accustomed to all sorts of sounds to pay any attention even to the ravings of a murderer. No one came. No one even knocked at the chapel door to know if anything was amiss, and when she saw him calm, and in a measure self-possessed again, her heart died within her. Murder, he said. I have done murder. Yes, I have steeped my hands in blood again. It is not the first time, but one does not become familiar with murder. I did not feel as I feel now when I took a life before. Oh, horror. He shook, but soon again recovered himself. The vaults, he said. They will hide the dead. Who will look for this woman? What friends has she? Is there one in all the world who cares if she be alive or dead? Not one. Is there one who will stir 6 steps to find out what has become of her? Not one. Again, he solaced himself with a draught of brandy, and then he set about making his preparations for disposing of the dead body of his slaughtered victim. From a drawer in the room, he took a large sheet and spread it upon the floor. Then he kicked and pushed the dead body with his feet onto it, and then he deliberately rolled it up round and round in the sheet, and at each fold, feeling that it was further removed from his sight, he seemed to breathe more and more freely. He spoke in something like his old tones. That will do. The vaults will be the place. Was there ever such a cunning place for murder to be done in as a chapel, with its ready receptacles of the dead beneath it? There let her rot. She will never come up in judgment against me from there. It is done now. The deed that I often thought of doing, and yet never had the courage nor the opportunity at the same time to accomplish until tonight. The vaults. Aye, the vaults. He lit a lantern that he took from the cupboard, and then he opened the door that communicated with the staircase terminating in the chapel. He listened, as though he fancied that someone might be below listening to the deed of blood above. All is still, he muttered, so very still. It is providential. It is the will of heaven that this woman should die tonight, and after all I am but the instrument of its decrees, nothing more. That is comforting. He now dragged the body to the door he had opened, but he did not carry it. When he got it there, he overbalanced it and let it fall down. Mrs. Oakley, even from where she was, heard the horrible smash with which it reached the bottom of the stairs. Lupin followed with the lantern. And now it would seem as if another opportunity had presented itself to Mrs. Oakley to escape. The staircase down which Lupin had gone communicated with the chapel. It was another flight that led to the ordinary door through which anyone passed who might be coming to the private part of the house. That staircase, of course, she expected to reach without going through the room in which the murder was committed, as her room and the adjoining one both opened upon its landing as well as into each other. Mrs. Oakley slowly rose from her knees. God help us, she said, and give me strength to make an attempt to leave this frightful place. There will surely be time while Lupin is in the vaults. Oh, yes, there will surely be time. She tottered along with as little strength as though she had been lying for weeks upon a bed of sickness. So completely had she been unnerved by what she had seen. She touched the handle of the door, even that was support, and then she turned it. The door did not open. It was locked. Mrs. Oakley felt as if at that moment all her chance of escape was gone. She felt as though she were given over by Providence to Lupin to be murdered. Why had he locked the door? But that if by any rare chance she should awaken from the lethargic sleep into which he supposed her to be plunged, she should have no outlet but through the room in which he would be. But he was not there now, and the door of communication between her room and that in which the murder had been done might not be fast. To try, it was the work now of a moment. Mrs. Oakley felt a little more self-possessed with the knowledge that Lupin was not close at hand, and she opened the door. It yielded readily enough to her touch. She was in the room of murder in the very atmosphere of blood. She glanced around her, and although she had seen all through the opening in the canvas partition, yet she was horrified to find herself closer to the spot upon which the fearful deed had been done. Lupin, when he had lit his lantern with which to go to the vaults, had not extinguished the ordinary light that burnt in his room. That had a long, spectral-looking wick, but it gave sufficient light to enable Mrs. Oakley to see the blood upon the floor. She sickened at the sight. But if she were to escape, it must be done at once. Lupin would not be likely to linger longer by one brief moment in the vaults than was absolutely necessary, and he might return before she had effected her purpose yet. She flew to the door of his room, which opened onto the landing. She made an effort to open it. Alas, it was in vain. It too was locked, and the key was gone. "I am a prisoner," said Mrs. Oakley as she clasped her hands. "I am a prisoner to this dreadful man." For some few moments now she felt completely overwhelmed by this misfortune. The only outlet from the room that was not fast was that which Lupin himself had taken and which led to the chapel. Should she venture that way or not? That was the question. Could she resolve upon staying where she was and trusting to an escape in the morning? No, she told herself that would be too horrible. She would have then to look at Lupin in the face and to talk to him. No, I cannot do that," she said. "I will go down the staircase that he has gone down. I will pass through the chapel. I will try to open the chapel door, and then I will rush out with the cry of murder upon my lips." It was a trembling, anxious thing to follow the murderer and his victim down that staircase. But having found all other mode of egress denied to her, Mrs. Oakley attempted it. Slowly she went, step by step, and ever and anon she paused to listen for any sound that should be indicative of Lupin's whereabouts, but she heard nothing. "He must be deep beneath the chapel," she said. "Among the vaults, that is where he must be. I shall be safe if I hasten now. Oh, so safe, quite safe." She did hasten, and another moment brought her to the foot of the stairs. A door in the chapel wall terminated them. That was the door against which Mrs. Oakley had heard the dead body strike with such a frightful crash when Lupin had cast it down the stairs. It was swinging open now. Another moment, and she was in the chapel. From out of the aperture, occasioned by the lifting up of a large square trapdoor in the center of the chapel floor, there came a faint stream of light. Mrs. Oakley knew that that trapdoor led to the vaults. She knew that a flight of steps was immediately beneath it, which lead to the loathsome receptacles of the dead, where the pious members of Mr. Lupin's flock were laid when they and this world had bidden each other adieu. She knew that he derived no despicable revenue from letting such lodgings to the dead. And he was down there, with his victim the first person that he ever permitted to lie there without a fee. Mrs. Oakley, to reach the chapel door, must needs pass quite close to the open trapdoor, and as she neared it, a terrible curiosity took possession of her. It was to see what Lupin was doing below it, was to ascertain in what way he disposed of his victim's body. She thought that she ought to see that. She thought then that she could tell all, and bring the hounds of justice to the very spot where the murdered woman lay. She paused for a moment upon the brink of the trap, and then, by an impulse that at the moment seemed, and was, irresistible, she began the descent among the vaults. These vaults were quite dignified by being so called. They were nothing but cellars, nothing in the world, but damp, gloomy cellars, and Lupin made as much of them as he did of the chapel overhead. The corpses lay there thick and threefold, a ghostly company, and yet Lupin had many underground lodgings to let. What cared he if the fumes from the dead came up and made havoc upon hot Sundays among the living? What cared he what mischief the charnel house beneath the planks did to the old and to the young? His own constitution, he had a strong impression, could be fortified by copious libations of brandy. Probably he was wrong in his practice, but he had faith in his remedy, and that was a great thing, a very great thing indeed. Mrs. Oakley slowly crept down the steps leading to the vaults. She was guided by the faint light of Lupin's lantern, which was she knew not where. Twice she paused to listen if he were coming, as in such a case she would have flown back upon the wings of terror, but she heard nothing, and she passed onward. 12 steps led to the lowest depth upon which the vaults were situated. Then there was a kind of passage, upon which were flagstones very roughly and clumsily laid down. Right and left of this passage the vaults were. It wound completely round the chapel, but she had not to go very far to ascertain where Lupin was at work. The light of the lantern guided her to the half-open door of the vault, within which he was at work. Chapter 106. Mr. Lupin finds himself in an awkward predicament. Mrs. Oakley peeped into the vault, but she held herself in readiness to fly at a moment's notice, and then she thought she could easily hide among the pews in the chapel. Nothing, she thought, could be very well easier than such a course. Could she not hide in the very pew that she had for a long time called her own? And then by watching Lupin, she should have the advantage of seeing in a moment when he had done his work, and there would then be little trouble in eluding him. On tiptoe, Mrs. Oakley advanced to the half-open door of the vault, and peeped in upon the man, who thought himself so very safe. The eye of heaven, he must have thought, saw him, but he would have staked his life forthwith upon the fact that no human observation was bent upon his actions. And yet there was some one for whom he entertained the greatest contempt, one whom he would have defied to injure him, gathering up evidence to hang him. Go on, Lupin, bury your victim, but don't think yourself so very safe just yet. It is an old saying that murder will out. Do you think that yours will prove the exception? From a recess in the wall, Lupin had dragged a coffin. It was an old one, and rather rotten, so that by the aid of a small crowbar that he had there, what use did Lupin find for a crowbar in the vaults beneath his chapel? Was it to rip open the coffins and rob even the dead? Well, by the aid of this crowbar, he soon forced open the lid of the coffin. He stood in it then, and stamped down the remains with his feet to make room for the murdered body. Illustration: Mr. Lupin crushes the corpse to make room for his murdered wife. Mrs. Oakley sickened at this. She had not quite expected to see such a horror as that. It appeared to her at the moment to be worse than the murder above stairs. She really felt quite faint as she saw him. When he had flattened the nearly decayed body in the coffin as much as he could, he lifted the corpse of his victim from the floor of the vault. It was still closely enveloped in the large sheet, although at one part the blood had begun to make its way through all the folds upon folds of that wrapper, and he threw it into the coffin. It more than filled it. Poor Mrs. Oakley shut her eyes. She knew what he was going to do. She knew it from what he had done, and she saw it in his eyes. He was of course going to tread down the dead body of her he had murdered, in the same way that he had already trodden down the half-decomposed one in the coffin. Strange companionship. How little the very respectable defunct, who had been expensively placed in one of the vaults, could have imagined that she was a female, that she should be trodden down as flat as any pancake, to make room for the Reverend Josiah Lupin's murdered wife. To what base uses may we come as last? Mrs. Oakley heard him treading and stamping, and then she opened her eyes, and she saw him fitting on the lid of the coffin again. He had made it hold its double burthen. And now she had surely seen all that she came to see, and yet with a frightful fascination she lingered as though spellbound to the spot. She thought that she had plenty of time. Of course, Lupin would put the coffin into its recess again, and that would take him some time. It would, with its additional weight, certainly be no easy task, but he set about it, and it is astonishing what Herculean labors people will perform when their necks are to answer for any delay or dereliction of the duty. Lupin dragged the coffin to its receptacle on a low shelf, and fairly hitched one end of it in the aperture made for its reception. By the assistance of the lever, he pushed it fairly in, and then he paused and wiped his brow. "It is done," he said. He leaned heavily against the damp wall. "It is done, it is done. This will be one of the undiscovered murders that are done in London. I am safe now. Nobody will miss her, nobody will look for her, nobody will dream that this vault can possibly conceal such a crime, and now that the terror of it and the horror of doing it is all over, I feel like a new man, and am much rejoiced." Rejoiced, thought Mrs. Oakley with a shudder. "She was the torment of my life," added Lupin. "I knew no peace while she lived. Success had no charm for me. Go where I would, think of what I would, do what I would. I always had the dread of that woman before my eyes, but now I am rid of her. He took up his lantern from the floor of the vault. Now it was time for Mrs. Oakley to fly. She turned and hastily ran up the staircase of the vault. The idea took possession, and it was after all only a fancy that Lupin was pursuing her with the crowbar in his hand. But how it urged her on! What wings it gave her, but confused her the while, so that instead of hurrying to the chapel door and making a bold effort to open it as she had meant to do, she only sought the door in the wall and the staircase down which she had come to the chapel, nor did she pause until she found herself in the murder room. Then, with a heart beating so wildly that she was fain to lay her hands upon it in the hope of stopping its maddening pulsation, she stopped to listen. It was only fancy. It was a delusion. No Lupin was pursuing her from the vaults. "Thank heaven," she said. "Thank heaven, but oh, why am I here? Why have I come here again instead of making my escape by the chapel door? This is a fatal error. Oh, heaven save me. Is there yet time? Does he linger yet sufficiently long in the vaults to enable me to take refuge among the pews?" These were questions which the stillness in the chapel below seemed to answer in the affirmative, and once more Mrs. Oakley approached the staircase to descend it. She got 3 steps down the stairs, and then she heard a footstep below. It was too late. Lupin was coming up. Yes, it was too late. He approached with a heavy and regular footfall. That heaviness and regularity were sufficient evidences that he had not heard her, and had no suspicion that she nor anyone else had been a witness to his crime. So far she was comparatively safe, but the blessed chance of escape without any meeting with him was gone. Up he came. Mrs. Oakley retreated step by step as he advanced. She passed into the chamber, which may for distinction's sake be called her own room, and there she cast herself upon the couch and closed her eyes shudderingly. She had a presentiment that Lupin would come to look at her to see that she still slumbered. She was right. He had not been in the room where the deed of blood had been committed many minutes, when he opened the door of communication between the 2 apartments and came in not with the lantern, but with the candle he had left burning upon the table. He did not come above 3 steps into the room, and then he spoke. "Sister Oakley, it is time to pray." Mrs. Oakley moved not, spoke not. "Sister Oakley, will you be so good as to rise, and go to the corner of the next street on a little errand for me?" How tempting this was, but Mrs. Oakley had the discretion to imagine the wolf in the sheep's clothing now. She saw in all this only a clear mode of ascertaining if she were awake or not, and she would not speak nor move. This was, in truth, a wise policy upon the part of Mrs. Oakley. That it was so became abundantly apparent when Lupin spoke again. "All is right," he said. "The opiate has done its work bravely. I feel easy now, and yet I don't know how I came for a moment to feel otherwise, or to imagine for a moment there was danger from this woman. If I only had any proof that there was, I would soon put it beyond her power to be mischievous. But no, she has slept soundly and knows nothing." It required, indeed, no ordinary nerve during this speech of Lupin's for Mrs. Oakley to preserve the stillness of apparent deep sleep. But we none of us know what we can do until we are put to it. After all, what a just punishment to Mrs. Oakley was all that she was now going through. She had had more faith in that bold, bad mountebank of a parson than in heaven itself, and she was justly punished. Having then made this trial of her sleeping state, Mr. Lupin retired with the candle again, quite satisfied, at least one would have thought so. And as he had talked of the amazing ease of mind, he felt now that he had murdered his wife. It was rather surprising that he did not go to bed and sleep serenely instead of pacing his room to and fro for more than 4 hours, mumbling disjointed words and sentences to himself as he did so. For Mrs. Oakley heard him, but she did not dare to move. Suddenly he flung open the door between the 2 rooms, and in a startling voice he cried, "Fire, fire!" It was truly a wonder that upon this Mrs. Oakley did not jump up. It sounded so very alarming. But it was not to be, and with a presence of mind that surely was not all her own, she yet remained profoundly still. "Fool that I am," muttered Lupin, "to be continually assailed by dread of this woman, when everything assures me that she has been in a sound sleep caused by a powerful narcotic during the whole night. But the morning is now near at hand, and she will soon awaken. I have already got what money I can from her, and I must give her breakfast and then send her off. It would be useless to kill her. The manner in which Lupin pronounced these last words was very alarming, for it implied rather that he was asking himself the question whether it would be useless to kill her or not, than the expression of a decided opinion. But still, Mrs. Oakley moved not. Lupin, suddenly, as though he had quite made up his mind not to trouble himself about her any more, slammed to the door of communication between the two rooms. Mrs. Oakley breathed freely again, that is, comparatively freely, and yet what a shocking, agonizing idea it was that she might have to breakfast with that dreadful man. What should she say to him? How should she look at him? The dawn was coming, and she shook with apprehension to find that such was the fact, and Lupin had said that she would soon awaken. So, effect to awaken she must, in order to keep up the delusion. But how should she manage then to deceive the suspicious vigilance of such a man? But all this had to be encountered. How was it to be avoided? She could do nothing but arm herself with such fortitude as she could call to her aid. Oh, how she wished herself in her own parlor behind the shop, and upon her knees asking the pardon of her husband for all that she had done, and for all that she had not done. What would she have not given even to have seen the honest face of Big Ben, the beefeater? The light of the coming day grew each moment stronger, and at length Mrs. Oakley thought it would be prudent to seem to wake up, and calling out, "Mr. Lupin, Mr. Lupin," she rose from the couch. Lupin opened the door of communication between the two rooms and glared at her. "Did you call, Sister Oakley?" "Yes, Reverend Sir. Surely I have been sleeping, and have forgotten some of the prayers." "No, truly, Sister Oakley, I have watched for you, and I can assure you that you will enter into the kingdom always, provided that you are regular in your contributions to the chapel, for at the last that of a surety will be demanded to be known of you, Sister Oakley." "I have been thinking of that, Brother Lupin," said Mrs. Oakley, "and this day week I will manage to bring £2. "Only 2. "I will make it 3 if I can, Brother Oakley, but my head feels quite confused and giddy. It is very strange." "Ah," whispered Lupin to himself, "that is the natural effect of the narcotic. It has worked well. Then," he said aloud, "Sister Oakley, I pray you to walk into this room, and I will provide for you what the profane world call the breakfast. For although food for the soul is in all way preferable to food for the body, yet we must not always neglect our earthly tabernacle." "I am much obliged to you," said Mrs. Oakley. "You may depend upon my regular offerings to the chapel." Chapter 107. Mrs. Oakley Dissembles. With trembling steps, Mrs. Oakley followed Lupin, the murderer, into his own room. Of course she was resolved to see nothing, and to make no remark that could in any way direct the attention of Lupin more closely to her. And oh, how she panted for some opportunity of rushing into the street and crying aloud to the passers-by that the pious hypocrite was a murderer. But as yet she felt that her life depended upon the manner in which she played her part. "Truly, Sister Oakley," said Lupin, "I hope you passed a quiet and peaceful night. Amen." "Very," replied Mrs. Oakley. "Ah, I wish I could say as much, Sister Oakley." "And can you not?" "Alas, no, I had some dreams, some very bad dreams, but Satan always will be doing something, you know, sister. Do you know I dreamt of a murder?" As he uttered these words, no Grand Inquisitor could have looked more keenly into the eyes of a victim than did Mr. Lupin into the face of Mrs. Oakley. But she divined his motive, she felt that he was trying her, but she had even in such a moment sufficient presence of mind to keep her eyes steadily upon his face, and to say with seeming unconcern, "Murder, did you say, Mr. Lupin?" "Yes, I did say murder, and you." He pointed at her with his finger, but finding that she only looked surprised, rather, he added, "And you are one of the elect, I rejoice to say, Sister Oakley." "Amen. It is a capital thing to be saved." "It is, indeed, Mr. Lupin." "Well, well, let us have the carnal meal called breakfast. I will proceed, God willing, to the corner of the court and purchase 2 eggs, Mrs. Oakley, if it be pleasing to you." "Anything you like, Mr. Lupin. I have but a poor appetite in the morning always." Mr. Lupin put on his hat, and after slowly turning round and casting an anxious glance upon the room and every object within, to assure himself that he had left no evidences of his crime behind him, he slowly left to get the eggs. Mrs. Oakley heard him descend the stairs, and she heard the door close behind him. Then she asked herself if that were really and truly an opportunity of escape that she dared attempt to avail herself of, or if it were only one in seeming, and that if she were upon its provocation to attempt to leave the place, she would only be confirming the slight suspicions that might be in the mind of Lupin concerning her privity to his deed of blood. He had talked of only going to the corner of the court, and how did she know that he had even gone so far? Might not the message about the eggs be merely a pretended one to see what she would do? This was a consideration that kept her, tremblingly, where she was. About 5 minutes elapsed, and then she heard a knock at the door below. Who could that be? Mr. Lupin had a key with which he always let himself in, so it could not be he. What was she to think? What was she to do? Suddenly then she heard the door opened, and then after a few moments' delay some footsteps sounded upon the stairs, but it was very unlike that of Lupin, the murderer. The delightful thought came over the imagination of Mrs. Oakley, that someone was coming to whom she might at once make an avowal of all she knew of Lupin's guilt, and who might be able to protect her from the vengeance of the murderer. She rose and peeped through the keyhole. She saw Lupin coming up the stairs. He was making quite a laborious effort to tread differently to what was usual with him, and from that moment Mrs. Oakley felt that she was to be subjected to some extraordinary trial of her self-possession. She crept back to her seat and waited in terror. In the course of a few moments, Lupin, after treading with a heavy thump upon every stair, instead of gliding up in his usual manner, reaching the door at which he tapped, and then in an assumed voice, which if she Mrs. Oakley had not known he was there would have deceived her, he said, "Hilloa, who's at home?" "Who's there?" said Mrs. Oakley. "It's John Smith," cried Lupin. "I am an officer of the police. Has anybody anything to say to me here? They tell me in the court that some odd noises were heard in the night." "I don't know anything about it," said Mrs. Oakley, "but if you will come in and wait until Mr. Lupin comes in, he may like to see you." "Oh, no, it's no matter. Good morning, ma'am." Downstairs went Lupin, thinking he had acted the officer to perfection, and making no doubt in the world but that he had thoroughly deceived Mrs. Oakley, who he was now quite satisfied knew absolutely nothing about the murder. In the course of a couple of minutes, Mr. Lupin in his own character came gliding in. "I am afraid I have kept you waiting, Sister Oakley." "Oh, not at all, but there has been a man there who says his name is Smith, and he—" I met him. It is all right. He heard something going on in the next house, I suppose, and mistook it for this. Pray cook the eggs to your liking, Sister Oakley, and help yourself to anything. Don't be particular, Sister Oakley, but make yourself at home." "I will, Reverend Sir, I will." Mrs. Oakley was really playing her part very well, but she fancied each moment that the murderer would see something in her manner to give him a suspicion that she knew too much for his safety. She was wrong, though, for upon the contrary, Mr. Lupin felt quite satisfied that the secret of his guilt was confined to his own breast. "I pray you, Sister Oakley," he said, "to eat freely of my humble fare, and after breakfast we will have a prayer." It seemed to Mrs. Oakley, now that she had awakened to a sense of the awful hypocrisy of Mr. Lupin, something very horrible for him to talk of having a prayer. But she took care not to show what she felt in that particular. "How kind and good of you," she said. "I, truly, Sister Oakley, I am kind and good, and yet there are envious folks in the world, who I dare say would not hesitate to give even me a bad name." "Impossible, surely." I would it were, my dear Sister Oakley, I would it were impossible. It seems to me, Reverend Sir, as though it would not be in the power of poor human nature to praise you too much. But it is time that I should think of going home now, if you please." "Well, sister, if you must go home among the heathens and the Philistines, I will not hinder you. But with the hope of seeing you soon again, I will now offer up a prayer." It was truly sickening even to Mrs. Oakley, whose feelings the reader will think could not be very fine, to see such an arch-hypocrite offering up a prayer to that deity whom he must so bitterly have offended by his awful crimes. But Mr. Lupin cut the prayer tolerably short, and then giving to Mrs. Oakley what he called the kiss of peace, and to which, loathsome as it was from him, she felt herself forced to submit, he bade her good day. And now, indeed, she began to entertain a sanguine hope that she would be released from his company, and she should soon be in a condition to denounce him to justice for the awful crime which she had seen him commit. She could not possibly avoid a slight feeling of satisfaction to appear upon her face. "You seem pleased," said Lupin. "I am, reverend sir." "May I ask what at?" "Ah, how can I be otherwise than delighted, when I am assured by such a saint upon earth as yourself that I am one of the elect?" This was an answer with which, whether it was satisfactory or not, Mr. Lupin was, as it were, compelled to put up with, but taking up his hat, he said, "Truly, Sister Oakley, it will become me to see you a part of the way home." Mrs. Oakley expressed her satisfaction with the holy man's company, and they both descended the stairs together. She felt, however, an exquisite pang of alarm upon finding that Lupin led her down the staircase that led to the chapel, and not down the one which would have conducted them to the ordinary door of exit from the domestic portion of the building. But even with all the dread upon her soul that he might be meditating some awful act in the chapel, she felt that she must assume a calmness, though she felt it not. "Why, this leads to the chapel," she said. She thought it would sound more natural for her to make that remark than to say nothing about it. "Yes, sister, it does, and here is the trapdoor that conducts to the vaults." He suddenly turned upon her and clutched her by the arm as he spoke. Poor Mrs. Oakley then really thought that her last hour was come, and that all along, in pretending to have no suspicion of her, he was only dissembling. It was a mercy she did not at that terrible moment commit herself in some way. Surely heaven supported her, for she did not. "Reverend sir," she said, "what mean you?" "What mean I? I mean, will you descend to the vaults with me?" "And pray, yes, if you wish it." "Nothing, nothing," muttered Lupin. "What a fool I am. I might have been well convinced long ago, and yet I cannot forbear new trials. All is safe, all is safe. This way, Sister Oakley, this way. I will only see you to the corner of your own street." "Many thanks." They both emerged from the chapel. Lupin slammed the door after him, and arm in arm they walked up the court together. Poor Mrs. Oakley felt that to be the most trying moment of all for her nerves. While she had much to do she was alone with Lupin in the domestic portion of the chapel, and while she knew that the least slip of the tongue, or the least want of control over her feelings might be her death, she conducted herself gallantly. But now, when she was fairly in the open air, now that she was in comparative safety, her feelings almost got the better of her. It was only by a powerful effort that she could at all control them. She felt that by suddenly quitting the arm of Lupin and making a rush for it, she might escape him. But then she did not want him to escape the consequences of his crime, for Mrs. Oakley had a woman's sympathy with the fate even of the not very respectable Mrs. Lupin. Besides, with all the vindictive hate that he might be supposed to feel upon finding that his guilt was known, he might yet pursue her, and before she could find aid, kill her. "I must still dissemble," she thought, "and speak this most monstrous villain fairly." "Quite a charming morning, reverend sir," she said. "Very," said Lupin. "I really am afraid that I am sadly intruding upon your time by letting you come with me." "Oh, no, no, no." He seemed to be getting very thoughtful, and Mrs. Oakley was proportionably more and more upon her guard, for she felt convinced that if he really thought she knew anything of his guilt, he would kill her. Now they emerged from the court, but it was yet rather an early hour in the morning, and but very few passengers were in the streets. The only person that was tolerably close to them was an elderly woman, and Mrs. Oakley, much as she panted for an opportunity of separating herself from Lupin, felt that the time to do so had not yet come. On they went in the direction of Mrs. Oakley's house, that house that she now began to feel she had so much neglected, to look after what, in the language of Scripture, might truly have been termed strange idols, that home which she now looked to as a haven of safety from the terror of death itself. "How silent you are, sister," said Lupin. "Yes, I was thinking." "Of what?" he said fiercely. "Of how much I should be able to take from Mr. Oakley's, till to bring to you, this day week." "Oh, oh." "You may depend, reverend sir, it shall be as much as possible. Of course I must be cautious, though." "Oh, yes, yes." They had now reached within a few paces of the corner of the street, and yet Mrs. Oakley had seen no one upon whom, from their appearance, she thought she could rely to call to for aid against the murderer. Suddenly then round the corner, there came a bulky form. the heavy tread of someone of unusual weight sounded upon the street pavement. Big Ben, the beefeater, with his arms behind him, and in a very thoughtful mood, came pacing slowly along. As Mrs. Oakley said afterwards, her heart, at that moment, was in her mouth. She could not dissemble an instant longer with Lupin, but with a loud shriek that echoed far and wide in the streets, she suddenly sprang from him, crying, "Ben, Ben, dear strong Ben, seize this man. He is a murderer." "DN done at last," cried Lupin. He turned to fly, but treading upon a piece of cabbage leaf that was upon the pavement, down he fell. "Easy does it," said Ben, and he flung himself upon the top of Lupin, spreading out his arms and legs, and holding him by sheer weight as firmly to the pavement as though he had been nailed there. "Help, help, help, murder, help!" shouted Mrs. Oakley. "Murder, murder, murder!" People began to flock to them from all parts. Lupin succeeded in getting a knife from his pocket, but Mrs. Oakley held him by the wrist with both hands, and in a minute more he was in the grasp of two strong men, one of whom was a police officer, and who gloried in the job. Chapter 108 returns to Mrs. Lovett and shows how she got out of the river. Our readers have been aware for a long time past that Mrs. Lovett was no common, everyday sort of woman, and what we are about to relate concerning her will be further proof that way tending, if it should be by any skeptical person in any way required. To all appearance, Todd had seen the last of her on the river. But Todd was born to be deceived, and at the time he should have recollected an old adage to the effect that folks who are born to be hanged are very seldom drowned. We shall see. Mrs. Lovett did go down, but as fortune and the amazingly strong current of the river would have it, she came up again, with a barge between her and Todd, and involuntarily laying hold of the side of the barge, there she remained, too exhausted to cry out, until Todd was far off. She was seen at last by a man who was at the window of a public house, and in the course of 10 minutes after Todd had began to congratulate himself upon the demise of Mrs. Lovett, she was in a warm bed at the public house, and her clothes drying at the kitchen fire. She had scarcely been for a moment at all insensible, and as she lay in bed, she had a most accurate perception of all that happened. The reader may suppose that the feelings of Mrs. Lovett towards Sweeney Todd were by no means ameliorated by the morning's proceedings. And yet how calculating she was in her rage. As the effects of her submersion wore off, and her ordinary strength came back to her, her mind became intently fixed upon but one object, and that was how to be completely and bitterly revenged upon Todd. "He shall hang," she said. "He shall hang, but I must think of the means, while I likewise take care to avoid the gallows myself. But he shall hang, let the consequences be what they may." The landlady of the public house was very assiduous in her attention to Mrs. Lovett, and while she was thus thinking of her revenge upon Todd, the landlady, made her appearance in the room with a steaming glass of mulled and spiced wine. "I hope you are better," she said, "and if you will give me the name and address of your friends, I will send to them at once." "Friends," said Mrs. Lovett, "how came you to think that I had any friends?" "Well, I hardly thought you were without. Don't most folks have friends of some sort or another?" "Ah, I had forgot. I have a friend with me, a very dear friend, who will not forsake me. I have more of them at home, for I have a home." "Oh," thought the landlady, "she is raving." "Bring me my stays," said Mrs. Lovett. The stays, which, together with the rest of her apparel, now had got quite dry, was brought to her, and in a little secret pocket in them Mrs. Lovett dived with her 2 fingers and found a damp 5-pound note. "Take that," she said, "for your trouble. I do not want any change. Only be so good now as to help me to dress and tell me what the time is." 3 o'clock, said the landlady, "and I'm sure you can't think how pleased I am that you are better. Do you really think you are strong enough to go home yet?" "Yes, what I have to do at home will lend me strength, if I wanted it." Mrs. Lovett was soon dressed, and at her request a coach was sent for, and in the course of half an hour from the time that the landlady had asked her if she should send for her friends, she, Mrs. Lovett, was bowling along the dense thoroughfares of the city to her home. What pen could describe the dark and malignant thoughts that filled her brain as she proceeded? What language would be strong enough to depict the storm of passion that raged in the bosom of that imperious woman? It must suffice that she made herself a solemn promise of vengeance against Todd, let the risk or the actual consequences to herself be what they might. If with perfect safety to herself she could be revenged upon him, of course she would. But she resolved not to hesitate, even if it involved a self-sacrifice, so full of the very agony of rage was she. "He shall hang, he shall hang." Such were the words she uttered, as the lumbering hackney coach reached Fleet Street. For all she knew to the contrary, Todd might be looking from his door, for that he had gone home in great triumph at the thought of having got rid of her, she did not doubt. And so, as it was just then a great object with her to keep him in that pleasant delusion, she got quite down among the straw at the bottom of the hackney coach. But she kept her eyes, those bright metallic-looking eyes, which, with a questionable taste, had been so much admired by the lawyers' clerks of the Temple and Lincoln's, in she kept her eyes just on the edge of the coach window, so that she might have a passing glance at Todd's shop. Todd was at the door. How pleased and self-satisfied he looked. He was rubbing his huge hands slowly together, and a grim smile was on his horrible features. Mrs. Lovett clinched her hands until her nails made marks in the palms of them that did not come out for hours, and in a harsh, growling voice, she said, "Ah, grin on, fiend, your hours from now shall be numbered. You shall hang, and I shall hope to see you in your last agony. If any bribe can induce the hangman, by some common bungling to protract your pain, he has but to name his price, and he shall have it." The coach rolled on. Mrs. Lovett rose up from among the straw with a shudder. The immersion in the river had not drowned her certainly, but it had done her no good, and she could not conceal from herself that a serious illness might very probably result from her unexpected cold bath. "Never mind," she said, "never mind. What care I so that I complete my revenge against Todd? If I die after that, it will not much matter. I will have my revenge." The coach stopped at the corner of Bell Yard. "That will do," said Mrs. Lovett as she pulled the check string. "That will do. I will alight here." She paid the coachman double the amount of his fare, so he only muttered a few curses between his teeth and drove off. With quite a staggering step, for Mrs. Lovett was anything but well, she walked to her own shop. The door was closed, and she looked through the upper half of it, which was of glass, just in time to see the highly trustworthy personage whom she had left in charge of the concern place a bottle to her lips and slowly lift it up. Mrs. Lovett opened the door, just as the titillating contents of the bottle were rippling over the palate of the lady, who had had such an adventure with Todd. "Wretch!" exclaimed Mrs. Lovett. Down fell the bottle and smashed into many fragments on the floor of the shop. An unmistakable odor of gin filled the air. "So," cried Mrs. Lovett, "this is the way you employ your time, is it, while I am away?" "T.T. Todd," stuttered the woman. "T.T. Todd is such a nice man." "Todd, do you say?" "Yes, I say T. Todd is a nice man." "Answer me, wretch, instantly. Has he been here? Speak, or I will shake your wretched life out of you." Mrs. Lovett suited the action to the word, and the word to the action, for she clutched her substitute by the throat and shook her vehemently. "D don't, Mrs. L. I will tell all. I will indeed." "Speak then, has Todd been here?" "In course, and quite a nice man I may say quite a gin I mean a nice man a cordial old Tom. No, cream of the Todd." "Wretch!" Mrs. Lovett paced the shop for a few moments in an agony of rage. Todd, presuming upon her death, had actually been there, no doubt upon an expedition to ransack the place. A touch to the lock of the parlor door told her at once that it was open, and from that moment she no longer could doubt but that the whole house had been subject to the scrutiny of Sweeney Todd. "The wretch," she said. "He thought to find enough, no doubt, to reward his pains, but he has been deceived in that hope, I feel well assured. What I have here, I have too well hidden for any search of a few hours to find it. If they were to pull the house to pieces, brick by brick and timber by timber, they might find something to pay them for their labor." The lady with the partiality for gin now seemed to be lapsing into a state of somnolency, but Mrs. Lovett gave her rather a rough shake. "Tell me," she said, "when did this man come, and what did he say to you?" "Gin." "I ask you what Todd said to you." "Oh yes, I really find times. Old Tom Todd, cream of the Todd." It was quite clear that she was too far gone in drunkenness for anything distinct or to be relied upon to be got from her, and the only thing Mrs. Lovett had to do was to consider what to do with her. If she threw her out of the shop into the court, the probability was that a crowd would collect round her, and that was just what Mrs. Lovett did not want. Indeed, for all Mrs. Lovett knew, the drunken woman might stagger round to Todd's and let him know what of all things she wished to keep secret from him, namely, that she had returned. Mrs. Lovett had not yet formed her plans, and certainly until she had done so, she did not want any premature knowledge of her rescue from drowning to reach the ears of Todd. But what to do with the drunken woman was the question. Mrs. Lovett had to think a little over that. At length, however, she made up her mind, and approaching the lady who had such a partiality for old Tom, she said, "Did you ever taste my cordial spirit that I have upstairs in my bedroom?" "Eh? Come, I will give you a bottle of it if you will walk upstairs. Only try." By the assistance of Mrs. Lovett, the gin heroine rose and tottered to the staircase. Mrs. Lovett pushed her on, and stair by stair she managed to mount to the first floor. It was by far too great a job to get her any further, so opening the door of the back room, Mrs. Lovett pushed her in with violence and slammed the door upon her. "Lie there and rot," she said, "so that you are out of my way. Lie there and rot, idiot." Without then pausing to cast another thought or look at her victim, Mrs. Lovett walked down the staircase again to the shop. When there, she felt a kind of faintness come over her, and she was compelled to sit down for a few minutes to recover herself. "How much I have to think of," she said, when she had a little recovered. "How much I have to think of, and how little a time in which to think. Something must be done before midnight. Todd will fly if I do not do something." A racking pain in her head compelled her to rest it upon her hands. "If I thought," she said, "that I should get very ill, if I thought that there was any chance that I should die, I would go at once to the police office and denounce him. But no tease, only a passing pang, and I shall soon be better, shall soon be myself again." She did not speak now for some few moments, and during that time she rocked to and fro, for the pain in her head was excessive. It did not last, however, but gradually went off, leaving only a sensation of dullness behind it, with some amount of confusion. Then Mrs. Lovett, as well as she was able, set about thinking calmly and dispassionately, as she hoped, about the best means of satisfying her revenge against Todd. That revenge should be complete and ample, she was resolved. Gradually she began to work out a plan of operations, and as she did so, her eyes brightened, and something of her old expression of bold confidence came back to her. She rose and paced the shop. "Yes, the villain shall die," she said. "By the hands of the executioner I swear it, and he shall know, too, that it is I who have doomed him to such a death. He shall feel that, had he kept faith with, we all would have been well. But now he shall hang, and I shall look on and see his torments." Chapter 109. Johanna has plenty of company at Todd's. We return to Johanna, whom for a few hours, owing to the pressure of other circumstances, we have been compelled, with all manner of reluctance, to neglect. Recent events, although they had by no manner of means tended to decrease the just confidence which Johanna had in her own safety, had yet much agitated her, and she at times feared that she should not be able to carry on the farce of composure before Todd much longer. "Charlie, my dear boy," said Todd, "you are a very good lad indeed, and I like you." "I am very glad to hear you say so, sir, very glad." "That is right, but when I say I like anyone, I do not confine myself to that mere expression of liking, and there an end. Of course, as a religious man, I love my enemies and feel myself bound to do so, Charlie?" "Of course, sir." Poor Johanna had no resource but to seem to be deceived by this most disgusting hypocrisy. "But although," continued Todd, waving a razor in the air, "although I may love my enemies, I need not to go out of my way, Charlie, to do good things to them as I would to my friends. But you I will do all I can for, and as it may very materially help you to get an honest independence in the course of a little time, I will manage to accommodate you with sleeping here tonight and all nights henceforth." "How kind of you, sir." "I am glad you appreciate it, Charlie, and I feel quite sure that your slumber will be most profound." Todd, upon this, made one of his diabolical faces, and then, taking his hat, he marched out, merely adding as he crossed the threshold of the door, "I shall not be long gone, Charlie." The day was on the decline, and a strong impression came over Johanna's mind that something in particular would happen before it wholly passed away into darkness. She almost trembled to think what that something could be, and that she might be compelled to be a witness to violence from which her gentle spirit revolted. And had it not been that she had determined nothing should stop her from investigating the fate of poor Mark in Jestry, she could even then have rushed into the street in despair. But as the soft daylight deepened into the dim shadows of evening, she grew more composed, and was better able, with a calmer spirit, to wait the progress of events. "I am alone once more," said Johanna, "in this dreadful place. Again he leaves me with all my dark and terrible thoughts of the fate of him whom I have so fondly loved thronging around my heart. And this night, no doubt, he thinks to kill me. Oh, Mark in Jestry, if I were only but quite sure that you had gone to that world from whence there is no return, I think I could, with scarce a sigh, let this dreadful man send me after you." Johanna rested her head upon her hands and wept bitterly. Suddenly, a voice close to her said, "St. Dunstan." She sprang from the little low seat upon which she was, and, with a cry of alarm, was about to make a rush from the shop, when the intruder caught her by the arm, saying, "Don't you know me, Johanna?" "Ah, Sir Richard, my dear friend, it is indeed you, and I am safe again, I am safe." "Certainly you are safe, and permit me to say that you have all along been tolerably safe, Johanna, but how very incautious you are. Here I have come into the shop, and actually stood by you for some few moments, you knowing nothing of it. What now if Todd had so come in? He would have killed me." "He might have done so, but now all danger is quite over, for you will have protectors at your hand. Do you know where Todd has gone?" "I do not." "Well, it don't matter. Let me look at this largest cupboard. I wonder if it will hold 2 of my men? Let me see. Oh, yes, easily and comfortably. I will be back in a moment." He went no further than the door, and when he came back, he brought with him Mr. Cratchit and another person, and pointing to the cupboard, he said, "You will stow yourselves there, if you please, and keep quiet until I call upon you to come out." "I believe you," said Cratchit. "Lord bless you, we shall be snug enough. How is you, Miss O? I suppose by this time you feels quite at home in your breech." "Silence," said Sir Richard. "Go to your duty at once, Cratchit. Miss Oakley is in no humor to attend to you just now." Upon this, Mr. Cratchit and the other man got into the cupboard, and a chair was placed against it. And then Sir Richard said to Johanna, "I will come in to be shaved when I know that Todd is here, and your trials will soon be over." "To be shaved by him?" "Yes, but believe me there is no danger. Anyone may come here now to be shaved with perfect safety. I have made such arrangements that Todd cannot take another life." "Thank heaven." "Here is a letter from your friend, Miss Wilmot, which I promised her I would deliver to you. Be careful how you let Todd see it. Read it at once, and then you had better destroy it at once. I must go now, but of course, if you should be in any danger, call upon my men in the cupboard to assist you, and they will do so at once, although it may spoil my plot a little. Oh, how much I owe you!" "Nay, nay, no more upon that head. Farewell now, for a brief space. We shall very soon meet again. Keep a fair and agreeable face to Todd, if you can, for I do not wish, if it can possibly be helped, anything to mar the plot I have got up for his absolute conviction upon abundant testimony." Sir Richard shook hands with Johanna, and then hastily left the shop, for he did not wish just then to be found there by Todd, who might return at any moment. The moment he was gone, Johanna eagerly opened the letter that had been brought to her, and found it to contain the following words: "My dear Johanna, this is a selfish letter, for as I cannot see you, I think I should go mad if I did not write to you, so I do so for the ease of my own heart and brain. For the love of heaven, and for the love of all you hold dear in this world, get away from Todd as quickly as you can. And when I see you again, I shall have something to say to you which will give you more pleasure than ever, with my bad advice, I have given you pain. Sir Richard Blunt has kindly promised to give this to you, and you know that I am your ever affectionate Arabella." "Yes," said Johanna, when she had finished the epistle. "In truth, I know you are ever my affectionate Arabella, and I am most happy in such a friend, but this must not meet Todd's eye. Ah, that footstep, I know it too well. He comes, he comes." She had just hidden the letter, when Sweeney Todd made his appearance. "Anybody been?" he asked. "Yes, one man, but he would not wait." "Ah, wanted to be shaved, I suppose, but no matter, no matter. and I hope you have been quiet and not been attempting to indulge your curiosity in any way since I have been gone. Hush, here's somebody coming. Why, it's old Mr. Rankley, the tobacconist, I declare. Good day to you, Sir Shaved, I suppose. I'm glad you have come, sir, for I have been out till this moment. Hot water, Charlie, directly, and hand me that razor. Johanna, in handing Todd the razor, knocked the edge of it against the chair, and it being uncommonly sharp, cut a great slice of the wood off one of the arms of it. What shameful carelessness, said Todd. I have half a mind to lay the strop over your back, sir. Here you have spoilt a capital razor, not a bit of edge left upon it. Oh, excuse him, Mr. Todd, excuse him, said the old gentleman. He's only a little lad after all. Let me intercede for him. Very good, sir. If you wish me to look over it, of course I will, and thank God, we have a stock of razors, of course, always at hand. Is there any news stirring, sir? Nothing that I know of, Mr. Todd, except it's the illness of Mr. Cummings, the overseer. They say he got home about 12 to his own house, in Chancery Lane, and ever since then he has been as sick as a dog, and all they can get him to say is, "Oh, those pies, oh, those pies." Very odd, sir. Very. I think Mr. Cummings must be touched in the upper story, do you know, Mr. Todd? He's a very respectable man, but between you and I was never over bright. Certainly not, sir, certainly not, but it's a very odd case. What pies can he possibly mean, sir? Did you call when you came from home? No, ha, I can't help laughing, but ha, I have come away from home on the sly, you see. The fact is, my wife's cousin Hiloa, I think you have cut me. No, we can't cut anybody for 3 halfpence, sir. I think I will just give you another lather, sir, before I polish you off. And so you have the pearls with you. Well, how odd things come round, to be sure. What do you mean? This shaving brush is just in a good state now. Always as a shaving brush is on the point of wearing out, it's the best. Charlie, you will go at once to Mr. Cummings and ask if he is any better. You need not hurry, that's a good lad. I am not at all angry with you now. And so, sir, they think at home that you have gone after some business over the water, do they, and have not the least idea that you have come to be shaved. There, be off, Charlie, shut the door, that's a good lad, bless you. When Johanna came back, the tobacconist was gone. Well, said Sweeney Todd, as he sharpened a razor very leisurely, how is Mr. Cummings? I found out his house, sir, with some difficulty, and they say he is better having gone to sleep. Oh, very good. I am going to look over some accounts in the parlor, so don't choose to be disturbed, you understand. And for the next 10 minutes, if anybody comes, you will say I am out. Sweeney Todd walked quite coolly into the parlor, and Johanna heard him lock the door on the inside. A strange, undefined sensation of terror crept over her, she knew not why, and she shuddered as she looked around her. The cupboard door was not close shut, and she knew not what prompted her to approach and peep in. On the first shelf was the hat of the tobacconist. It was rather a remarkable one, and recognized in a moment. What has happened? Good God, what can have happened? Thought Johanna as she staggered back until she reached the shaving chair, into which she cast herself for support. Her eyes fell upon the arm which she had taken such a shaving off with the razor, but all was perfectly whole and correct. There was not the least mark of the cut that so recently had been given to it, and lost in wonder Johanna, for more than a minute, continued looking for the mark of the injury she knew could not have been, by any possibility, effaced. And yet she found it not, although there was the chair, just as usual, with its wide-spreading arms and its worn, tarnished paint and gilding. No wonder that Johanna rubbed her eyes and asked herself if she were really awake. What could account for such a phenomenon? The chair was a fixture too, and the others in the shop were of a widely different make and construction, so it could not have been changed. Alas, mourned Johanna, my mind is full of horrible surmises, and yet I can form no rational conjecture. I suspect everything and know nothing. What can I do? What ought I to do to relieve myself from this state of horrible suspense? Am I really in a place where, by some frightful ingenuity, murder has become bold and familiar, or can it be all a delusion? She covered her face with her hands for a time, and when she uncovered them, she saw that Sweeney Todd was staring at her with looks of suspicion from the inner room. The necessity of instantly acting her part came over Johanna, and she gave a loud scream. What the devil is all this about? Said Todd, advancing with a sinister expression. What's the meaning of it? I suspect. Yes, sir, said Johanna. And so do I must tomorrow have it out. Have what out? My tooth, sir, it's been aching for some hours. Did you ever have the toothache? If you did, you can feel for me, and not wonder that I lean my head upon my hands and groan. Todd looked about half satisfied at this excuse of Johanna's, and for a few moments as he looked at her, she thought that after all she should have to call upon her friends in the cupboard to save her from the danger that his eyes, in their flashing ghastliness, threatened. Another moment, and her lips would have parted with the shrill cry of murder upon them, and then heaven only knows what might have been the result, but he turned suddenly and went into the parlor, muttering to himself. It is not worth while now, and this night ends it all, yes, this night ends it all. He slammed the door violently behind him, and Johanna was relieved from the horror which his gaze had awakened in her heart. She stood still, but gradually she recovered her former calmness, if calmness it could at all be called, seeing that it was only a stiller species of agitation. But she now began to recall the words of Sir Richard Blunt, to the effect that measures had been taken that no more murders could be committed by Todd, and she began to feel comforted. There is something that I do not know yet, she said. Sir Richard should have told me how there could be no more murders done here, and then I should not have suffered what I did, and what I still suffer with the thought that almost before my eyes a fellow creature has been hurried into eternity. And yet I ought to have faith, and in defiance of all the seeming evidences of a horrible deed about me, I ought, I suppose, to believe that it has been prevented in some most strange and miraculous way. The more Johanna thought over this promise of Sir Richard Blunt's, the more she became convinced that he would never have given utterance to it if he had not felt perfectly sure it would be fulfilled. And so she got comforted, and once again resolved to play her part in that dreadful drama of real life, in the vortex of which, with the purest and the holiest of motives, she had plunged recklessly, we will admit, but yet from motives entitling her to sympathy on earth and protection in heaven. Todd remained for a considerable time in the parlor, and when he came out, Johanna saw that he had made some alteration in his apparel. The first words he uttered were, "Keep a good fire, Charlie." "Yes, sir." "Did you ever see a house on fire, my boy?" "I never did, sir." "Ah, it must be an amusing sight, a very amusing sight, especially if the conflagration spreads, and one has an opportunity of viewing it from the water. Talking of water, the lady who was here this morning, Mrs. Lovetts, was very fond of water, and now she has got plenty of it." "Ah." "Really, sir, has she gone to the seaside?" Johanna looked Todd rather hard in the face as she spoke these words, and the close observation seemed to anger him, for he spoke hastily and sharply. "What is it to you? Get out of my way, will you? And you may begin to think of shutting up, I think, for we shall have no more customers tonight. I am tired and weary. You are to sleep under the counter, you know." "Yes, sir, you told me so. I dare say I shall be very comfortable there." "And you have not been peeping and prying about, have you?" "Not at all." "Not looking even into that cupboard, I suppose, eh? It's not locked, but that's no reason why you should look into it, not that there is any secrets in it, but I object to peeping and prying upon principle." Todd, as he spoke, advanced towards the cupboard, and Johanna thought that in another moment a discovery would undoubtedly take place of the two officers who were there concealed. And probably that would have been the case, had not the handle of the shop door been turned at that moment, and a man presented himself, when Todd turned quickly, and saw that he was a substantial-looking farmer, with dirty top boots, as if he had just come off a journey. "Well, master," said the visitor, "I want a clean shave." "Oh," said Todd, not in the best of humors, "it's rather late, but I suppose you would not like to wait till morning, for I don't know if I have any hot water." "Oh, cold will do." "Cold? Oh dear no, we never shave in cold water, and if you must, you must. So sit down, sir, and we will soon settle the business." Thank you, thank you. I can't go to bed comfortable without a clean shave, do you see? I have come up from Braintree with beasts on commission, and I'm staying at the Bull's Head, you see." "Oh, indeed," said Todd, as he adjusted the shaving cloth, "the Bull's Head." "Yes, master. Why, I brought up a matter o' 220 beasts, I did, do you see, and was on my pony, as good a stepper as you'd wish to see, and I sold 'em all, do you see, for 550 pun. Ho, ho. Good work that, do you see, and only 42 on 'em was my beasts, do you see. I've got a missus at home and a daughter, my girl's called Johanna hem." Up to this point, Johanna had not suspected that the game had begun, and that this was no other than Sir Richard himself, most admirably disguised, who had come to put an end to the malpractices of Sweeney Todd. But his marked pronunciation of her name at once opened her eyes to that fact, and she knew that something interesting must soon happen. "And so you sold them all," said Todd. "Yes, master, I did, and I've got the money in my pocket now in banknotes. I never leaves my money about at inns, do you see, master? Safe bind, safe find, you see. I carries it about with me." "A good plan, too," said Todd. "Charlie, some hot water, that's a good ladend and Charlie." "Yes, sir." "While I am finishing off this gentleman, you may as well just run to the temple to Mr. Serjeant Toldrony's and ask for his wig. We shall have to do it in the morning, and may as well have it the first thing in the day to begin upon. And you need not hurry, Charlie, as we shall shut up when you come back." "Very good, sir." Johanna walked out, but went no further than the shop window, close to which she placed her eyes, so that, between a pomatum jar and a lot of hair brushes, she could clearly see what was going on. "A nice-looking little lad, that," said Todd's customer. "Very, sir, an orphan boy. I took him out of charity, poor little fellow. But then, we ought to try to do all the good we can." "Just so, I'm glad I have come to be shaved here. Mine's rather a strong beard, I think, do you see?" "Why, sir, in a manner of speaking," replied Todd, "it is a strong beard. I suppose you didn't come to London alone, sir." Chapter 110, Todd's Hour Has Come. The hideous face that Todd made above the head of his customer at this moment was more like that which Mephistopheles might have made, after achieving the destruction of a human soul, than anything human. Sir Richard Blunt quickly replied to Todd's question by saying, "Oh yes, quite alone. Except the drovers, I had no company with me. Why do you ask?" "Why, sir, I thought if you had any gentleman with you who might be waiting at the Bull's Head, you would recommend him to me if anything was wanting in my way, you know, sir. You might have just left him, saying you were going to Todd the barber's to have a clean shave, sir." "No, not at all. The fact is, I did not come out to have a shave but a walk, and it wasn't till I gave my chin a stroke and found what a beard I had that I thought of it. And then passing your shop, in I popped, do you see?" "Exactly, sir, I comprehend. You're quite alone in London." "Oh, quite. But when I come again, I'll come to you to be shaved, you may depend, and I'll recommend you too." "I'm very much obliged to you," said Todd, as he passed his hand over the chin of his customer. "I'm very much obliged. I find I must give you another lather, sir, and I'll get another razor with a keener edge, now that I have taken off all the rough, as one may say, in a manner of speaking." "Oh, I shall do." "No, no, don't move, sir. I shall not detain you a moment. I have my other razors in the next room and will polish you off now, sir, before you will know where you are. You know, sir, you have promised to recommend me, so I must do the best I can with you." "Well, well, a clean shave is a comfort, but don't be long, for I want to get back, do you see?" "Not a moment, not a moment." Sweeney Todd walked into his back parlor, conveying with him the only light that was in the shop, so that the dim glimpse that, up to this time, Johanna from the outside had contrived to get of what was going on was denied to her, and all that met her eyes was impenetrable darkness. Oh, what a world of anxious, agonizing sensations crossed the mind of the young and beautiful girl at that moment. She felt as if some great crisis in her history had arrived, and that she was condemned to look in vain into darkness to see of what it consisted. We must not, however, allow the reader to remain in the same state of mystification, which came over the perceptive faculties of Johanna Oakley. But we shall proceed to state clearly and distinctly what did happen in the barber's shop while he went to get an uncommonly keen razor in his back parlor. The moment his back was turned, the seeming farmer who had made such a good thing of his beasts sprang from the shaving chair as if he had been electrified, and yet he did not do it with any appearance of fright, nor did he make any noise. It was only astonishingly quick, and then he placed himself close to the window and waited patiently with his eyes fixed upon the chair to see what would happen next. In the space of about a quarter of a minute, there came from the next room a sound like the rapid drawing back of a heavy bolt, and then in an instant the shaving chair disappeared beneath the floor, and the circumstances by which Sweeney Todd's customers disappeared was evident. There was a piece of the flooring turning upon a center, and the weight of the chair when a bolt was withdrawn by means of simple leverage from the inner room weighed down one end of the top, which, by a little apparatus, was to swing completely round, there being another chair on the under surface, which thus became the upper, exactly resembling the one in which the unhappy customer was supposed to be polished off. Hence was it that in one moment, as if by magic, Sweeney Todd's visitors disappeared, and there was the empty chair. No doubt he trusted to a fall of about 20 feet below, onto a stone floor, to be the death of them, or, at all events, to stun them until he could go down to finish the murder, and to cut them up for Mrs. Lovett's pies, after robbing them of all the money and valuables they might have about them. In another moment, the sound as of a bolt was again heard, and Sir Richard Blunt, who had played the part of the wealthy farmer, feeling that the trap was closed again, seated himself in the new chair that had made its appearance with all the nonchalance in life, as if nothing had happened. It was a full minute before Todd ventured to look from the parlor into the darkened shop, and then he shook so that he had to hold by the door to steady himself. "That's done," he said. "That's the last, I hope. It is time I finished. I never felt so nervous since the first time." Then I did quake a little. How quiet he went. I have sometimes had a shriek ringing in my ears for a whole week. It was a large, high-backed piece of furniture, that shaving chair, so that, when Todd crept into the shop with the light in his hand, he had not the remotest idea it was tenanted. But when he got round it, and saw his customer calmly waiting with the lather upon his face, the cry of horror that came gurgling and gushing from his throat was horrible to hear. "Why, what's the matter?" said Sir Richard. "Oh God, the dead, oh God," cried Todd. "This is the beginning of my punishment. Have mercy, heaven. Oh, do not look upon me with those dead eyes." "Murderer!" shouted Sir Richard, in a voice that rung like the blast of a trumpet through the house. In an instant he sprang upon Sweeney Todd and grappled him by the throat. There was a short struggle, and they were down upon the floor together, but Todd's wrists were suddenly laid hold of, and a pair of handcuffs most scientifically put upon him by the officers who, at the word "murderer," that being a preconcerted signal, came from the cupboard where they had been concealed. "Secure him well, my men," said the magistrate, "and don't let him lay violent hands upon himself." Johanna rushed into the shop, and clung to the arm of Sir Richard, crying, "Is it all over? Is it indeed all done now?" "It is, Miss Oakley." The moment Todd heard these few words addressed to Charlie Green as he thought him, he turned his glassy bloodshot eyes upon Johanna and glared at her for the space of about half a minute in silence. He then, although handcuffed, made a sudden and violent effort to reach her, but he was in too experienced hands, and he was held back most effectually. He struck his forehead with his fettered hands, making a gash in it from which the blood flowed freely, as in infuriated accents he said, "Oh, fool, fool, to be cheated by a girl. I had my suspicions that the boy was a spy, but I never thought for one moment there was a disguise of sex. Oh, idiot, idiot, and who are you, sir?" "I am Sir Richard Blunt." Todd groaned and staggered. The officers would have let him sit down in the shaving chair for a moment or two to recover from the shock his mind had sustained by his capture, but when he found that it was the shaving chair he was led to, he shuddered, and in a wailing voice said, "No, no, not there, not there. Anywhere but there. I dare not sit there." "It isn't worth while sitting at all," said Cratchit. "I'm blowed if I ain't all crumpled up in a blessed mummy by being in that cupboard so jolly long. All my joints is a-going crinkly-crankly." Todd looked in the face of Sir Richard Blunt, and in a faint voice spoke. I don't feel very well. There's a little drop of cordial medicine that I often take in my coat pocket. You see, I can't get at it, my hands being manacled. I only want to take a drop to comfort me." "Get it out, Cratchit," said Sir Richard. "Here ye is," said Cratchit, as he produced a little bottle with a pale straw-colored liquid in from Todd's pocket. "Give it to me, oh, give it to me," said Todd. "I will thank you much, it will recover me. Give it to me." "No, Todd," said Sir Richard, as he took the little bottle and put it in his own pocket. "I do not intend, if I can help it, to permit you to evade the law by poisoning yourself." Finding himself thus defeated in his insidious attempt upon his own life, Todd got quite frantic with rage, and had a grand struggle with the officers, in his endeavors to get at some of the razors that were near at hand in the shop. but they effectually prevented him from doing so, and finally he became too much exhausted to make any further efforts. "My curses be upon you all," he said. "May you and all who belong to you." But we cannot transcribe the horrible denunciations of Todd. They were too horrible even for the officers to listen to with patience, and Sir Richard Blunt, turning to Johanna, said, "Run over the way to your friends at the fruiterer's. All is over now, and your disguise is no longer needed." Johanna did not pause another moment, but ran over the way, and in the course of a few moments she was in the arms of the fruiterer's daughter, where she relieved her overcharged heart by weeping bitterly. "Shut up the shop, Crotchet," said Sir Richard Blunt, "and then get a coach. I will lodge this man at once in Newgate, and then we will see to Mrs. Lovett." At this name Todd looked up. "She has escaped you," he said. "I don't think so," responded Sir Richard. "But I say she is dead. She fell into the Thames this morning and was drowned." "Oh, you allude to your pushing her into the river this morning near London Bridge," said Sir Richard. "I saw that affair myself." Todd glared at him. "But it was not of much consequence. We got her out, and she is all right again now at her shop in Bellyard." Todd held his hands over his eyes for some moments, and then he said in a low voice, "It is all a dream, or I am mad." Crotchet, in obedience to the orders he had received, put up the shutters of Todd's shop, and then fetched a coach, during the whole of which time Sir Richard Blunt himself kept his hand upon Todd's collar, so that he could control him if he should again become so violent as he had been. The spirit to struggle was, however, gone from Todd for the time being. Indeed, he seemed to be completely stunned by his capture, and to be able only to see things darkly. He was yet to awaken to a full consciousness of his situation, and let that awakening be when it would, it was sure to be awful. "All's right," said Crotchet. "Here's the vehicle, and the crib is shut up." Crotchet. "Yes, your worship. What is it? Why, you never looked at a feller in that sort of way before." "I never did have anything so important to say to you, Crotchet, nor did I ever place in your hands so important a trust. It is one that will make you or mar you, Crotchet. I have myself important business here, or I would myself take this man to Newgate. As it is, Crotchet, I wish to entrust you with that important piece of duty, and I rely upon you, Crotchet, for keeping an eye upon him and delivering him in safety." "It's as good as done," said Crotchet. "If he gets away from me, he has only another individual to do, and that's the old gent as is down below with the long tail. Lor, bless you, sir, didn't I say from the first, as Todd smugged the people as come to him to be shaved?" "You did, Crotchet." "Wery good. Then does yer think as I'm the feller all for to let him go when once I've got a hold of him? Rather not. I entrust you with him then, Crotchet. Take him away. I give him entirely into your hands." Upon this, Crotchet slid his arm beneath that of Sweeney Todd, and looking in his face with a most grotesque air of satisfaction, he said, "Kim up, Kim up." He then, by an immense exertion of strength, hoisted Todd completely over the doorstep, after which, catching him with both hands about the small of his back, he pitched him into the coach. "My eye," said the coachman, "has the man had a drop too much?" "He will have," said Crotchet, "some o' these odd days. To Newgate, to Newgate." Crotchet rode inside along with Todd, for fear he should be dull, he said, and the other officer got up outside the coach. And then off it went to that dreadful building that Todd had often grimly smiled at as he passed, but into which as a resident he had never expected to enter. Sir Richard Blunt remained in the shop of Sweeney Todd. The oil lamp that hung by a chain from the ceiling shed a tolerable light over all objects, and no sooner had the magistrate fastened the outer door after the departure of Crotchet with Todd than he stamped 3 times heavily upon the floor of the shop. This signal was immediately answered by 3 distinct taps from underneath the floor, and then the magistrate stamped again in the same manner. The effect of all this stamping and countersignals was immediately very apparent. The great chair which has played so prominent a part in the atrocities of Sweeney Todd slowly sunk, and the revolving plank hung suspended by its axle, while a voice from below called out, "Is all right, sir?" "Yes, Crotchet has taken him to Newgate. I am now alone, come up." "We are coming, sir. We all heard a little disturbance, but the floor is very thick, you know, sir. So we could not take upon ourselves to say exactly what was happening." "Oh, it's all right." He resisted, but by this time he is within the stone walls of Newgate. "Let me lend you a hand." Sir Richard Blunt stooped over the aperture in the floor, and the first person that got up was no other than Mr. Rankley the tobacconist. "How do you feel after your tumble?" said Sir Richard. "Oh, very well. The fact is they caught me so capitally below that it was quite easy. Todd did not think it worth his while to come down to see if I were alive or dead." "Ah, that was the only chance. But of course if he had done so, he must have been taken at once into custody. That would have been all. Come on, my friends, come on. Our trouble with regard to Todd is over now, I think." The 2 churchwardens of St. Dunstan's and the Beadle, and 4 of Sir Richard Blunt's officers, and the fruiterer from opposite, now came up from below the shop of Sweeney Todd, where they had been all waiting to catch Mr. Rankley when the chair should descend with him. "Conwulsions," said the Beadle, "I runned agin everybody when I seed him a-coming. I thought to myself, if a parochial authority had been served in that ere way, there would have been an end of the world at once." "I had some idea of asking you at one time to play that little part for me," said Sir Richard. "Conwulsions had you, sir?" "Yes, but now, my friends, let us make a careful search of this house, and among the first things we have to do is to remove all the combustible materials that Todd has stowed in various parts of it, for unless I am much deceived, the premises are in such a state that the merest accident would set them in a blaze." "Conwulsions?" then cried the Beadle. "I ain't declared out of danger yet then." Chapter 111, Mrs. Lovett Plans. We hasten to Bell Yard again. Mrs. Lovett's immersion in the Thames had really not done her much harm. Perhaps the river was a little purer than we now find it, and probably it had not entirely got rid of its name of the Silver Thames, in appellation that now would be really out of place, unless we can imagine some silver of a much more dingy hue than silver ordinarily presents to the eye of the observer. She soon, we find, settled in her own mind a plan of action, notwithstanding the rather complicated and embarrassing circumstances in which she found herself placed. That plan of action had for its basis the impeachment of Todd as a murderer, at the same time that it looked forward to her own escape from the hands of justice. Her first action was to quiet the cook in the regions below, for if she did not take some such step, she was very much afraid her establishment might come to a stand, still some few hours before she intended that it should do so. With this object, she wrote upon a little slip of paper the following words, and passed it into the cellar through an almost imperceptible crevice in the flooring of the shop. "Early tomorrow morning you shall have your liberty, together with gold to take you where you please. All I require of you is, that you do your ordinary duty tonight and send up the 9 o'clock batch of pies." This, she considered, could not but have its due effect upon the discontented cook, and having transmitted it to him in the manner we have described, she sat down at her desk to write the impeachment of Todd. In the course of an hour, Mrs. Lovett had filled 2 pages of writing paper with a full account of how persons met their death in the barber's shop. She sealed the letter, and directed it to Sir Richard Blunt in a bold free hand. "It is done," she said. "When I am far from London, as I can easily find the means of being, this will reach the hands of the magistrate to whom it is addressed, and who has the character of being sharp and active." Mrs. Lovett did not know how sharp and active Sir Richard had already been in her affairs. "He will act upon it. Todd, in the midst of his guilt, with many evidences of it about him, will be taken, and I shall escape. Yes, I shall escape, with about a tithe of what I ought to have, but I shall have revenge." On one of the shelves of the shop, certainly out of reach, but only just so, stood an old dirty-looking tin jar, such as fancy biscuits might be kept in. No one for a moment would have thought of looking for anything valuable in such a place. And yet, keeping the shop door locked the while, lest any intruder should at unawares pop in and see what she was about, it was to this tin can upon its dirty shelf that Mrs. Lovett cautiously went. "Those who hide can find," she muttered. "I warrant now that Todd had searched in every seemingly cunning and intricate hiding place in this whole house, and he has gone away disappointed. The secret of hiding anything is not to try to find some place where people may be baffled when they look, but to light upon some place into which they will not look at all." With these words, Mrs. Lovett took down the tin can, and having from the upper portion of it removed some dusty, moldy small biscuits, she dived her hand into it and fished up a leathern bag. The tape that held its mouth together was sealed, and a glance sufficed to convince Mrs. Lovett that it had not been touched. "Safe, safe," she muttered. "It is but £1,000, but it is safe, and it will enable me to fly from this place. It will enable me to have vengeance upon Todd. And small as the sum is, in some country, where money is worth more than it is in pampered England, I shall yet be able to live upon it. I will not complain if I have but the joy of reading an account of the execution of Todd. I fear I must deny myself the pleasure of seeing that sight." The little leathern bag she hid about her, and then she carefully replaced the tin case upon the shelf whence she had taken it, to disburthen it of its costly contents. After this, Mrs. Lovett got much calmer. She had not the least apprehension now of a visit from Todd. She saw by the state of the house that his search had been a prolonged one, and until he shut up his own shop, she did not expect that he would again think of coming to Bell Yard, and as that would be 10 o'clock, she fully believed that before then she would be far away. And then she sat behind her counter, looking only a shade or so paler than was her wont, and moving her lips slightly now and then as she settled in her own mind the course that she would take so as to baffle all pursuit. "With no luggage but my golden notes," she muttered, "I will leave this place at 9:30, by which time the last batch of pies will have been up and sold, and all will be quiet. That will be a little more money to me. Then on foot I will take my way to Highgate, yes, to Highgate, and I will trust no conveyance, for that might be a ready means of tracing me. I will go on foot. Then passing Highgate, I will go on foot upon the Great North Road until some coach overtakes me. It will not matter whither it be going, so that it takes me on that road, and by one conveyance and another I shall at length reach Liverpool, from which port I shall find some vessel starting to some place abroad, where I can live free from the chance of detection. Yes, that is the plan, that is the plan." Mrs. Lovett was a woman of some tact, and the plan of operations she had chalked out was all very well, provided such very malapropos proceedings had not taken place at Sweeney Todd's in the meantime. Little did Mrs. Lovett suspect what was there transpiring. And now we will leave her for a brief space behind her counter, ruminating, and at odd times smiling to herself in a ghastly fashion, while we pop down to the cellars, and take a glance at the impatient, imprisoned cook. About 10 minutes before he received the letter, the little flattering memorandum of Mrs. Lovett could be called from his mistress. The cook had been a little alarmed by a noise in the stone pantry, where the mysterious meat used to make its appearance. Upon proceeding to the spot with a light, he found lying upon the floor a sealed paper, upon lifting which he saw was addressed to himself, and at one corner was written the following words: "Definitive instructions for tonight from Sir Richard Blunt." To tear open the letter and to read it with great care was the work of a few moments only, and then drawing a long breath, the cook said, "Thank God, I shall not stop another night in this place. I shall be free before midnight. Oh, what an overpowering joy it will be to me once more to see the Skyta breathe pure fresh air, and to feel that I have bid adieu for ever to this dreadful, dreadful place." The poor cook looked around him with a shudder, and then he had hardly placed the magistrate's letter securely in his bosom, when the little missive from Mrs. Lovett came fluttering to his feet, through the crack in the roof. "'Tis well," he said when he had read it. "'Tis very well. This will chime in most admirably with my instructions from Sir Richard Blunt. Mrs. Lovett, I thank you. You shall have the 9 o'clock batch. Oh, yes, you shall have them. I am all obedience. Alas, if she whom I loved had not been false to me, I might yet, young as I am, feel the sunshine of joy in the great world again. But I can never love another, and she is lost to me forever. Aye, forever." With this, the poor cook, who but a few moments before had been so elated by the thoughts of freedom, sat himself down, and in quite a disconsolate manner rested his head upon his hands, and gave himself up to bitter fancy. "That she should be false to me," he said mournfully. "It does indeed almost transcend belief. She's so young, so gentle, so innocent, and so guileless. If an angel from heaven had come and told me as much, I should have doubted still, but I cannot mistrust the evidence of my own senses. I saw her. Yes, I saw her." The cook rose and paced the gloomy place to and fro in the restlessness of a blighted heart, and no one to look at him could for a moment have supposed that he was near his freedom from an imprisonment of the most painful and maddening description to one of his impatient temperament. But so it is with us all. No sooner do we to all appearance see the end of one evil, than with an activity of imagination worthy to be excited in better things, we provide ourselves with some real or unreal reason for the heartache. I will so contrive, said the cook, that before I leave forever the land of my birth, I will once more look upon her. Yes, I will once again drink in, from a contemplation of her wondrous beauty most delicious poison, and then when I have feasted my eyes, and perchance grieved my heart, I will at once go far away, and beneath the sun of other skies than this, I will wait for death. The more the poor cook thought of this unknown beauty of his, who surely had behaved to him very ill, or he could not have spoken of her in such terms, the more sorrow got upon his countenance, and imparted its sad sweetness to his tones. Surely the time had not been very far distant when that young man must have been in a widely different sphere of life to that limited one in which he now moved. Suddenly, however, he was recalled to a consciousness of what he had to do by the clock striking 7. He counted the strokes, and then pausing before one of the large ovens, he said, "The time has now come when I must cease to be making preparations to obey the mandate of my imperious mistress. She will not now be content merely to have issued her orders, but she will keep an eye upon me to see that they are being executed, and unarmed as I am, and without the knowledge of what power of mischief she may have, I feel that it would not be safe yet to provoke her. No, I must seem to do her bidding." With this, the cook set about the manufacture of the pies, and as it would really have been much more troublesome to sham making them than to make them in earnest, he really did manufacture 100 of them. But it was after all with a very bad grace that the poor imprisoned cook now made the pies, and probably so very indifferent a batch of those delicious pieces of pastry had never before found its way into the ovens of Mrs. Lovett. The cook was not wrong in his idea that his imperious mistress would take a peep at him before 9 o'clock. At about 8, the little grating in the high-up door was tapped by something that Mrs. Lovett had in her hand, with which to attract the attention of the cook. He looked up and saw her dimly. "Are you busy?" she said. "Yes, madam, as busy as the 9 o'clock batch usually makes me. Do you not hear the oven?" "I do tease well." "Ah, madam," said the dissembling cook, "it will be well, indeed, if you keep your word with me and set me tonight at freedom." "Do you doubt it?" "I have no particular reason to doubt it, further than that the unfortunate are always inclined to doubt too good news. That is all, madam. If you doubt, you will be agreeably disappointed, for I shall keep my word with you. You have done for me much better than I ever expected, and I will be grateful to you now that you are going. I have said that you shall not go without means, and you shall have a purse of 20 guineas to help you on your way wherever you wish." "How kind you are, madam. Ah, I shall be able now to forgive you for all that I have suffered in this place, and, after all, it has been a refuge from want." "It has. No one can be better pleased than I am to find you view things so reasonably. Send up the 9 o'clock batch, and then wait patiently until I come to you." "I will. Till then, good night." Mrs. Lovett left the grating, and as she went up to the shop, she muttered to herself, "They will, when they find him here, suspect he is an accomplice. Well, let them hang him for all I care. What can it matter to me?" Chapter 112. Mrs. Lovett finds that it is easier to plan than to execute. It wants 5 minutes to 9, and Mrs. Lovett's shop is filling with persons anxious to devour, or to carry away one or more of the 9 o'clock batch of savory, delightful, gushing gravy pies. Many of Mrs. Lovett's customers paid her in advance for the pies, in order that they might be quite sure of getting their orders fulfilled when the first batch should make its gracious appearance from the depths below. "Well, Jiggs," said one of the legal fraternity to another, "how are you today, old fellow? What do you bring it in?" "Oh, I ain't very blooming. The fact is, the Count and I and a few others made a night of it last evening, and somehow or another I don't think whiskey and water, half and half, and tripe go well together. I should wonder if they did. And so I've come for a pie just to settle my stomach. You see I'm rather delicate." "Ah, you are just like me, young man, there," said an elderly personage. "I have a delicate stomach, and the slightest thing disagrees with me. A mere idea will make me quite ill." "Will it really?" "Yes, and my wife she." "Oh, bother your wife. It's only 5 minutes to 9, don't you see? What a crowd there is, to be sure. Mrs. Lovett, you charmer, I hope you have ordered enough pies to be made tonight. You see what a lot of customers you have. Oh, there will be plenty. That's right. I say, don't push so. You'll be in time. I tell you don't be pushing and driving in that sort of way. I've got ribs. And so have I. Last night I didn't get a pie at all, and my old woman is in a certain condition, you see, gentlemen, and won't fancy anything but one of Lovett's veal pies. So I've come all the way from Newington to get one for. Hold your row, will you, and don't push. For to have the child marked with a pie on its behind there, I say, don't be pushing a fellow as if it were half price at a theatre. Each moment added some newcomers to the throng, and at last any strangers who had known nothing of the attractions of Mrs. Lovett's pie shop and had walked down Bellyard would have been astonished at the throng of persons. There assembled a throng that was each moment increasing in density and becoming more and more urgent and clamorous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, it is 9 at last. It strikes by old St. Dunstan's church clock, and in weaker strains the chronomedical machine at the pie shop echoes the sound. What excitement there is to get at the pies when they shall come. Mrs. Lovett lets down the square movable platform that goes on pulleys in the cellar. Some machinery, which only requires a handle to be turned, brings up 100 pies in a tray. These are eagerly seized by parties who have previously paid, and such a smacking of lips ensues as never was known. Down goes the platform for the next 100, and a gentlemanly man says, "Let me work the handle, Mrs. Lovett, if you please. It's too much for you, I'm sure." "Sir, you are very kind, but I never allow anybody on this side of the counter but my own people, sir. I can turn the handle myself, sir, if you please, with the assistance of this girl. Keep your distance, sir, nobody wants your help." "But my dear madam, only consider your delicacy. Really you ought not to be permitted to work away like a Negro slave at a winch handle. Really you ought not." The man who spoke thus obligingly to Mrs. Lovett was tall and stout, and the lawyers' clerks repressed the ire they otherwise would probably have given utterance to at thus finding anyone quizzing their charming Mrs. Lovett. "Sir, I tell you again that I don't want your help. Keep your distance, sir, if you please." "Now don't get angry, fair one," said the man. "You don't know, but I might have made you an offer before I left the shop." "Sir," said Mrs. Lovett, drawing herself up and striking terror into the hearts of the limbs of the law. "Sir, what do you want? Say what you want, and be served, sir, and then go. Do you want a pie, sir?" "A pie? Oh dear no, I don't want a pie. I would not eat one of the nasty things on any account. Pa!" Here the man spat on the floor. "Oh dear, don't ask me to eat any of your pies." "Shame, shame," said several of the lawyer's clerks. "Will any gentleman who thinks it a shame be so good as to step forward and say so a little closer?" Everybody shrunk back upon this, instead of accepting the challenge, and Mrs. Lovett soon saw that she must, despite all the legal chivalry by which she was surrounded, fight her battles herself. With a look of vehement anger, she cried, "Beware, sir, I am not to be trifled with. If you carry your jokes too far, you will wish that you had not found your way, sir, into this shop." "That, madam," said the tall, stout man, "is not surely possible, when I have the beauty of a Mrs. Lovett to gaze upon, and render the place so exquisitely attractive. But if you will not permit me to have the pleasure of helping you up with the next batch of pies, which, after all, you may find heavier than you expect, I must leave you to do it yourself." "So that I am not troubled any longer by you, sir, at all," said Mrs. Lovett. "I don't care how heavy the next batch of pies may happen to be, sir." "Very good, madam." "Upon my word," said a small boy, giving the side of his face a violent rub with the hope of finding the ghost of a whisker there. "It's really too bad." "Ah, who's that? Let me get at him." "Oh, no, no, I mean that it's too bad of Mrs. Lovett, my dear sir. Oh, don't." "Oh, very good, I am satisfied. Now, madam, you see that even your dear friends here, from Lincoln's Inn. Are you from the inn, small boy?" "Yes, sir, if you please." "Very good. As I was saying, Mrs. Lovett, you now must of necessity perceive that even your friends from the inn feel that your conduct is really too bad, madam." Mrs. Lovett was upon this so dreadfully angry that she disdained any reply to the tall, stout man, but at once she applied herself to the windlass, which worked up the little platform, upon which a whole tray of 100 pies was wont to come up, and began to turn it with what might be called a vengeance. How very strange it was! Surely the words of the tall, stout, impertinent stranger were prophetic, for never before had Mrs. Lovett found what a job it was to work that handle, as upon that night. The axle creaked, and the cords and the pulleys strained and wheezed, but she was a determined woman, and she worked away at it. "I told you so, my dear madam," said the stranger. "It is more evidently than you can do." "Peace, sir." "I am done. Work away, ma'am. Only don't say afterwards that I did not offer to help you, that's all." Indignation was swelling at the heart of Mrs. Lovett, but she felt that if she wasted her breath upon the impertinent stranger, she should have none for the windlass. So, setting her teeth, she fagged at it with a strength and a will that if she had not been in a right royal passion, she could not have brought to bear upon it on any account. There was quite an awful stillness in the shop. All eyes were bent upon Mrs. Lovett and the cavity through which the next batch of those delicious pies were coming. Those who had had the good fortune to get one of the first lot had only had their appetites heightened by the luxurious feast they had partaken of, while those who had had as yet none actually licked their lips and snuffed up the delightful aroma from the remains of the first batch. "Two for me, Mrs. Lovett," cried a voice. "One veal for me, 3 porks, 1 pork." The voices grew fast and furious. "Silence!" cried the tall, stout man. "I will engage that everybody shall be fully satisfied, and no one shall leave here without a thorough conviction that his wants in pies has been more than attended to." The platform could be made to stop at any stage of its upward progress, by means of a ratchet wheel and a catch, and now Mrs. Lovett paused to take breath. She attributed the unusual difficulty in working the machinery to her own weakness, contingent upon her recent immersion in the Thames. "Sir," she said between her clenched teeth, addressing the man who was such an eyesore to her in the shop. "Sir, I don't know who you are, but I hope to be able to show you when I have served these gentlemen that even I am not to be insulted with impunity." "Anything you please, madam," he replied. "In a small way, only don't exert yourself too much." Mrs. Lovett flew to the windlass again, and from the manner in which she now worked at it, it was quite clear that when she had her hands free from that job, she fully intended to make good her threats against the tall, stout man. The young, beardless scions of the law trembled at the idea of what might happen. And now the tops of the pies appeared. Then they saw the rim of the large tray upon which they were, and then just as the platform itself was level with the floor of the shop, up flew tray and pies, as if something had exploded beneath them, and a tall, slim man sprung upon the counter. It was the cook, who from the cellars beneath had laid himself as flat as he could beneath the tray of pies, and so had been worked up to the shop by Mrs. Lovett. "Gentlemen," he cried, "I am Mrs. Lovett's cook. The pies are made of human flesh. We shrink, we tremble at the idea of attempting to describe the scene that ensued in the shop of Mrs. Lovett contingent upon this frightful apparition, and still more frightful speech of the cook. But our duty to the public requires that we should say something upon the occasion. If we can do nothing more, we can briefly enumerate what did actually take place in some instances. About 20 clerks rushed into Bell Yard, and there and then, to the intense surprise of the passers-by, became intensely sick. The cook, with one spring, cleared the counter and alighted amongst the customers, and with another spring, the tall, impertinent man, who had made many remarks to Mrs. Lovett of an aggravating tendency, cleared the counter likewise in the other direction, and alighting close to Mrs. Lovett, he cried, "Madam, you are my prisoner." For a moment, and only for a moment, the cunning, and the redoubtable Mrs. Lovett lost her self-possession, and staggering back, she lurched heavily against the glass case next to the wall, immediately behind the counter. It was only for a moment, though, that such an effect was produced upon Mrs. Lovett. And then, with a spring like an enraged tigress, she caught up a knife that was used for slipping under the pies and getting them cleanly out of the little tins, and rushed upon the tall stranger. Yes, she rushed upon him, but for once in a way, even Mrs. Lovett had met with her match. With a dexterity that only long practice in dealings with the more desperate portion of human nature could have taught him, the tall man closed with her, and had the knife out of her hand in a moment. He at once threw it right through the window into Bell Yard, and then, holding Mrs. Lovett in his arms, he said, "My dear madam, you only distress yourself for nothing. All resistance is perfectly useless. Either I must take you prisoner, or you me, and I decidedly inclined to the former alternative. The knife that had been thrown through the window was not without its object, for in a moment afterwards Mr. Cratchit made his appearance in the shop. "All right, Cratchit," said he who had captured Mrs. Lovett. "First clap the bracelets on this lady." "Here yer is," said Cratchit. "Lor, mum, I had a eye on you months and months agon. How is you, mum, in your feelin's this here nice evening, mum?" A knife, oh, for a knife," cried Mrs. Lovett. "Exactly, mum," added Cratchit, as he with professional dexterity slipped the handcuffs on her wrists. "Would you like one with a hivery handle, mum, or would anything more common do, mum?" Mrs. Lovett fell to the floor, or rather she cast herself to it, and began voluntarily beating her head against the boards. They quickly lifted her up, and then the tall stranger turned to the cook, who, after leaping over the counter, had sat down upon a chair in a state of complete exhaustion, and he said, "Do you know the way to Sir Richard's office in Craven Street? He expects you there, I believe." "Yes, yes, but now that all is over, I feel very ill." "In that case, I will go with you then. Cratchit, who have you got outside?" "Only two of our pals, Muster Green, but it's all right, if so be as you leaves the lady to us." "Very well. The warrant is at Newgate, and the governor is expecting her instant arrival. You will get a coach at the corner of the yard, and be off with her at once." "All's right," said Cratchit. "I knowed as she'd be nabbed, and I had one already, you sees." "That was right, Cratchit. How amazingly quick everybody has left the shop. Why, what is all this?" As the officer spoke, about half a dozen squares of glass in the shop window of the house were broken in, and a ringing shout from a dense mob that was rapidly collecting in the yard came upon the ears of the officer. The two men whom Cratchit had mentioned with difficulty pressed their way into the shop, and one of them cried, "The people that were in the shop have spread the news all over the neighborhood, and the place is getting jammed up with a mob, every one of which is mad, I think, for they talk of nothing but of the tearing of Mrs. Lovett to pieces. They are pouring in from Fleet Street and Carey Street by hundreds at a time." Chapter 113. The Route to Newgate. Mrs. Lovett's danger from the mob. Mrs. Lovett, upon hearing these words, turned ghastly pale, but she did not speak. The officers looked at each other with something like dismay, and then before either of them could say another word, there arose a wild, prolonged shout from without. Out with her, kill her, tear her to bits and hang her on the lamp-post in the middle of Bell Yard. Out with her, drag her out, hang her, hang her." "The coach, you say, is waiting, Cratchit," said the officer, who had been entrusted by Sir Richard Blunt with the conduct of the whole business connected with Mrs. Lovett's capture. "It were," said Cratchit, "and that coachman ain't the sort of fellow to move on till I tell him. I knows him." "Very good, then we must make a dash for it, and get her away by main force. It must be done, let the risk and the consequences be what they may, and the sooner the better, too. Come on, madam." "Death, death," said Mrs. Lovett. "Kill me here, some of you, kill me at once, but do not let me be torn to pieces by a savage mob. Oh, God, they yell for my blood, save me from them and kill me here. A knife. Oh, for a knife." "And a fork too, mum," said Cratchit. "In course, if you want some. I tells you what it is, Mr. Green, that their mob is just savage, and we have about as much chance of getting her down to Fleet Street with her head on her shoulders as all of us have of flying over the blessed housetops. We must. It is our duty, and if we fail they must kill us, which I don't think they will do. Come on." "I will go with you," said the cook, starting up from the chair upon which he had on account of his weakness been compelled to seat himself. "I will go with you, and implore the people to let the law take its course upon this woman." "In the cupboard in the parlor," said Mrs. Lovett, speaking in a strange, gasping tone, "there is a letter addressed by me to Sir Richard Blunt. It will be worth your while to save it from the mob. Let me show you where to lay your hands upon it, and if you have any wish to take a greater criminal than I, go to the shop of one Sweeney Todd, a barber in Fleet Street. His number is 69. Seize him, for he is the head of all the criminality you can possibly impute to me. Seize him, and I shall be content." "The man you mention," said Mr. Green, "has been in Newgate an hour nearly." "Newgate?" "Yes, we took him first, and then attended to you. Todd captured in Newgate, and I in fancied security here remained wasting the previous moments upon which hung my life. Oh, fool, dolt idiot. A knife! "Oh, sirs, I pray you to give me the means of instant death. What can the law do but take my life? What have you all come here and plotted and planned for but to take my life? I will do it. Oh, I pray you to give me the means, and I will satisfy you in justice and die at once." Another loud roar from the infuriated people without drowned whatever the officer might have said in reply to this appeal from Mrs. Lovett. And again arose the wild shouts of, out with her, hang her, hang the murderess, hang her in the yard, out with her." "Forward," cried Mr. Green. "To hesitate is only to make our situation 10 times worse. Forward." "Hold a bit," cried Cratchit. "Let me speak to the people. I knows how to humor 'em. Only you see if I don't get her along. Come, mum, just step this a ways if yer pleases. Open the door, Mr. Cook, and let me out first." The cook opened the door, and before the mob could rush into the place, Cratchit stepped onto the threshold of the shop, and in a tremendous voice that made itself heard above all others, he cried, "Hurrah, hurrah!" Nothing is easier than to throw a cry into a crowd, and to get it echoed to your heart's content, and so some couple of hundred voices now immediately cried hurrah. And when the vast volume of sound had died away, Cratchit, in such a voice that it must have been heard in Fleet Street quite plainly, said, "My opinion is that Mrs. Lovett ought to be hung outright, and at once without any more bother about it." "Hurrah, hang her," shouted the mob. "And," added Cratchit, "I propose the lamp-post at the top of Fleet Market as a nice public sort of place to do the job in. She says she won't walk, but I have a coach in Fleet Street, and we will pop her into that, and so take her along quite snug." "Yes, yes," cried the people. "Bring her along, that will do." "Oh, will it?" muttered Crochet to himself. "What a precious set of ninnies you are. If I get her once in the coach, and she gets out again except to step into the stone jug, may I be hanged myself." "I think you have managed it, Cratchit," whispered Mr. Green. "I think that will do." "To be sure it will, sir. All's right. Bless your heart, mobs is the stupidest beasts as is. You may do anything you like with them if you will only let them have their own way a little, but if so be as you tries to fight 'em, they is all horns and porcupines, quills and stone walls and iron rails they is." "You are right enough, Cratchit. And now then let Smith stay here and mind the house, and shut it all up snug till the morning, when it can be thoroughly searched, and you and I and Simmons here will go with Mrs. Lovett." "And I too," said the cook. "We can go to Sir Richard's afterwards." So we can. Come on now." "You will deliver me up to the mob," screamed Mrs. Lovett. "Mercy, mercy, I shall be torn limb from limb. Oh, what a death! Are you men or fiends that you will condemn me to it? Mercy, mercy." This sudden passion of Mrs. Lovett's was the very thing the officers would have desired, inasmuch as it materially helped to deceive the mob, and to prevent any idea upon the part of the infuriated people that there was any collusion between the officers and Mrs. Lovett for the purpose of getting her safely to prison. They dragged her out into Bell Yard, and then the shouts that the mob set up was truly terrific. "Lights, links," cried a voice. "Let's show her the way." In a moment, an oil shop opposite to Mrs. Lovett's was plundered of a score or two of links, and being lighted with great rapidity from the solitary oil lamp that there stood in the middle of Bell Yard, they sent a bright lurid glare upon the sea of heads that seemed so close they might have been walked upon all the way to Fleet Street. Another shout echoed far and near, and then Cratchit took hold of one of Mrs. Lovett's arms, and Mr. Green hold of the other, and the cook and the other officers following. They all began slowly to make way through the mob. "Let's get along with her," cried Cratchit. "I have her tight. She won't get away. Some of you get a good stout rope ready and make a noose in it. We will hang her on the lamp-post at the top of the market. Bring her along. Make way a little. Only a little." Mrs. Lovett shrieked as she saw the sea of angry faces before, behind, and on all sides of her. She thought that surely her last hour was come, and that a far more horrible death than any she had ever calculated upon in her worst moments of depression was about to be hers. Her eyes were bloodshot, she bit her underlip through, and the blood poured from her mouth she each moment that she could gather breath to do so, raised a fearful shriek, and the mob shouted and yelled, and swayed to and fro, and the links were tossed from hand to hand, flashing and throwing around them thousands of bright sparks, and people rapidly joined the mob. Chapter 114. The cook waits upon Sir Richard Blunt and hears news. It took a quarter of an hour to reach the coach from the door of Mrs. Lovett's shop, a distance that in 20 steps anyone might have traversed. And, oh, what a quarter of an hour of horrible suffering that was to the wretched woman, whose crimes had so infuriated the populace that with one voice they called for her death. The coach door was opened, and Cratchit pushed his prisoner in. Mr. Green and the other officer and the cook followed her. "I will go on the box," said Cratchit. "Very well," said Green, "but be mindful of your own safety, Cratchit." "All's right. There ain't any more my sort in London, and I know I am rather a valuable piece o' goods. Has anybody got the rope ready for the lady?" "Here you are," said a man. "I have one." "You get up behind then," said Cratchit, "for of course you know we shall soon want you." "Yes, I will, that's right. It's all right, friends. I am to get up behind with the rope. Here's the rope." "Three cheers for the rope," cried somebody, and the cheers were given with deafening violence. What will not a mob give 3 cheers for, or any number of cheers you like to name? A piece of poor humanity in tinsel and fine linen, called a king or queen a popular cry a murderous a rope anything will suffice. Surely, Mr. Cratchit, you know something of the people. "Now," said Cratchit to the coachman, "are you as bold as brass and as strong as an iron file?" The coachman looked puzzled, but Mr. Cratchit pursued his queries. "Will these osses, if they is frightened a bit, cut along quick?" "Rather," said the coachman. "The blessed fact is that they won't cut along unless you do frighten them a bit, and as for me being an old file and having lots o' brass, I doesn't consider as I'm a bit worser nor my neighbors." "You is as hignorant as a badger," said Cratchit. "Make yourself easy and give me the reins. The mob's people thinks as we is a-going to hang the woman at the corner of Fleet Market, but if I lives another 10 minutes she will be in Newgate. There may be something of a scuffle, and if anything happens to you, or to the coach, or the osses, the county will pay handsomely, so now give me the reins. You may not like to whip through them, but I haven't the least objection." The coachman looked scared and nervous, but he gave up the reins and the whip to Cratchit, and then leaning back on the box, he waited with no small trepidation the result of the expected disturbance, while he had only Mr. Cratchit's word that the county would pay for handsomely. The short distance from the corner of Bell Yard to the end of Fleet Market was rapidly traversed, and when that interesting point was reached, the dense mass of people set up another shout and began to surround the lamp-post that was there, and to fill up all the avenues. "Get the rope up," said Cratchit. "Yes, yes, hurrah, hurrah, pull her out and hang her." The highly interesting process of getting the rope fixed upon the little projecting piece of iron, upon which the lamplighter was wont to rest his ladder, had the effect that Cratchit expected, namely, to attract general attention. And then, taking advantage of the moment, he seized the whip and used it with such effect upon the horses that, terrified and half-maddened, they set off with the coach at a tearing gallop. For a moment or two, and in that moment or two Mr. Cratchit with his prisoner got to the corner of the Old Bailey. The mob were so staggered by this unexpected elopement of the hackney coach that not a soul followed it. The idea that the horses had of their own accord started, being probably alarmed at the lynx, was the first that possessed the people, and many voices called out loudly, pull him in, saw their heads off." But when they saw Mr. Cratchit fairly turn into the Old Bailey, the trick that had been played upon them became apparent, and one yell of indignation and rage burst from the multitude. The pursuit was immediate, but Mr. Cratchit had too much the start of the mob, and long before the struggling, infuriated people, impeding each other as they tore along, had reached the corner of the Old Bailey, Mrs. Lovett was in the lobby of the prison, and the officers safely with her. She looked like a corpse. The color of her face was that of soiled white wax. But mobs, if they cannot wreak their vengeance upon what may be, for distinction's sake, called the legitimate object of their displeasure, will do so upon something else. And upon reaching the door of Newgate, and finding there was no sort of chance of getting hold of Mrs. Lovett, they took the horses out of the hackney coach and started them off through the streets to go where they liked. And then, dragging the coach to Smithfield, they then and there made a bonfire of it, and were very much satisfied and delighted indeed. "Now, mum," said Cratchit to Mrs. Lovett, "didn't I say I'd bring her to the old stone jug as safe as ninepence?" She only looked at him vacantly, and then, glaring around her with a shudder, she said, "And this is Newgate." Just a few, said Cratchit. The governor at this moment made his appearance and began to give orders as to where Mrs. Lovetts should be placed. A slight change of color came over her face as she said, "Shall I see Todd?" "Not at present," said the governor. "I should like to see him to forgive him, for no doubt it is to him that I owe this situation. He has betrayed me." The look which she put on when she uttered the words, "I should like to see him to forgive him," was so truly demoniac that it was quite clear if she did see Todd, that whether she were armed or not, she would fly upon him and try to take his life. And although in that she might fail, there would be very little doubt but that, in the process of failure, she would inflict upon him some very serious injury. It was not likely, though, that the officials of Newgate would indulge her with an opportunity. "You had better all of you wait here," said the governor to Mr. Cratchit and the officers and the cook, "until the mob is gone." "The street is quite clear, sir," said a turnkey. "They have taken the coach to knock it to pieces, I suppose, sir." "And I'm done up at last," said the coachman, wringing his hands, for he had, in fear for his own safety, made his way into the lobby of Newgate along with Mr. Cratchit. "I'm done up at last." "Not at all," said the governor. "We would not have lost such a prisoner as this Mrs. Lovett for the worth of 50 coaches. Every penny of your loss will be made good to you. There is a guinea. In the meantime go home, and do not distress yourself upon the subject, my good fellow." Upon this the coachman was greatly comforted, and with Mr. Cratchit and the officers, he left the lobby of Newgate at the same moment that Mrs. Lovett was led off into the interim of that gloomy and horrible abode. The object of the officer was now to get to the private office of Sir Richard Blunt as soon as possible, and let him know of the successful capture of Mrs. Lovett. Sir Richard, too, it will be remembered, had left a special message with the cook to repair to his office as soon as he could after his release from his bondage in Bell Yard, so that the liberated cook, who felt that he owed that liberation to the advice and assistance of Sir Richard, did not scruple to obey the directions of the magistrate at once. The private office of Sir Richard, it will be recollected, was in Craven Street, at the bottom of the Strand. Upon the route there, Mr. Cratchit and the cook held a long and very serious discourse about the proceedings of Mrs. Lovett, and if the cook was able to tell the active and enterprising Cratchit much that was curious regarding the underground operations at Mrs. Lovett's, he, in return, received some curious edifying information concerning the lady's business connection with Sweeney Todd, with the particulars of which the cook had been completely ignorant. By the time they reached Craven Street, therefore, the cook's eyes were considerably opened, and many matters that had been to him extremely obscure became all at once quite clear, so that he was upon the whole far from sorry for the companionship of the eccentric Cratchit on the road down the Strand to the magistrate's private office. Sir Richard was at home, and anxiously expecting them, so that upon the first hint of their presence they were introduced to him, and he received the report of the officer with evident satisfaction. "Thank God," he said, "two of the greatest malefactors the world ever saw are now in the hands of justice." "Yes," said Cratchit, "they are cotched." "You may depend, all of you," added Sir Richard, "that your conduct and great skill in exertions in this affair shall be by me communicated to the Secretary of State, who will not leave you unrewarded. Pray wait for me in the outer room. I have some private business with this gentleman." The officers were a little surprised to hear Sir Richard Blunt call Mrs. Lovett's cook "this gentleman," but they of course took no notice of the circumstance while in the presence of their principal, and in a few moments the magistrate was alone with the cook. From a cupboard in his room, then Sir Richard Blunt took wine and other refreshments, and laid them before the cook, saying, "Refresh yourself, my friend, but for your own sake, as your fare has been but indifferent for some time, I beg you to be sparing." "I will, sir. I owe you much, very much." "You are free now." "I am, sir." "And yet you are very unhappy." The cook started and changed color slightly. He filled, for himself, a glass of wine, and after drinking it he heaved a sigh as he said, "Sir, I am unhappy. I do not care how soon the world and I part, sir. The hope, the dream of my life has gone from me. All that I lived for, all that I cherished as the brightest expectation of joy in this world has passed away like a vapor, and left not a rack behind. I am unhappy, and better, far better, would it have been for me if Sweeney Todd had taken my life, or if by some subtle poison, Mrs. Lovett had shuffled me out of the world. I am unhappy. Indeed, and you really think you have nothing in this world now to live for? I do, but it is not a thought only. It is a knowledge. It is a fact that cannot be gainsaid or controverted. I tell you, sir, that I can never now hope to realize the happiness which was the daydream of my existence, and which has passed from me like a dream, never to come again. It was in the despair contingent upon such thoughts and feelings that I went to Mrs. Lovett and became her slave. But now I will be off far away from England, and on some foreign shore I will lay my bones. But, my good sir, you will be wanted on the trial of your old friend Mrs. Lovett. Cannot you hang the woman without my help? Yes, I think we might, but so material a witness to her infamy as yourself cannot be dispensed with. Of course, I do not pretend to be a conjurer, or to say to any man you shall be happy in spite of all your prognostications to the contrary. But from what you have told me of your story, I must confess that to my perception you take much too gloomy a view of your condition. Too gloomy? Exclaimed the cook, as he filled himself up another glass of wine. Too gloomy? My dear sir, you don't know how I loved that girl. You don't know how but it is no matter now. All that is past. O God, that she should be false to me, she of all persons in the great world. And so you will let this little disappointment of the heart place you in your youth quite beside all possible enjoyment? Is this wise, sir? Is it even manly? The poor cook was silent for a few moments, and then in a voice of deep emotion, he said, Sir, you don't know how much I loved her. You do not know how I pictured to myself happiness with her alone. You do not know, sir, how even when death stared me in the face, I thought of her and her only, and how but no matter, sir. She is false, and it is madness to speak of her. Let her go, sir. It is just possible that in the time to come, I may outlive the despair that now fills my heart. You surely will. I do not think it, but I will hope that I may. And have you really no hope, no innate lurking supposition in your mind, that you may be doing her an injustice in your suspicions of her faith? Suspicions? Aye, sir, suspicions, for even you must admit that you know nothing. Know nothing, sir. Absolutely nothing. You will find, if you come to consider the affair, that, as I say, you know nothing, but suspect much, and so upon mere suspicion you will make your future life miserable. I would not so bend to circumstances if the whole world stood up before me and told me I was right in my dread thoughts of one whom I had loved. The poor cook glanced at Sir Richard Blunt, and for the space of about half a minute not one word passed between them. Then in a low voice the cook said, You have read Romeo and Juliet, sir? Yes, what then? There is one line there, in which we read that. He jests at scars who never felt a wound. Well, how would you apply that line to the present circumstances? I would say you have never loved, sir, and I have loved. A broad assumption that, my friend, said Sir Richard Blunt, a very broad assertion indeed. But come, I have to spare a short time. Will you, in recompense for what I have done for you, relate to me more fully than you have done, how it is that you suspect her whom you loved of falsehood to you? Do not say loved, sir, I love her still. I am glad to hear it. I pray you to go on, and tell me now all, if you feel that you can have sufficient confidence in me, and that you can view me with a sufficient friendly feeling. Oh, sir, why do you doubt me? Do I not owe to you my life? Do I not owe it to you that I escaped the death that without a doubt was designed for me by Todd? And was it not by your persevering that at length I had patience enough to wait until the proper time had come for my release, when it could be accomplished without the shadow of a doubt as to the result? Well, said Sir Richard Blunt, with a smile, I hope then that I have established some claim upon you. So now tell me your story, my friend, and at the end of it I will, from my experience, do what I can to bring you substantial comfort. You shall hear all, sir, said the cook, but comfort and I have parted long since, I fear, from each other forever. Chapter 115. The cook becomes a very important personage. At this last declaration of Mrs. Lovett's late cook, regarding the tender adieu that he and Comfort had taken of each other, Sir Richard Blunt only smiled faintly, and slightly inclined his hand as much as to say, That is all very well, but I am waiting to hear your story, if you please. Well, sir, added the cook, you already know that I am not exactly what I seem, and that my being in that most abominable woman's employment as a cook was one of those odd freaks of fortune, which will at times detract the due order of society and place people in the most extraordinary positions. Exactly. I am, sir, an orphan, and was brought up by an uncle with every expectation that he would be kind and liberal to me as I progressed in years. But he had taken his own course and had made up his mind as to what I was to be, how I was to look, and what I was to say and to do, without asking himself the question if nature was good enough to coincide with him or not. The consequence was then that directly he found me very different from what he wished me to be, he was very angry indeed, and then I put the finishing stroke to his displeasure by committing the greatest crime that in his eyes I could commit. I fell in love. Humph. Yes, sir, that was just what he said at first, when some officious friend told of it, and sending for me he said, "You must give up all love nonsense if you wish to preserve my favor." Upon which I said, "Sir, did you never love?" "That is not the question," he said. "It is of your follies now, not mine, that we are speaking." And so he turned me out of the room. And what did you do? Did you give up your love? No, sir. If he had asked me to give up my life, that would have been much easier to me. Go on, what then happened? Why, sir, my uncle and I met very seldom, but there was one upon my track that he paid to follow me and to report my actions to him, and that spy that I had caught him. That spy made my uncle acquainted with the fact that I continued, despite his prohibition, to meet with the only being who ever awakened in my bosom a tender feeling, and so I was abandoned by my relative and left penniless almost. But you had youth and health. I had, and I resolved to make use of those advantages as best I might, by endeavoring while they lasted, frail and fluttering possessions as they are, to make a home for myself and for her whom I loved. The feeling, I presume, was reciprocal. I thought so. Was it only a thought then? Alas, no, it was a certainty, and if an angel with wings fresh spread from heaven, and carrying upon them the soft light of an eternal world, had come to me and told me that she would be false to me, I would not have believed as much. And yet, as you say, I have found her false. Well, Sir Richard, let me proceed. The thought of her unmans me at moments, but in time I may recover from such feelings. Most unquestionably you will. And then you will look to your present condition of mind with such a smile of incredulity, and only a faint faith in your own memory that paints you such feelings. I cannot say, sir, that it will not be so, but I do not think so. To proceed, however. I heard that an expedition was about to start to explore some rich islands in the Southern Sea. If successful, everyone who took part in it would be enriched, and if unsuccessful, I could not lose my life in a better cause than in trying to make a happy home for her whom I love. I at once embraced the proposition and became one of the adventurers, much against the inclination of the gentle girl whom I loved, and who in imagination pictured to herself 1,000 dangers as involved in the enterprise. You went. I did, and with every hope of returning in about a year an independent man. I thought little of the perils I was about to encounter in my voyage. I and the fair girl upon whom I had fixed my best hopes and affections parted after many tears and protestations of fidelity. I kept my faith. And she broke hers. As you think. You cannot be too cautious, my young friend, in making assertions of that character. Cautious, sir? Am I to believe the evidence of my own eyes, or am I not? Not always, said Sir Richard Blunt calmly, but I pray you go on with your narrative. I will. The principal object of the voyage failed entirely, but by pure accident I got possession of a string of pearls, of very great value indeed, which, provided I could get home in safety, would value in Europe quite a sufficient sum to enable us to live in comfort. But the dangers of the deep assailed us. We were wrecked, and fully believing that I should not survive, I handed the pearls to a stronger comrade, and begged him to take them to her whom I had loved, to tell herself my fate, and to bid her not weep for me, since I had died happy in the thought that I had achieved something for her. And so, my friend and I parted. I was preserved and got on board a merchant vessel bound for England, where I arrived absolutely penniless. But I had a heart full of hope and joy. For if I could but find my poor girl faithful to me, I felt that we might yet be happy, whether my comrade had lived to bring to her the pearls or not. And you found her. You shall hear, sir. I walked from Southampton to London, subsisting on the road as best I could. Sometimes I met with kind treatment at farmhouses, and sometimes with quite the reverse, until at length I reached London tolerably exhausted, as you may suppose, and in anything but a good plight. Well, but you found your girl all right, I suppose. No, I walked up the Strand, and as some of our happiest interviews had taken place in the Temple Gardens, I could not resist turning aside for a moment to look at the old familiar spot, when what do you think was the sight that met my eyes? I really can't say. I will tell you, sir. I saw her whom I loved, the young and beautiful girl for whom I had gone through so much, the being upon whose faith and constancy I would at any time have staked my life, the, as I thought, most innocent, guileless creature upon the face of the earth. Well, well, my good friend, what did you see this paragon of perfection about? You will not believe it, sir. Oh, yes, I shall do not be afraid of that, I shall believe it. Your narrative bears too much the stamp of truth about it for me to doubt it for a moment. I pray you to go on. I will then. The first object that met my eyes in that Temple Garden was the being whom I loved so fondly, leaning upon the arm of a man in a military undress, leaning. Did I say, upon his arm? She was almost upon his breast, and he was actually supporting her with one of his arms round her waist. Well, what, sir, is that all you can say to it? Would you say, well, if you saw the only creature you ever loved in such a situation, sir? Well, indeed. My dear friend, do not get excited now. Oh, sir, it would excite a stick or a stone. Excuse me, then, for having said, well, and go on with your story. What did she say to excuse herself to you? 'Tis well, sir, of course, I cannot expect others to feel as I do upon such an occasion. I did not speak to her, sir. The sight of such perfidy was enough for me. From that moment, she fell from the height I had raised her to in my imagination, and nothing she could say, and nothing I could say, would raise her up again. And you then only walked away. That is all. With such a pang at my heart at the moment as I wonder did not kill me, I walked away and left her to her own conclusions. Then, my young friend, you did the very reverse of what I should have done, for you should have gone up to her, and politely taken leave of her, so as to let her know at all events that you were aware of her perfidy. I should not have been content to let her have the satisfaction of thinking I was at the bottom of the sea while she was enjoying a flirtation with her officer. But of course, different people take different courses upon emergencies. There is one thing, however, that I wonder you did not inquire about. What was that? Your string of pearls. How could you tell but that your friend had got to London and had actually given her the pearls with your message appended to them? I really am surprised that you did not step forward and say, "Oblige me, miss, with my pearls, if you no longer favor me with your affections." No, no. To tell the truth, I was too heartbroken at the time to care about anything in all the world. I had lost her who was to me the greatest jewel it had ever contained, and I cared for nothing else. I do believe I was a little mad, for I walked about the rest of that day, not knowing where I went to, and at last I found myself, tired, worn out, famishing, opposite to Mrs. Lovett's shop window, and the steam of those abominable pies began to tempt me, so much that I went into the shop. And after some talk, I actually accepted the situation of cook to her, and there, but for you, I should have breathed my last. Not a doubt of it. And now, my young friend, you know that I am a police magistrate, and I dare say you have heard a great deal about my sources of information, and the odd way in which I find out things when folks think they keep them a profound secret. You have told me all your history, but you have thought proper, as you were, if you pleased, quite justified in doing, to withhold your name. I have done so, but I hardly know why. I will tell it to you, however, now. Hold, I know it. You know it, sir. Yes, your name is Mark and Jestry. It is, indeed, but how you came to know that, sir, is to me most mysterious. Oh, I know more than that. The name of the young lady who, you believe, played you such a trick is Johanna Oakley. Mark and Jestry, for it was indeed no other, sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Are you man or devil, that you know what I have never breathed to you? Don't be surprised, my young friend. I can tell you a little more than that even. The friend to whom you entrusted your string of pearls was named Francis Thornhill, and his dog let me see his large dog was called Hector. Mark Industry trembled excessively, and sinking back in his seat, he turned very pale. "This must be a dream," he said, "or you, sir, get your information from the spirits of the dead." "Not at all. But have you faith in my inspiration now sufficient to induce you to believe anything that I may tell you?" "In good truth, I have, and I may well have, for after what you have already told me, your power of knowledge cannot by me be for one moment doubted." "Very well, then. In the first place, Mr. Francis Thornhill reached London in safety." "He did." "I tell you so. He arrived in London with your string of pearls in his pocket. He fully believed you were dead. Indeed, he fancied that he had seen the last of you, and was quite prepared to say as much to Miss Johanna Oakley. And he did. That will be some excuse for her, if she thought that I was gone." "No, he did not. On his route he turned into the shop of Sweeney Todd to be shaved, and there he was murdered." "Murdered?" "Yes, most foully murdered. And the string of pearls got into the possession of that man, proving ultimately one of the means by which his frightful villainous crime came to light. The dog remained at Todd's door seeking for its master, to the great discomfiture of the murderer, who made every effort within his power for its destruction, in which however he did not succeed. Gracious heaven, my poor friend Thornhill to meet with such a fate, O God, and all on account of that fatal string of pearls. O Thornhill, Thornhill, rather would I have sunk for ever beneath the wave than such a dreadful end should have been yours." "The past cannot be recalled," said Sir Richard. "It is only with the present and with the future that we have anything to do now. Would you like to hear more?" "More of whom? Is he not dead, my poor friend?" "Yes, he is dead, but I can tell you more of other people. I can tell you that Johanna Oakley was faithful to you. I can tell you that she mourned your loss as you would wish her to mourn it, knowing how you would mourn hers. I can tell you that the gentleman's arm she was leaning upon was only a dear friend, and that the fact of her having to be supported by him at the unlucky moment when you saw this was solely owing to the deep grief she was plunged into upon your account." "Oh, no, no, no." "I say yes. It was so, Mr. Industry, and if you had at that moment stepped forward, you would have saved yourself much misery, and you would have saved her such heartbreaking thoughts, and such danger as it will frighten you to listen to." Chapter 116. Johanna is amply paid for her brief service at Todd's. Upon hearing all this, poor Mark Industry turned very faint and fell back in his chair, looking so pale and wan that Sir Richard Blunt was compelled to go across the room to hold him up. After giving him a glass of wine, he recovered, and with a deep sigh he said, "And so I have wronged her after all. Oh, my Johanna, I am unworthy of you." "That," said Sir Richard, "is a subject entirely for the young lady's own consideration, N.O.W." Mark Industry looked curiously in the face of Sir Richard Blunt, as with marked emphasis upon each letter he said, "N.O.W." But he had not to wait long for an explanation of what it meant. A door at the back of the room was flung open, and Johanna sprung forward with a cry of joy. In another moment she was in the arms of Mark Industry, and Sir Richard Blunt had left the room. It would be quite impossible, if we had the will to attempt it, for us to go through the scene that took place between Johanna Oakley and Mark Industry in the magistrate's parlour. For about half an hour they quite forgot where they were, or that there was anyone in the world but themselves. At the end of that period of time, though, Sir Richard Blunt gently walked into the room. "Well," he said, "have you come to any understanding about that military man in the Temple Gardens?" Johanna sprang towards the magistrate, and placing her arms upon his breast, she kissed him on the cheek. "Sir," she said, "you are our very dear friend, and I love you as I love my father." "God bless you," said Sir Richard. "You have, by those few words, more than repaid me for all that I have done. Are you happy?" "Very, very happy." "So very happy, sir," said Industry, as his eyes glistened through tears of joy, "that I can hardly believe in its reality. And yet you are both so poor." "Ah, sir, what is poverty when we shall be together?" "We will face that foe, Mark, I think," said Johanna with a smile, "and he shall not extort a tear from us." "Well," said Sir Richard, as he opened his desk, "since you are not to be knocked down by poverty, what say you to riches? Do you know these, Mr. Industry?" "Why, that is my string of pearls." "Yes, I took this from Todd's escritoire myself, and they are yours and Johanna's. Will you permit me always to call you Johanna?" "Oh, yes, yes, do so. All who love me call me Johanna." "Very well. This string of pearls, I have ascertained, is worth a sufficient sum to place you both very far above all the primary exigences of life. It will be necessary to produce them at the trial of Sweeney Todd, but after that event, they will be handed to you to do what you please with them, when you can realize them at once and be happy enough with the proceeds." "If my poor friend Thornhill," sighed Mark in Jestry, "could but have lived to see this day." "That indeed would have been a joy," said Johanna. "Yes," said the magistrate, "but the grave has closed on his poor remains, at least, I may say so figuratively. He was one of Todd's victims, one of his numerous victims, for I do believe that, for a long time, scarcely a week passed that did not witness some 3 or 4 murders in that man's shop." "Horrible." "You may well use that expression in speaking of the career of Sweeney Todd. It has been most horrible, but there cannot be a doubt of his expiating his crimes upon the scaffold, together with his partner in guilt, Mrs Lovetts." Mark in Jestry gave a shudder as that woman's name was mentioned, for it put him in mind of the cellar where he had lived so long, and where it was only by the most good fortune that he had not terminated his career. Before they could say any more, one of the officers in attendance upon Sir Richard announced Colonel Geoffrey. "Ah, that is your dreadful military rival," said Sir Richard to Ingestry. "That is the gentleman whom you saw in the garden of the Temple with Johanna. I have much to thank him for. His conduct to Johanna has been most noble." The colonel smiled when he saw Mark in Jestry and Johanna, for he well knew, from private information he had got from the magistrate, that Mark in Jestry and Mrs Lovett's cook were identical. And holding out his hand to the young man, he said, "Accept of my best and sincerest wishes, Mr. Ingestry." "And you, sir," said Mark, "accept of my best thanks. Our gratitude is largely due to you, sir. I am quite repaid by this very happy result, and I have the pleasure of informing you, Sir Richard, that poor Tobias is very much better indeed." "Which I am rejoiced to hear," said Sir Richard. "And now, my dear Johanna, it is time for you to go home. You will hear from me in the morning, for I intend to do myself the pleasure of calling upon your father and explaining all to him, for there are some circumstances that he is yet in ignorance of, and particularly concerning Mr. Ingestry." "I will walk with you to your door, Johanna," said Mark, rising and tottering. "No," said Sir Richard Blunt, "that must not be tonight. Do not let him, Johanna. He is by far too weak and unwell to do anything of the kind. A calm and long night's rest here will do him a world of good. Business prevents me from leaving the office, but I dare say the colonel will see Johanna in safety." "With pleasure," said Colonel Geoffrey, "if Mr. Ingestry has no objection to my doing so." "Sir," said Mark, "there is no one in all the world that I would more cheerfully see protecting my Johanna. I feel that I am in too great a state of exhaustion to go out. I leave her to your care, sir." "That is right," said Sir Richard Blunt. "Now, good night, Johanna, and God bless you. You will see me in the morning, recollect." Mark in Jestry took a parting embrace of Johanna, and then she went off with the colonel, who, on their road home, told her how he and Arabella had got so far as to fix their wedding day, and how he should not feel at all happy unless both she and Mark in Jestry were at the ceremony. Indeed, he hoped, he said, that they might give the parson only one trouble by being married upon the same occasion. Johanna warded this last part of the colonel's speech, but she was fervent in her hopes that he and Arabella would be so very happy, and in her praises of her young friend. So in very pleasant discourse indeed, they reached the old spectacle-maker's shop, and then the colonel shook hands with Johanna, and bade her a kind and friendly adieu, and she was let in by to her immense surprise her mother. Mrs. Oakley fell upon Johanna's neck in a passion of tears, crying, "Come, my child, come to your mother's heart, and tell her that you forgive her for much past neglect and unkindness." "Oh, mother," said Johanna, "do not speak so. There is nothing to forgive, and if you are happy and we are all good friends, we will never think of the past." "That's right, my dear," said Mr. Oakley from the passage. "That's right, my love. Come in, both of you." But it is necessary that we should briefly state how it was that this wonderful change in the behavior of Mrs. Oakley came about, and for that purpose we must retrace our steps a little. the reader will be so good as to recollect that the last time Mrs. Oakley was introduced to his notice, she was encumbered by Mr. Lupin, and had the pleasure of introducing that gentleman to the notice of Big Ben the beefeater, who had quickly put all idea of escape out of the question, as regarded that highly religious personage. At that point, the presence of other events compelled us to leave the lady and repair to Todd's shop, and to Mrs. Lovett's little concern in Bell Yard. The appearance of Lupin's face when he found that he was in the grasp of Big Ben would have been quite a study for a painter. It transcended all description, and for the moment seemed as if he were bidding farewell to this world and to all his iniquities in it, without the intervention of the law. But in a few moments he recovered from this condition, and sliding on to his knees, and in a whining tone, he cried, "Mercy, mercy, oh, let me go." "At the end of a rope," said Big Ben. "Easy does it. What has he been and done, Mrs. O?" "Murder, murder." A crowd of people soon began to collect around them, and then Lupin made an effort to thrust himself out of the grasp of Big Ben, but the only result of the effort was very nearly to strangle himself. "You are killing the man, you great brute," cried a woman. "You are throttling the poor man." "He will be murdered," shouted another female. "Oh, you great wretch, do you want to take his life?" "Listen to me," said Mrs. Oakley. "He has murdered his poor wife, and that is the reason I have asked that he should be held tight." "Murdered his wife?" exclaimed about 12 females in chorus. "Murdered his wife? Then hanging is a great deal too good for him. Hold him tight, sir, do. Oh, the wretch." The tide of popular feeling fairly turned against Mr. Lupin, and Big Ben had as much difficulty now in preserving the half-dead wretch from popular fury as if he had been accused of any other crime. He might have had to prevent popular sympathy from aiding his escape. "Oh," cried one lady, of rather extensive proportions, who was the wife of a baker, "I should like to have him in a brisk oven for an hour and a half." "And I," said the lady of a butcher, "would see him slaughtered without so much as winking at him." "And serve him right, the wagabone," cried Big Ben. "Come along, will you, you ill-looking scarecrow? Easy does it. Will you walk? Oh, very well, don't. Who are you?" A little man with a constable's staff in his hand rushed before Ben, crying out, "What is it? What is it? I'm a constable. What is it?" "Murder," said Mrs. Oakley. "I give that man in charge for murdering his wife. I saw him do it." "That will do," said the constable. "Give him to me. I'll take him. He dare not resist me. I'll have him." Big Ben looked at the constable, and then he shook his head, as he said very gravely, "I tell you what it is, my little man, you ain't fit to tussle with such a fellow as this. I'll take him along for you." "Where is he to go?" "To the roundhouse, in course, but I'm a constable. I must take him. I will take him." "Give him to me, sir. Directly I will have him. I must go with him." "Wait a minute," said Ben. "Easy does it. You must go with him, you say. Very good, easy does everything." With this, Ben grasped Mr. Lupin round the middle, and placed him under his left arm, and suddenly pouncing, then, upon the constable, he caught him up and placed him under the right arm. And then away he walked, to the admiration of the populace, and paying about as much attention to the kicking of the constable and the kicking of Mr. Lupin, as though they were two dogs that he was carrying home. And so, the murderer was taken to the roundhouse, where Mrs. Oakley duly preferred the charge against him, and promised to substantiate it before a magistrate when called upon so to do. Chapter 117 shows how Mrs. Oakley reconciled herself to everybody at home. When Ben and Mrs. Oakley had thus disposed of Mr. Lupin, and left him to his solitary and not very pleasant reflections in a cell of the roundhouse, they found themselves together in the open street, and Ben, as he cast a woeful glance at her, said, "Well, how does your feel now? Easy does it. Oh, you ain't aben and behaved yourself properly lately. You is like the old bear as we calls Nosy. He's always a-doing what he shouldn't, and always never doing what he should." "Ben." "Well, blaze away. What is you going to say now?" "I feel, Ben, that I am a very different woman from what I was very different." "Then you must have gained by the exchange, for you was, I will say it, anything but a pleasant bit o' goods. There's poor old Oakley a-making of spectacles all days, and a-wearing of his old eyes out, and there's Miss Johanna, bless her heart. As wise a little bit o' human nature as you'd wish to see, whether she's in petticoats or the other things. And yet you neglects 'em both, all for to run arter a canting, snivelling wagabone like this Lupin, that we wouldn't have among the beastacies at the tower, if so be he'd come and offer himself. I know it, Ben, I know it. You know it, why didn't you know it before? I don't know, Ben, but my eyes are open now. I have had a lesson that to my dying day I shall never forget. I have found that piety may only be a cloak with which to cover up the most monstrous iniquity. Oh, you have made that discovery, have you? I have indeed, Ben. Well, I knowed as much as that when I was a small baby. It only shows how backard some folks is in coming forward with their education. Yes, Ben. Well, and what is you going to be arter now? I wish to go home, and I want you to come with me, and to say a kind word for me. I want you to tell them how I now see the error of my ways, and how I am an altered woman, and mean to be a very, very different person than I was. Here Mrs. Oakley's genuine feelings got the better of her, and she began to weep bitterly. And Ben, after looking at her for a few moments, cried out, Why, it's real, and not like our hyena that only does it to gammon us. Come, Mother Oakley, just pop your front paw under my arm, and I'll go home with you, and if you don't get a welcome there, I'm not a beefeater. Why, the old man will fly right bang out of his wits for joy. You should only see what a house is when the mother and the wife don't do as she ought. Mother O, you should see what a bit of fire there is in the grate, and what a hearth. I know it, I ought to know it. You ought to know it, added Ben, putting himself into an oratorial attitude. You should only see the old man when dinner time comes round. He goes into the parlor and he finds no fire, then he says, Dear me. Yes, yes. Then he gives a boy a halfpenny to go and get him something that don't do him no sort of good from the cook's shop. And sometimes the boy nabs the halfpenny and the shilling both, and ain't never heard of again by any means no more. No doubt, Ben. Then, when tea comes round, it don't come round at all, and the old man has none. But he takes in a ha'porth of milk in a jug without a spout, and he drinks that up, cold and miserable, with a penny loaf, you see. Yes, yes. And then at night, when there ought to be a little sort of comfort round the fireside, there ain't none. But Johanna, Ben, there is Johanna. Johanna. Yes, is she not there to see to some of her father's comforts? She loves him, I know she does, Ben. Ben placed his finger by the side of his nose, and in an aside to himself, he said, Now I'll touch her up a bit now, I'll punish her for all she has done, and it will serve her right. Then, elevating his voice, he added, Did you mention Johanna? Yes, Ben, I did. Then I'm sorry you did. Perhaps you think she's been seeing to the old man's comforts a little airing his nightcap, and so on, eh? Is that the idea? Yes, I know that she would do anything gladly for her father. She was always most tenderly attached to him. Humph. Why do you say humph, Ben? Just answer me one question. Mrs. O, did you ever hear of a young girl as was neglected by her mother, who of all ought to be the person to attend to her turning out well? Do not terrify me, Ben. Well, all I have got to say is that Johanna can't be in two places at once, and as she isn't at home, how, I would ask any reasonable Christian, can she attend to the old man? Not at home, Ben. Not at home. Oh, heaven, why did I not stay in that dreadful man's house and let him murder me? Why did I not tell him at once that I knew of his crime and implore him to make me his next victim? Oh, Ben, if you have any compassion in your disposition, you will tell me all, and then I shall know what to hope and what to dread. Well, said Ben, here goes then. What goes? I mean I'm a-going to tell you all, as you seem as if you'd like to know it. Do, oh do. Then of course Johanna being but a very young piece of goods, and not knowing much o' the ways o' this here world, and the habits and manners o' the wild beastacies as is in it, when she found as the old house wasn't good enough for her mother, she naturally enough thought it wasn't good enough for her, you know. Oh, this is the most dreadful stroke of all. I should say it were, said Ben, quite solemnly. Take it easy, though, and you'll get through it in the course of time. Well then, when Johanna found as everything at home was 6s and 7s, she borrowed a pair of what do call M's of some boy and a jacket, and off she went. She what? She put on a pair of thingummyswell breeches then, if you must have it, and away she went, and the last I saw of her was in Fleet Street with 'em on. Gracious heaven! Very likely, but that don't alter the facts of the case, you know, Mrs. Oh, On she had 'em, and all I can say is that you might have knocked me down flat to see her, that you might. I didn't think I should ever have got home to the beastacies in the tower again, it gave me such a turn. Lost. What do you say, what have you lost now? My child, my Johanna. Oh, to be sure. But then Mrs. O, you ought to have stayed at home and gived her ever so much good advice, and when you saw she was bent upon putting on the boys' things, you as a mother ought to have said, my dear, take your legs out of that if you're pleases, and if you don't, I'll pretty soon make you. And then stayed and give the affair up as a bad job that wouldn't pay, and took to morals. Yes, 'tis I and I only who am to blame. I have been the destruction of my child. Farewell, Ben. You will perhaps in the course of time not think quite so badly of me as you now do. Farewell. Hold, cried Ben as he clutched the arm of Mrs. Oakley only the more tightly in his own. What are you at now? Death is now my only resource. My child is lost to me, and I have driven her by my neglect to such a dreadful course. I cannot live now. Let me go, Ben. You will never hear of me again. If I let you go, may I be well, no matter. Come on. It's all one, 100 years hence. But at present it is madness and despair. Let me go, I say. The river is not far off, and beneath its waters I shall at least find peace for my breaking heart. Let my death be considered as some sort of expiation of my sins. Stop a bit. No. But I say, yes. Things ain't quite so bad as you think 'em, only it was right me, just to let you know what they might have been. What do you tell me? Why, that there ain't a better girl than Johanna in all the world, and that if all the mothers that ever was or ever will be had neglected her and set her all their bad examples in the universal world, she would still be the little angel that she is now, and no mistake. Then she is not from home, it is all a fable. Not quite, Mrs. O, just you trot on now comfortably by the side of me, and I will tell you the whole particulars, and then you will find that there ain't no occasion to go plumping into the river on Johanna's account. Poor Mrs. Oakley, with delight beaming upon every feature of her face, now listened to Ben while he explained the whole matter to her, as far as he himself was cognizant of it. And if he did not offer to be very explicit in minor details, she at all events heard from him quite enough to convince her that Johanna was all that the tenderest mother could wish. Oh, Ben, she said, as the tears coursed each other down her cheeks, how could you torture me as you have done? All for your own good, said Ben. It only lets you see what might have happened if Johanna had not been the good little thing that she is, that's all. Well, perhaps it is for the best that I should have suffered such a pang, and I only hope that heaven will accept of it as some sort of expiation of my wickedness. If you had not held me, Ben, I should certainly have taken my life. Not a doubt about it, said Ben, and a pretty kittle of fish you would then have made of the whole affair. However, that's all right enough now, and as for old Oakley, all you have got to do is to go into the shop and say to him, here I am, and I am sorry for the past, which I hope you will forgive, and for the future I will strive to be a good wife. Must I say that, Ben? Yes, to be sure. If you are ashamed to say what's right, you may depend upon it you haven't much inclination to do it. You have convinced me, Ben. I will humble myself. It is fit and proper that I should. So I will say as nearly as I can recollect just what you have told me to say. You can't do better, and here we are at the corner of the street. Now if you would rather go in by yourself without me, only say the word and I'm off. Mrs. Oakley hesitated for a moment, and then she said, Yes, Ben, I would rather go alone. Very good. I think it's better too, so goodbye, and I'll call tomorrow and see how you are all getting on. Do so, Ben. No one can possibly be more welcome than you will be. You will be sure to come tomorrow. Rather. With this, Ben walked away, and Mrs. Oakley entered the house. What then passed we do not feel that we ought to relate. The humiliations of human nature, although for the best of purposes, and for the ultimate happiness of the parties themselves, are not subjects for the pen of the chronicler. Suffice it, that Mr. and Mrs. Oakley were perfectly reconciled, and were happy upon that day. Chapter 118 takes a peep at Tobias at the Colonel's house. The more stirring events of our story have compelled us in some measure to neglect poor Tobias. He had suffered very much from that visit of Todd's to the Colonel's house, and it had a very prejudicial effect upon his mind too, inasmuch as it deprived him of that feeling of security, which had before possessed him beneath that roof. The colonel felt this very acutely, and he could not help perceiving by Tobias's manner that the faith he put in his assurance that Todd could not possibly again come near him was not full and complete. Under these circumstances, then, it was a very great satisfaction to the colonel to be able to make the gratifying communication he had it in his power to make to Tobias on the morning following the arrest of Todd and Mrs. Lovett. The illness contingent upon the fright that Todd had given the poor boy, or the relapse as we might call it, had in a great measure worn off, and if Tobias's mind could have been quite at ease, his recovery would have been as rapid as anyone could possibly have wished or expected. As soon as he was up and about upon the following morning, then, after the arrests, the colonel sought Tobias's room, and with a cheerful smile upon his face he said, "Well, Tobias, I come to bring you good news." "Indeed, sir," said Tobias, his color coming and going in flushes, "I am very weak and an if." Come, Tobias. What I am going to tell you will strengthen you, I know. Todd is in Newgate." Tobias drew a long breath. "Todd is in Newgate," he replied. "Todd is in Newgate, the walls are very thick, I am safe now." "Yes, you are indeed, Tobias. The walls of Newgate are thick, and the doors are massive and well guarded. Be assured that Todd will never issue out at them, but to his execution. Your old cunning enemy is at length more powerless by a great deal than you are, and from this moment you may completely banish all fear from your mind upon his account." "And the woman, sir, Mrs. Lovetts? She is in Newgate likewise." Both, and their crimes then are all known at last, and there will be no more murders, and no more poor boys driven mad as I was. Oh, God be thanked, it is indeed all over now, all over." With this Tobias burst into tears, and relieved his surcharged heart of a load of misery. In the course of about 5 minutes, he looked up with such a great smile of happiness upon his face that it was quite a joy to see it. "And you, sir, you," he said, "my dear friend, have done all this." "Not all, Tobias. I have helped in every way that lay in my power to bring the affair about, but it is Sir Richard Blunt the magistrate, who has toiled day and night almost in the matter, and who has at last brought it to so successful an issue that the guilt of both Todd and Mrs. Lovett can be distinctly and clearly proved without the shadow of a doubt. Unhappy wretches! They are, indeed, Tobias, unhappy wretches, and may heaven have mercy upon them. Some other old friends of yours, too, will, before nightfall I think, find a home in Newgate." "Indeed, sir, whom mean you?" "The folks at the madhouse at Peckham. Sir Richard would have had them apprehended some time ago, but he was afraid that it might give the alarm to Todd before the affair was ripe enough to enable him to be arrested, with a certainty of his crimes being clearly understood and brought home to him. Now, however, that is all over, and they will be punished. They are very, very wicked. I think, sir, they are almost worse than Sweeney Todd." "They are, if anything, but they will meet with their deserts, never fear, and as Minna Gray is expected every moment, so your mother tells me, I will not deprive you of the gratification of giving her the piece of news yourself. Of course, all the town will know it soon through the medium of the press, and Sir Richard Blunt, too, will be here in the course of the morning, to arrange with you concerning your evidence." "My evidence, shall I be wanted?" "Yes, Tobias. Surely you would not like so notorious a criminal to find a loophole of escape from the want of your evidence." "Oh, no, I will go. I have only to tell the truth, and that should never be denied for or against. I will go, sir." "You are right, Tobias. It is a duty you owe to society. If someone long ago, and before you even had the evil fortune to go into his shop, had found out and exposed the iniquities of Sweeney Todd, how much misery would have been spared in this world both to you and to others." "Ah, yes, sir, and yet—" "Yet what, Tobias?" "I was only thinking, sir, that what at times seems like our very worst misfortunes, at times turn out to be the very things that are the making of us." "Indeed, Tobias." "Yes, sir. If I had not been Sweeney Todd's boy, and if he had not persecuted me in the way he did, I should never have known what it was to have the friend I now have in you, sir. And perhaps she whom I love so dearly would not have thought so much of me if she had not deeply pitied me for all that I suffered." "There is profound philosophy in what you say, my poor boy," replied the colonel. "And if we could only bring ourselves to think, when things apparently go wrong with us, that after all it is for the best, we should be much happier than we are now. But with our short-sighted wisdom, we hastily take upon ourselves to decide upon matters concerning the issues of which we know nothing, and so by anticipation we make ourselves pleased or sorrowful, when the precise contrary may be the real result. "Yes, sir," said Tobias, "I have had time to think of that, and of many other strange things, as I lay here." "Then you have done yourself some good, Tobias. But I hear a light footstep upon the stairs, and I will now leave you, for I can guess by that heightened color that you hear it likewise, and I know that two may be good company, but three none." Tobias would have said something deprecatory of the colonel leaving him, and he did begin, but with a smile his kind and hospitable friend took his leave, and Tobias soon had the satisfaction of relating to the young girl, whom he was so tenderly attached to, that nothing further was now to be feared from Sweeney Todd or from Mrs. Lovetts. We may now leave Tobias in good company, and it was really surprising to those who have not made a habit of noting the intimate connection there is between the mind and the body, to see how from the very moment that he felt assured there was nothing further to apprehend from Sweeney Todd, Tobias's health picked up and improved. The absolute dread with which that bold, impious bad man had inspired the boy had been the sole cause of keeping him in so delicate a state. His dreams had been all of Todd, but now that word Newgate, in conjunction with Todd's name, was a spell that brought with it peace and security. Tobias, as he sat with the hand of the young and fair girl who had pleased his boyish fancy in his own, was now truly happy. When Johanna got home, after being escorted from Sir Richard Blunt's house in Craven Street by Colonel Geoffrey, she found her mother at home, and not a little surprised was she to find herself suddenly clasped in that mother's arms, a most unwonted process for Mrs. Oakley to go through. "Oh, my dear child," sobbed the now repentant woman, "can you forgive me as your father has done?" "Forgive you, mother? Oh, do not speak to me in such a way as that. It is quite a joy to find you are really my mother." "You might well doubt it, my dear child. But the future is before us all, and then you will find that it was only when I could not have been in my right mind that I preferred any place to my own home." Old Oakley wiped his eyes as he said to Johanna, "Yes, my darling, your mother has come back to us now in every sense of the word, and all the past is to be forgotten, except such of it as will be pleasant to remember. Your good friend, and I may say the good friend of us all, Sir Richard Blunt, sent us a letter to say that you would be here tonight, and God bless him, my child, for watching over you as he did." "Oh, how perilous an enterprise you went upon, my darling," said Mrs. Oakley. The door of the adjoining room was partially open, and from it now stepped forward Arabella, saying, "It is I who ought to ask pardon of you all for advising that step. And you will grant me that pardon, I am sure, if upon no other ground, upon that I have suffered greatly for my folly and precipitation." "My dear Arabella," said Johanna, "you must not blame yourself in such a way. How pleased I am to find you here, my dear friend. Ah, at one time how little did we ever expect to meet all thus in this little room." Johanna and Arabella embraced each other, and while they were so occupied, Big Ben came out of the room from whence Arabella had proceeded, and flinging his arms round them both, he made a great roaring noise, in imitation of the largest of the bears in the Tower collection. At the moment, Johanna was alarmed, and could not conceive what it was, but Arabella, who knew that Ben had been in the room, waiting for some opportunity of coming out in a highly practical manner, only laughed, and then Johanna knew in a moment who it was, and she cried, "Ben, it is you." "Yes, it's me," said Ben, "and I'm only astonished at you two girls fancying I was going to be quiet and see all that kissing and hugging going on and not come in for any of it. Don't kick now, for I must kiss you both, and there's an end of it. It's no use a-kicking." To the credit of both Arabella and Johanna we may state that they neither of them kicked, but very quietly let Ben kiss them both. "Well," said Ben as he plumped himself down upon a chair after the salute, "well, murder, where am I going to now?" "Dear me," said Mrs. Oakley, "all 4 legs of the chair are broken off, and Ben is on the floor." "Really, Ben," said Mr. Oakley, "you ought to be perfectly careful when you sit down." "Easy does it," said Ben. "I really thought I was going to kingdom come. Pull me, Johanna, my dear, pull me up." Johanna shook her head, and declined the Herculean attempt, so that Ben had to scramble to his feet the best way he could. And then, as he sat down upon the sofa, which was sufficiently strong to withstand any shocks, Mrs. Oakley asked him what it was he had been upon the point of saying, when the chair had so very unceremoniously given way with him. But Ben had quite forgotten it, only he said he recollected something else that was quite as good, and that was that he ordered to come about that hour a foaming tankard of mulled wine, and then he winked at Mrs. Oakley and hoped she had no medicine in the house to put in it. "Oh no, Ben," she said, "and if there isn't a knock at the door, and if you ordered it at the Unicorn's Tail, you may depend that's it." "Very good," said Ben, and then he proceeded to the door and found that it was the boy from the Unicorn's dorsal appendage with the spiced wine, and after whispering to bring a similar quantity in half an hour, and to keep on at it every half hour until further orders, Ben took it into the parlor, and a happier party than was there could not have been found in all London. Chapter 119. The Criminals in Newgate Todd's Attempt at Suicide. It is grievous to turn from the contemplation of so pleasant and grateful a scene as that was taking place at the old spectacle-maker's house, to dive into the interior of Newgate. But thither it is that now we would conduct the reader. The state of mind that Todd was in after his arrest was one that such a man with such strong passions as he had was exceedingly unlikely to come to. It is difficult to describe it, but if we say that he was mentally stunned, we shall be as near the mark as language will permit us to be. He walked and looked and spoke very much like a man in a dream, and it is really doubtful whether, for some hours, he comprehended the full measure of the calamity that had befallen him on his apprehension. At Newgate they are quite accustomed to find this unnatural calmness in great criminals immediately after their arrest, so they take their measures accordingly. Sir Richard Blunt had given some very special instructions to the governor of Newgate concerning his prisoner, when he should arrive and be placed in his custody, so everything was ready for Todd. How little he suspected that for 2 days and 2 nights the very cell he was to occupy in Newgate had been actually pointed out, and that the irons in which his limbs were to be encompassed were waiting for him in the lobby. He was placed in a small stone room that had no light but what came from a little orifice in the roof, and that was only a borrowed light after all, so that the cell was in a state of semi-darkness always. Into this place he was hurried, and the blacksmith who was in the habit of officiating upon such occasions riveted upon him, as was then the custom, a complete set of irons. All this Todd looked at with seeming indifference. His face had upon it an unnatural flush, and probably Todd had never looked so strangely well in health as upon the occasion of the first few hours he spent in Newgate. "Now, old fellow," said one of the turnkeys, "I'm not to be very far off in case you should happen to want to say anything, and if you give a rap at the door, I'll come to you." "In case I want to say anything," said Todd. "Yes, to be sure. What, are you asleep?" "Am I asleep?" "Why, he's gone a little bit out of his mind," said the blacksmith, as he gathered up his tools to be gone. The turnkey shook his head. "Are you quite sure you have made a tight job of that?" "Sure, that I am. If he gets out of them, put me in 'em, that's all. Oh, no, it would take, let me see, it would take about half a dozen of him to twist out, that suit of armor. They are just about the best we have in the old stone jug." "Good." "Yes, they are good." "I mean very well. And now, Mr. Sweeney Todd, we will leave you to your own reflections, old boy, and much good may they do you. Good night, old fellow. I always says good night to the prisoners, 'cause it has a tender sort o' sound and disposes of 'em to sleep. It's kind o' me, but I always was tender-hearted as any little chick I was." Bang went the cell door, and its triple locks were shot into their hoops. Todd was alone. He had sat down upon a stool that was in the cell, and that stool, with a sort of bench fastened to the wall, was the only furniture it contained. And there he sat for about half an hour, during which time one of the most extraordinary changes that ever took place in the face of any human being took place in his. It seemed as if the wear and tear of years had been concentrated into minutes, and in that short space of time he passed from a middle-aged to be an old man. Then reflection came. "Newgate," he cried as he sprang to his feet. The chains rattled and clanked together. "Chains Newgate to cell death, found out at last, at the moment of my triumph defeated detected, Newgate chains death. He fell back upon the stool again, and sat for the space of about 2 minutes in perfect silence. Then he sprang up again with such a wild yell of rage and mental agony that not only the cell, but the whole of that portion of the prison, echoed again with it. The turnkey opened a small wicket in the door, which when it was opened from without, still was defended by iron bars across it, and peering into the cell, he said, "Hilloa, what now?" "Hilloa," shouted Todd, "air, air." "Air? Why, what do you mean by gammoning a fellow in that sort o' way for, eh? Haven't you got lots o' air? Well, of all the unreasonable coves as ever I come to cross, you is the worstest. Be quiet, will you?" "No, no, death, death. Give me the means of instant death. I am going mad, mad, mad." "Oh, no, you ain't. It's only your first few hours in the stone jug that has comed over you a little, that's all, old fellow. You'll soon pick up and behave yourself like any other Christian. All you have got to do is never to mind, and then it's nothink at all, old chapter." Clap went shut the little wicket door again. "Help, help," shouted Todd. "Take these irons off me. It is only a dream after all. Back, back, you grinning fiends, why do you look at me when you know that it is not real? No, no, it cannot be, you know that it cannot be real." "Be quiet, will you?" shouted the turnkey. "Keep off, I say, all is well. Mrs. Lovett dead, quite dead, the boy to die too, the house in a blaze, all is well arranged. Why do you mock and joke at me?" "Well, I never," said the turnkey. "I do begin to think now that he's getting queer in the upper story. I have heard of its driving some of 'em mad to be bowled out when they didn't expect it, more special when it's a hanging affair. I wonder what he will say next. He's a regular rum-un, he is." "What have I done?" shouted Todd. "What have I done? Nothing, nothing. The dead tell no tales. All is safe, quite safe. The grave is a good secret keeper. I think Tobias is dead too, why not? Mrs. Lovett is dead. This is not Newgate. These are not chains. It is only the nightmare. Ha, 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 it is only the nightmare. I can laugh now." "Oh, can you?" said the turnkey. "It's rather an odd sort o' laugh, though, to my thinking. Howsomedever, there's no rule agin grinning, so you can go on at it as long as you like." "Mercy!" suddenly shrieked Todd, and then down he fell upon the floor of the cell and lay quite still. The turnkey looked curiously in at him through the little grating. "Humph," he said, "I must go and report him to the governor, and he will do whatsomedever he likes about him. But I suppose as they will send the doctor to him, and all that air sort o' thing, for it won't do to let him slip out o' the world and quite cheat the gallows. Oh dear no." Muttering these and similar remarks to himself, the turnkey went, as he was bound in duty to do upon any very extraordinary conduct upon the part of any prisoner in his department, to report what Todd was about to the governor. "Ah," said that functionary, the surgeon, "and I will soon come to him. I fully expected we should have some trouble with that man. It really is too bad that when people come into the prison they will not be quiet. It would be just as well for them, and much more comfortable for me." "Very much, sir," said the turnkey. "Well, well, he shall be attended to." "Very good, sir." The turnkey went back and took up his post again outside Todd's door, and in the course of 10 minutes or so, without making the least hurry of the subject, the governor and the jail surgeon arrived and entered the cell. Todd was picked up, and then it was found that he had struck his head against the stone floor, and so produced a state of insensibility, but whether he had done it on purpose or by accident, they could come to no opinion. "Lay him on the bench," said the surgeon. "I can do nothing with him. He will come to himself again in a little while, I dare say, and be all right again in the morning." "He seems really, indeed, to be a very troublesome man," said the governor to the surgeon. "Very likely. Have you a mind for a game of cribbage tonight, governor? I suppose this fellow will hang." "Yes, I don't mind a game. Yes, they will tuck him up." With this they left Todd's cell, and the turnkey closed the door, and made the highly philosophical remark to himself of, "Very good." Todd remained until the morning in a state of insensibility, and when he awakened from it, he was very much depressed in strength indeed. He lay for about 2 hours gazing on the ceiling of his cell, and then the door was opened, and the turnkey appeared with a basin of milk and water and a lump of coarse bread. "Breakfast," he cried. Todd glared at him. "Breakfast, don't you understand that, old cock? However, it's all one to me. There it is, take it or leave it." Todd did not speak, and the not over luxurious meal was placed on the table, or rather upon the end of the bench upon which he lay, and which served the purpose of a table. The moment Todd heard the door of the cell closed behind the turnkey, he rose from his recumbent posture, and, although he staggered when he got to his feet, he seized the basin, and at once, without tasting any of its contents, broke it against the corner of the bench to fragments. "I shall elude them yet," he said. "They think they have me in their toils, but I shall elude them yet." He selected a long, jagged piece of the broken basin, and dragging down his cravat with one hand, he was upon the very point of plunging it into his throat with the other, when the turnkey sprang into the cell. "Hold a bit," he cried. "We don't allow that sort of thing here with any of our customers. You should have thought of those games before you got into the stone jug." With one powerful blow, the turnkey struck the piece of the broken basin from the hand of Todd, and with another he felled him to the floor. "None o' your nonsense," he said, and then he carefully collected the pieces of the broken basin. "Why should you grudge me the means of death," said Todd, "when you know that you have brought me here among you to die? Contrary to rules, in mercy, I ask you only to give me leave to take my own life, for I have failed in the object of my living. Contrary to rules." The turnkey left the cell then, as coolly as if nothing had happened, and carefully locked the door again, while he went to report the attempted suicide of the prisoner to the proper quarter. Foiled, then, in every way, Todd looked round the cell for some means of ridding himself of his life and his troubles together, but he found none. He then paced the cell to and fro like a maniac, as he muttered to himself, "All lost, 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 all lost. Foiled, too, at the moment when I thought myself most secure, when I had made every preparation to leave England forever. Oh, dolt that I was, not to have done so long ago, when I had when I had only a quarter of the sum that I should this day have fled with. In my dreams I have seen myself as I am now, and the sight has shaken me, but I never thought to be so in reality. Is there any hope for me? What do they know? What can they know?" Upon these questions, Todd paused in his uneasy walk in the cell and sat down upon the low stool to think. His head rested upon his breast, and he was profoundly still. Chapter 120. A Luncheon at Sir Richard Blunt's the Dog and His Old Friend. We willingly leave Todd to his own reflections upon the disastrous state of his affairs, while we solicit the attention of our readers to the private house and office of Sir Richard Blunt again, in Craven Street. The worthy magistrate had quite a party to lunch on that day, and he had fixed the hour as 11 when he wished to see his friends. Those friends consisted of Johanna Oakley, Mark Ingestry, Mr. and Mrs. Oakley, Colonel Jeffrey, Arabella Wilmot, and Big Ben, who was, at the special request of Johanna, gladly included in the party. A happier party than that could not very well have been found throughout the whole length and breadth of London. And there was but one slight shade of disquietude upon the face of Johanna, when she at times thought that at 1 o'clock she would have to attend the police office at Bow Street to give her testimony against Todd the murderer. "Well," said Ben, "here we are alive, all alive, and as merry as so many grigs, and all I can say is, my tulips, that I will show the wild beastacies to anybody as likes to come to the Tower, free, gratis, and for nothing. Take it easy, Mr. Ingestry, and don't be casting sheep's eyes at Johanna. The little love of a thing ain't at all used to it, indeed she ain't, and the only person as she lets love her above a bit, and takes it easy with, is me, so don't come any nonsense." "But Mr. Ben," said Mark, "I may look sometimes." "Yes, now and then, if you take things easy." Old Mr. Oakley had got on his spectacles, and seemed as if he could not be done looking at Mark Ingestry, and more than once, or twice, or thrice, the old gentleman would shake hands with him, telling him that he looked upon him quite as one risen up from the dead, in a manner of speaking. "Yes, sir, you may well indeed look upon me as such, but I hope now for long life and happiness." A glance at Johanna was sufficiently expressive of with whom he hoped for happiness, and that glance was returned with one of those sweet endearing looks that only those who truly love can cast one upon another. "And I, too," said Colonel Jeffrey, "put in my claim to the happiness of the future, for am I not blessed with one whom I feel that I can love?" "Stop," said Arabella. "We won't have any conversation of this sort before company, Colonel, if you please, so I will trouble you to be quiet." "I am all submission," said the Colonel. And I hope my humble conduct upon this occasion will be to you all, ladies and gentlemen, a good example of what I shall be when I am married." This was said in so comical a manner that the whole party laughed amazingly, and then Sir Richard Blunt said rather gravely, "I expect 2 old friends here this morning." "Old friends?" said everybody in surprise. "Yes, the one is the captain of the ship which brought poor Mr. Thornhill and his dog home, and who has been to Hamburg with his vessel, and the other is the dog himself." At this moment, an officer, for Sir Richard was quite wholly attended upon by the police at that private office of his, came in to say that a gentleman wanted to see him. "It is the worthy captain," said Sir Richard. "Show him in at once." "If you please, Sir Richard," added the officer. "There is a man, too, with a great dog who wishes to see you, and the dog has been in the hall once, and walked off with a plate of cheesecakes and a pickled tongue that were coming in to your worship." A roar of laughter testified to the amusement which this freak of Hector's caused, and Sir Richard said, "Well, I don't know anyone who is so much entitled to be invited to lunch as Hector, and no doubt he thought so too. And as we had not the courtesy to open the door for him and properly accommodate him, he has helped himself on the road, that's all." "Shall I admit him, sir?" "Yes, and the man who is with him. He is one of the witnesses who I trust will help to bring Todd to justice. Show them all in." In a very few minutes, the captain of the vessel, with whom the reader had some slight acquaintance at the beginning of this most veritable narrative, made his appearance, and Colonel Jeffrey warmly shook hands with him. The dog knew the colonel and the captain likewise, and was most vociferous in his joy to see them. It was an affecting thing, then, to see the creature pause suddenly in his manifestations of delight, and look sad and solemn, after which he uttered a dismal howl, and catching the colonel by the skirt of his coat, he tried to pull him towards the door of the room. "Poor fellow," said the captain, "he does not forget his master yet, I see." "No," said Colonel Jeffrey, "nor never will. If he had his own way now, and we would follow him, I lay any wager he would take us to Sweeney Todd's shop." "In course he would, sir," said the ostler. "In course he would. Lord bless you, gemmen, if this here dog as I calls Pissin, cause why he was pissoned, was only to get hold of Todd, I would not give much for his chances. You sees, gemmen, as I have kept him in good condition." "He does look well," said the captain. "Indeed it does you great credit," said Colonel Jeffrey, "but his keep must cost something. There is my guinea towards it." The colonel placed a guinea in the ostler's hand, and his example was followed by all present, so that the ostler found himself growing quite a man of substance when he least expected it. "Lor Pissin," he said, "you'll be a fortin for a fellow yet, you will. But I hope, gemmen, as you don't mean to take him away, 'cause if that's the caper, here's the money agin, and I'd rather keep Pissin. He's got fond o' me by this time, poor fellow, and I have got fond on him, as I haven't no other brothers and sisters or family of my own." "It would indeed be unfair," said the colonel, "to deprive you of him. But tell me, are you comfortable in your situation?" "Lor bless you, sir, it ain't much of a situation. Lots of hard work and wery little for it." "Well, if you like to come into my service, and bring Hector with you, you are welcome." "Oh, won't I, sir, above a bit. Why, Pissin, we is promoted, old feller. We is a-going to a new place, where there will be no end of grub, old chapter." "You shall not have any complaints to make in that department," said the colonel. "So then," said the captain, "it is quite clear that Mr. Thornhill was murdered by that rascal of a barber." "Quite," replied Sir Richard Blunt, "and it is for that murder we mean to try Todd. If, however, by any chance, he should escape conviction upon that, we will be provided with 2 more indictments against him, so that he is tolerably well cared for. But the murder of Mr. Thornhill is what we mean ostensibly to go upon." "That's right, sir," said the ostler, "and I'll bring Pissin as a witness to all the blessed facts. He'll settle the business, even if the jury is half as stupid again as usual." "He will be committed for trial this morning," said Sir Richard Blunt, "for the murder of Mr. Thornhill, and that woman, Mrs. Lovett, will be arraigned as an accessory before the fact, so that there can be very little doubt of the fate of both of them. And if ever 2 notorious criminals deserved that the last dread sentence of the law should be carried out against them, Sweeney Todd and Mrs. Lovett are those 2. "They could not be worse," said the captain. "No, that would be impossible," remarked the colonel. "I shall be glad when this gloomy tragedy is over, though. The public mind will soon be filled with it, and we shall hear of nothing but of Sweeney Todd and Mrs. Lovett, with all their sayings and doings, for the next few months to come." "That is true enough," said Sir Richard Blunt, "but I don't think you will find any but one feeling upon the subject, and that will be one of universal condemnation." "Not a doubt of it. There is another, too, who will suffer the just reward of his crimes," said the magistrate, glancing at Mrs. Oakley. She shook her head and sighed, for she shrunk naturally from the awfully responsible share she was condemned to have in the conviction of Mr. Lupin. "I will do my duty," she said, "in that dreadful piece of business. The guilt of Lupin, although not so extensive as Todd's, is to the full as great." "It is indeed, madam." "Ah, yes," said Ben. "They are a bad lot altogether, and the sooner they are hung up like a rope of Injuns the better. Bless me, I always was delicate, and so was obliged to take things easy. But I have more than once looked into that horrid pie shop in Bell Yard, and thought I should like a smack of about 15 or 20 of them, just to stay my stomach till I got home to the Tower. And what a mercy it was I never bought 'em." "It was indeed, my friend," Sir Richard said. "Yes, you may say that, my dear sir, you may say that. With my very delicate stomach, I should have been as good as done brown if I had had 'em. I should have fallen a victim to the wild beastacies the very next time as I went anear 'em. And all I can say is, as I shall be uncommon glad to show these creatures to any of this company, as will come to the Tower at feeding time." Ben had made this liberal offer so often that the company left off thanking him for it, but the ostler whispered to him, "I'll come and bring pissin." "No, will you though?" said Ben. "Yes, to be sure I will. Who knows but he'd like to see them wild beastacies, as perhaps he has only heard of 'em in a worry promiscuous sort o' way." "Not a doubt of it," cried Ben. "Not a doubt of it, only when he does come you must tell him to take things easy, and not be discomposed at any of the roaring and bellowing, as the creature sets up at times." "Oh, I'll hold him." "You needn't go for to hold him. Just you impress upon him afore he comes that easy does it, that's all you need do, and then he'll know very well what to do." "Won't I?" The conversation was rather breaking up into small fragments, when the magistrate rose from his seat. "Now then," said Sir Richard Blunt, "it is time for us to go to Bow Street, where I appear as a witness today, instead of as a magistrate." As he spoke, the clock in the office sounded the 12:30. All the guests of the magistrate rose, for they knew that his duties were imperative. There was a tone of great gravity now about Sir Richard Blunt as he spoke. "I fully expect," he said, "that Todd will be committed for trial and Mrs. Lovett likewise. Already she has made repeated applications to her attendants in prison to be permitted to become evidence against Todd." "Which will surely not be permitted," said the colonel. "Certainly not. The evidence against him is quite clear enough without the assistance of Mrs. Lovett, while the proofs of her criminality with him are of too strong a character for her to be given any chance of escape. She is a dreadful woman." "She is, indeed, but you will all of you soon see how she conducts herself now, for she will be brought up with Todd." Chapter 121. Todd is committed for trial and expects the worst. By the time the police office at Bow Street opened upon the morning, a wild, vague, and uncertain sort of rumor had spread itself over London, concerning the discoveries that had been made at Todd's house in Fleet Street, and at Mrs. Lovett's in Bell Yard, Temple Bar. Of course, the affair had lost nothing from many-tongued rumor, and the popular belief was that Todd's house had been found full of dead bodies from the attics to the cellars, while Mrs. Lovett had been actually detected in the very act of scraping some dead man's bones, for tidbits to make a veal pie of. A dense crowd had assembled in Fleet Street to have a look at Todd's now shut-up house, and that thoroughfare very soon, in consequence, became no thoroughfare at all. Bell Yard, too, was so completely blocked up that the lawyers who were in the habit of using it as a short cut from the Temple to Lincoln's Inn were forced to take the slight round of Chancery Lane instead, and the confusion and general excitement in the whole of the neighborhood was immense. But it was in Bow Street, and round the doors of the police office, that the densest crowd and the greatest excitement prevailed. There it was only with the greatest difficulty that the officers and others officially connected with the public office could get in and out of it as occasion required. and the 3 or 4 magistrates who thought proper to attend upon that occasion had quite a struggle to get into the court at all. By dint of great perseverance, our friends, with Sir Richard Blunt, at length succeeded in forcing a passage through the crowd to the magistrate's private entrance, and having once passed that, they were no longer in the smallest degree incommoded. "Well, Crotchet," said Sir Richard, as he encountered that individual, "have you been to Newgate this morning?" "Rather, Sir Richard." "Any news?" "No, only that Todd has been a-trying it on a little, that's all." "What do you mean?" "Why, he's only particular anxious to save Jack Ketch any trouble on his account, that's all, Sir Richard. So he's been trying to put himself out this here world, and shove himself into t'other, without going through all the trouble of being hung, that's all, sir." I fully expected that both Todd and Mrs. Lovett would make some such attempts, but I hope the governor of Newgate has been sufficiently careful to prevent the possibility of either of them succeeding. "It's all right," added Crotchet. "I seed 'em both, and they is as lively as black beetles as has been trod on by somebody as isn't a very light weight." The doors of the court had not been opened, but when they were, the struggle for admission was tremendous, and it required the utmost exertions of the officers of the establishment to keep anything like a semblance of order. The few night charges were rapidly disposed of, and while a gentleman who looked very foolish was fined 5 shillings for being drunk and disorderly the evening previous, a roaring shout from the mob in the street proclaimed the arrival of the 2 important prisoners from Newgate. Up to some time after his arrest, Todd, notwithstanding some stray words that would indicate a contrary state of things, fully believed that he had succeeded in murdering Mrs. Lovett, and it was not until the morning that he became aware of her escape from drowning in the Thames. It did not require a conjurer to tell the authorities that there would be some trouble in getting the prisoners to Bow Street, so it was thought better to make one job of it, and to place Todd and Mrs. Lovett in the same coach along with 4 officers. With this intent, the coach was brought close to the wicket gate of Newgate, and Todd and Mrs. Lovett, well guarded, were brought to the lobby at the same moment. The moment Todd caught sight of Mrs. Lovett, a kind of spasm seemed to shake his frame, and pointing to her, he cried, "Does that woman indeed live, or is she but some fiend in the shape of such a one come to torment me?" "That is Mrs. Lovett," said the governor. "Oh, no, no, no," added Todd, "it is not so, it cannot be. The dark rolling river cannot so give up its dead." "You were well disposed that it should not," said Mrs. Lovett, bending upon Todd a most ferocious glance. "She is saved," gasped Todd. "Yes, I am saved to your confusion. I call you all to witness," she then added in a loud voice, "that I had no idea of the extent of Todd's iniquity, but what I do know I will freely tell as evidence for the crown against him." Mrs. Lovett looked peculiarly at the governor while she uttered these words, for she was anxious to know what he thought of them, but that functionary took not the remotest notice. At this moment, one of the warders announced the sheriff, and one of the sheriffs of London with his gold chain of office on appeared in the lobby. To him, Mrs. Lovett immediately turned, saying, "Sir, I offer myself as king's evidence. Do you understand me?" "Perfectly, madam, but I have nothing to do with the matter." "Nothing to do, sir? Then why do you wear that bauble?" "My office, so far as you are concerned, madam, will be to keep you in safe custody, and see that the sentence of the law is carried into effect upon you, in case you should be convicted of the crimes laid to your charge." "But I turn king's evidence. It is quite a common thing that you have all heard of that often enough." "Now, madam, the coach is ready," said a turnkey. "Where are you going to take me? Is not this Newgate?" "Yes, but you must undergo an examination at the police office in Bow Street." Without any further ceremony, Mrs. Lovett was handed into the coach, and Todd after her. She was at first placed in the seat immediately opposite to him, but she insisted upon changing it, saying that she could not bear to look at him all the way that she went, and as it was a matter of no moment which way she sat, the officers so far indulged her as to permit her to change her place. In this way, then, both of them upon the same seat, while 3 officers sat opposite to them, and one with them, dividing them, they arrived at Bow Street, and were met by that roaring shout that everybody had heard from without the court. Of course, every precaution had been taken to prevent the mob from wreaking their vengeance upon the criminals, which they were well disposed to do. A number of people were knocked down and some of the officers rather roughly treated, but the result was that Todd and Mrs. Lovett were got into the office in safety. Sweeney Todd, as he ascended the steps of the office, turned his head for a moment and looked at the sea of angry faces that was in the street. He shuddered and passed on. Mrs. Lovett did not look round at all. With great difficulty, the door of the office was closed, and then in a few moments Todd and Mrs. Lovett were placed side by side at the bar of justice. There was one person sitting on the bench near to Sir Richard Blunt, upon whom Todd fixed his eyes in amazement. That person was Johanna Oakley. The features came at once to his recollection, and as though he really doubted if he were awake or not, he more than once pressed his hand upon his eyes. His and everyone else's attention were, however, speedily taken up by the conduct of Mrs. Lovett. The moment comparative order was restored in the crowded court, so that what she said could be distinctly and clearly heard, she spoke. "I am willing to turn King's evidence upon this occasion, and to declare all I know of Todd's nefarious transactions. I am quite willing to tell all I don't perhaps know the full extent of Todd's guilt, but I repeat I will turn King's evidence and tell all I do know." A gentleman, plainly dressed in black, rose new and in a calm, assured voice said, "Upon the part of the Crown I reject the offer of the female prisoner. Anything she may say will be used as evidence against her, if it bear that construction." "Reject?" cried Mrs. Lovett. "And pray, sir, who are you that you dare reject such a proposition for furthering the ends of justice?" "That, madam, is the Attorney General," said an officer. "Oh," said Mrs. Lovett, "and am I to understand that I am accused of any participation in Todd's crimes?" "You will find by the evidence that will be adduced against you of what you are accused," said the magistrate. "You, I believe, Sir Richard Blunt, give these people in charge." "Yes," said Sir Richard, rising. "I charge them with, in the first place, the wilful murder of Charles James Thornhill. If your worship should think fit, from the evidence that will be brought forward, to commit them upon that charge, I shall not at present trouble you with any others, although I am fully prepared with several." "What is the meaning of all this?" cried Mrs. Lovett. "I will be heard." Sir Richard Blunt paid no manner of attention to her, but brought before the magistrate quite sufficient evidence to warrant him in committing both the prisoners for trial. The only great effect that the proceedings seemed to have upon Todd consisted in his surprise when Johanna Oakley came forward, and to her examination he listened attentively indeed. When she related how, under the name of Charles Green, she had taken the situation of errand boy at Todd's shop, and been in daily communication with Sir Richard Blunt, Todd dashed his clenched fist against his own head, crying, "Dole tidiot, and I did suspect at once." Johanna went on then to state how in hunting over Todd's shop and house for some vestige of mark ingestry, the sleeve of a seaman's jacket was found, which she had thought belonged to him, but which would be identified by the captain of the ship as having been part of Mr. Thornhill's apparel when he went on shore upon that fatal morning of his murder, no doubt by Todd. The evidence against Mrs. Lovett consisted of the fact of there being an underground communication all the way from the cellars of Todd's house to her cooking concern, and Mark Ingestry had quite enough to tell of that to make it tolerably clear they acted in concert. Of course, there could be but one opinion in the minds of all present of the guilt of the prisoners, but it was necessary that that guilt should be legally as well as morally proved, and hence the evidence was very carefully arranged to meet the exigencies of the case. "Have you any legal adviser?" said the magistrate to Todd. "No," was the brief response. The same question was put to Mrs. Lovett, but she did not answer, and the death-like paleness of her countenance sufficiently testified that it was out of her power to do so. In another moment, overcome by dread and chagrin, she fainted. "Is she dead?" said Todd. No one replied to the question, and he added, "Look to her well, or she will yet baffle you. If ever the spirit of a fiend found a home in any human brain, it is in that woman's. I say to you, look to her well, or she will still baffle you all by some rare device you little dream of." Mrs. Lovett, in her insensible state, was carried from the court, and a surgeon was in prompt attendance upon her. It was found that there was nothing the matter with her. She had merely fainted through sheer vexation of spirit at finding that her overtures to be evidence against Todd were not attended to in the way she had wished. For now, with the loss of everything but life, how glad she would have been to back out of those odious transactions which clung to her. Todd was asked if he had anything to say. "Really," he said, "I do not know what it is all about. I am a poor humble man who get but a scanty living by shaving any kind customer, and all this must be some desperate conspiracy against me on the part of the Roman Catholic, I think." "The Roman Catholics?" "Yes, your worship. I never would shave or dress the hair of a Roman Catholic if I knew it, and more than one of that religion have sworn to be avenged upon me." "And is this your defense?" "Yes, exactly. It is all I can say. And if I perish, it will be as one of the most innocent of men who ever was persecuted to death." "Well," said the magistrate, "I have heard many a singular defense, but never one like this." "It's its truth," said Todd. "That staggers your worship." "Well, you can try what effect it will have upon a jury. I commit you for trial on the charge of willful murder." "Murder of whom?" "Charles James Thornhill." "Oh, your worship, he is alive and well and now in Havana. If I have murdered him, where is the body?" "We are prepared," said the Attorney General, "with that objection. At the trial we will tell the jury where the body is." Mrs. Lovett, now having sufficiently recovered, was brought into court to hear that she was committed for trial, but she made no remark upon that circumstance whatever. And in the course of a few moments, another shout from the multitude without announced that the prisoners were off to Newgate. Chapter 122. A large party visits Big Ben and the lions in the Tower. On the morning following the committal of Mrs. Lovett and Sweeney Todd to Newgate for trial, a rather large party met at the office of Sir Richard Blunt in Craven Street, Strand. The fact was that after the proceedings at the police office, Big Ben had earnestly besought them all to name the day to visit him and the lions in the Tower. And as no day was so convenient to Sir Richard as that immediately following, it was arranged that they were all to meet at the private office in Craven Street and go there by water to the Tower. The sun shone beautifully, and to look at that party, no one would have supposed that there had ever been such persons as Sweeney Todd and Mrs. Lovetts in the world. The party consisted of Colonel Jeffrey, Tobias, Mr. and Mrs. Oakley, Minna Gray, Johanna, Mark Ingestry, Arabella Wilmot, and the fruiterer's daughter from Fleet Street, who had been so kind to Johanna during that very sad and anxious time that she had passed while in the temporary service of Todd. Illustration: Tobias and Minna rejoice at the capture of Todd and Mrs. Lovett. So happy-looking and smiling a party surely could not have been found in all London, as they made up. It will be seen that there were no less than 3 couples intent upon matrimony, for although it was understood that Tobias was to wait 2 years yet before he married, he looked as happy as the rest. A large 8-oared barge was at the stairs at the bottom of the street to convey them, and as they all walked to it arm in arm, and in couples, everybody who met them would have it that it was a wedding, and many jocular remarks were made to them by the way. "Upon my word," said Sir Richard, "I shall be considered a matchmaker, and folks will say that I keep this office of my own only as a matrimonial speculation." "You certainly," said the Colonel, "have been the cause of 2 or 3 matches at all events, for, but for you, I doubt if any of us would have felt as we feel today, Sir Richard." "He has restored Mark Ingestry to me," said Johanna. "And my Johanna to me," said Ingestry. "And my dear Minna to me," cried Tobias. "Stop, stop," cried Sir Richard. "And I am quite certain," said the Colonel, "that I owe to him the joy of calling Arabella mine." Sir Richard Blunt came now to a halt, as he said, "Stop, all of you, or I will not go one step further. If we get into this kind of talk, who is to say where it will end? Let us enjoy ourselves, and make it a rule to say anything but revert to the past. It has its joys and its sorrows, but it had better upon this occasion be left to itself." "Agreed, agreed," said everybody. The barge was a very handsome one. Indeed, Sir Richard Blunt had borrowed it of one of the city companies for the occasion, and beneath the gay awning they could all sit with perfect ease. And now in the course of another 5 minutes they were going down the river, quite at a slashing pace, towards the old Tower. And as they were animated by the many pleasing sights upon the river, their conversation soon became animated and spirited. "What is that, a wherry coming towards us from the Temple stairs?" said the Colonel. All eyes were bent upon the wherry, which shot out from the little landing place by the side of the temple gardens, and presently they, with one accord, cried out, "It's Hector!" In truth, Hector was there, but with him was the colonel's new groom, the late ostler, who had been so efficient a protector to the dog, and the captain of the ship, whom he knew so well. "Barge ahoy!" cried the captain. "Aye, aye," shouted Ingestry in reply, and the wherry shot alongside the barge. "Well," said the captain, "I do think for you all to go on such a party as this, and not ask me and Hector, is too bad." "But," said Sir Richard Blunt, "you told me you were going to be very busy at the docks." "So I did, but I found our owner had not come to town, and I have nothing to do today. I called at your house, Colonel, hoping to be in time to come with you, but you had gone. Hector, however, saw me, and made such a racket I was forced to bring him." "And no one can be more glad to see you and Hector than I," cried the colonel. "And I didn't like, sir," said the ostler, "not for to come for to go, when Pisson said as he'd like to come." "Very good," said the colonel, smiling. "Come on board." The waterman who was with the wherry laid it alongside the barge, and having been liberally paid for his freight, rowed off again, leaving with the barge party, his 2 customers and the dog. The tower was soon in sight, for at that time there were not by any means so many obstructions to the navigation of the River Thames as are to be found now, and the stream, too, was very much clearer than now it can boast of being. The host of manufactories that have since risen upon its banks were not then thought of. "I do think," said Colonel Jeffrey, "that I can see our friend Ben at the landing place. Look, Mr. Oakley, is that not Ben?" "Bless you, sir," said Mr. Oakley, "I couldn't see so far if you would make me King of England for doing so. Johanna, my love, you have young eyes and know Ben well." "Yes, Pa, it is Ben, and he is waving his hand to us and looks so pleased." "He is a most worthy, honest fellow," said Sir Richard Blunt. "I like him very much from what little I have seen of him. He has the simplicity of a child." "Yes," added the colonel, "and the candor and honesty of a lover of human nature. I believe a better heart than Ben's never beat in human bosom." "I am quite sure of it," said Johanna. "I love Ben very much indeed. He has been ever a kind and indulgent friend to me." "Do you hear that, Mr. Ingestry?" said Arabella. "Yes," laughed Mark, "but I decline investing Ben with any of the attributes of a rival. Now, I love you, Miss Wilmot, very much indeed, because you have always been such a dear kind friend to Johanna, and I dare say the colonel will permit me to do so." "To be sure I will at a distance," said the colonel. Everybody laughed at this, and then, as the rowers increased their exertions to come in to the tower stairs with some eclat, the barge soon was safely moored at the landing place. "Here you are, all of you," cried Ben, capering in his huge delight. "Here you all are, come along. Oh, how hungry I am." "That sounds as if you meant to eat us, Ben," said Sir Richard, as he stepped from the barge. "Oh, dear no. Only I have got a little bit of lunch ready for you all, and as I helped to place it on the table it made me so hungry that I've been half mad ever since, and I'm as thirsty too as can be. Oh, Mr. Jeffrey, I often think if the Thames were only strong ale, what a place the Tower would be." "You may depend," said Sir Richard. "If it were, the government would pretty soon bottle it all off." Johanna was going to step on shore, but Ben made a dash at her, and lifting her up as you would some little child, he seated her on his left arm, and so fairly carried her into the tower. "You wait, Miss Arabella," he cried. "I'll come for you." This so alarmed Miss Wilmot that she sprang on shore in a moment, and all the party laughed heartily to see Mark Ingestry flying along after Ben, and shouting as he went, put her down, Ben, Ben, she'd rather walk, put her down." Ben paid no manner of attention to any of these remonstrances, but carried Johanna right into the tower before he set her upon her feet again, which he then did as tenderly as though she had been some infant, only just learning to walk. "Mind how you go," he said. "Take it easy, easy does it." "But I can walk, Ben." "Very good, mind how you does, you nice little thing. Oh, I likes you a great deal better in the petticoats and not the breeches." "Well, Ben," said Mark Ingestry, "I am certainly very much obliged to you, very much indeed." "Don't mention it, my boy," replied Ben, totally oblivious of the manner in which Mark Ingestry uttered the words, a manner which betrayed some little pique upon the occasion. The laughter of Johanna and his friends, however, soon chased away the temporary cloud. "Where's the t'other little one?" said Ben. "I am here," cried Arabella, laughing. "Oh, you got on without me, did you? Very good. Only if you had only waited, I shouldn't have thought it no trouble at all, whatsomedever. Easy does it, you know." "Thank you, Ben. I'd just as soon walk, and a little rather, perhaps, of the two. It was quite amusing enough to see you carry Johanna." "Well, well, there ain't much gratitude in this world. Come on, all of you, for you must be famished. And as for me, I haven't had a bit of anything to eat for a whole hour and a half, and then it was only 1 3/4 pounds of beefsteak and a half-quartern loaf." "But we are none of us hungry," said Johanna. "Never mind that," replied Ben. "You don't know what you may be, so always eat when you can get it. That's my maxim, and I find it answers very well. Plenty to eat and drink, and taking things easy, is how I get through the world, and you'll all on you find it the best in the long run." "There are worse philosophies than that going," said Sir Richard Blunt to Colonel Geoffrey. "Very much worse," laughed the colonel. Ben now led the way along a narrow arched passage, and through 2 rather gloomy corridors to a stone room, with a grand arched roof, in the ancient fortress. And there, sure enough, they found the little snack, as he called it, laid out very nicely for their reception. A table ran along the center of the room, and at one end of it there was placed an immense round of corned beef. At the other was a haunch of mutton, weighing at least 30 pounds. Somewhat about the middle of the table was an enormous turkey, and those dishes, with a ham and 4 tongues, made up a tolerable repast. 6 half-gallon flagons, filled with old Burton ale, stood at regular distances upon the table. "It's only," said Ben, "a slight snack after all, but I hope you will be just able to find enough." "Enough?" cried Sir Richard. "Why, there's enough for 50 people. "There's almost enough for a regiment," said the colonel. "Oh, you are joking," said Ben. "But come, sit down. You, Father Oakley, sit here by this little bit of mutton, and I'll cut up the beef." After considerable laughing, they were all seated. And then Ben, finding that Johanna was on one side of him and Miss Wilmot on the other, declared that he was quite satisfied. He cut, first of all, a cold tongue in halves down the middle lengthways, and placed 1/2 upon a plate for Johanna and the other on a plate for Arabella. Then upon the tongue in each plate he placed about 1 pound of ham. "Take that, my little dears," he said, "to begin with, and don't be sparing now, for there's the turkey and the mutton, you know, to fall back upon. Easy does it." The room resounded with shrieks of laughter at the looks of utter distressful dismay which Johanna and Arabella cast upon their plates, and Ben looked from one face to another in perfect astonishment, for he could not see any joke for the life of him. "Dear Ben," said Johanna, "do you really imagine we can eat 1/10 part of all this?" "Do I imagine, in course I does. Only you begin. Lord bless you, that ain't much. Come, come, you want your ale, I suppose, so here it is." Upon this, Ben poured them each out about 1/4 of the strong ale, and requested them to take an easy pull at that. They found that it was of no use requesting Ben to diminish the quantity he helped them to. So they just, as he advised, took it easy, and ate what they had a mind to do. As for Ben himself, he cut 1 large slice off the round of beef, and then placed upon it 2 slices of ham, so that the thickness for he was not a delicate carver was about 3 inches. And so he set to work, every now and then taking up one of the half-gallon ale flagons, and pledging the company all round. Probably, rough and homely as was Ben's lunch, not one of them present had ever enjoyed such a meal more than they this did. And if we might judge by the loud laughter that echoed about the old arched roof, a merrier hour was never spent than in the tower with Big Ben. But it was a sadness to Ben to find that such little progress was made in the consumption of his eatables and drinkables, and he uttered many groans as he watched Johanna and Arabella. Chapter 123, The Beasts at the Tower. All good things must have an end, and Ben's lunch in the tower was not any exception to the rule. At last, even he was satisfied that nobody would eat any more, although he was very far indeed from being satisfied that they had had enough. "Won't anybody be so good," he said, "as just to try and pick a little bit of something?" "No, no," was the general response. "Indeed, Ben," said Colonel Geoffrey, "if we take any more we shall positively be ill, and I'm sure you don't wish that." Oh dear, no, groaned Ben. But it's quite clear to me, of course, that you don't like the lunch, or else you could not have took it so very easy. With one accord upon this, everybody declared that they had liked it amazingly well. Then you will all try a drop more ale. Upon this, they rose from the table, for they had a well-grounded suspicion that if they stayed any longer, Ben would try to force something down their throats, whether they would or not. Ah, well, said Ben, with a sigh, when he found that they would not be prevailed upon to take anything else. Then we may as well go and see the lions in the tower. Oh, yes, added Johanna. I have heard so much of them that I quite long to see them. Should you, my duck, cried Ben, then come along. Here Ben would have carried Johanna again, for somehow he had got the idea fixed in his head that the kindest thing he could possibly do as regarded Johanna was to prevent her from using her feet. But Mark in Jestry interposed, saying, Ben, she would much rather walk. You forget, my kind friend, that she is no longer now a child. Oh dear, said Ben, with a look of profound wisdom, if you come to that, we are all children. Look at me, I'm only a fine baby. Everybody laughed at this sally of Ben's, as well they might. And then, being fully convinced that no more eating nor drinking was at all practicable, Ben proceeded to lead the way to the lions. Is there any danger? Said Arabella. I hope you will not let any of them out of their cages, Mr. Ben. Oh dear, no, there's no danger, and we don't let any of them out. We only pokes them up a bit with a long pole to make 'em rather lively to visitors. And have no accidents ever happened, said Johanna. Lord bless you, Number to be sure one of the warders, who was rather a new hand, would put his hand in between the bars of the lion's den and get it snapped off. And once a leopard we had here broke loose and jumped on the back of a sentinel and half eat him up. But we haven't had any accidents. Why, what do you call them, Ben? Oh, nothing at all. I dare say, said Sir Richard Blunt, that the poor warder and the sentinel would have called those little incidents something. Well, perhaps they might, said Ben. In course, people will think of themselves before anybody else. But howsomedever, don't you be after going to be afeard, my little dears. And if any of the beastacies was to get out, always recollect that easy does it, and it's no use making a fuss. I suppose you think, Ben, that if we are to be eaten up by a lion or a leopard, there's no such thing as avoiding our fate, said the colonel. Is that your idea? Well, I hardly know, said Ben. But one day we had a young chap, a new warder who came here out of the country, and he said he had had a dream the night before he came that he should be devoured by a wolf. Now, we hadn't a wolf in the Tower collection at all, so, in course, we all laughed at him, and told him he would have to go to foreign parts to bring his dream true. But you'd hardly believe it, that very day afore the young fellow had been 1 hour in the Tower, there comes a boat to the stairs with an officer, and he asks to see the keeper of the beasts, and he says to him my ship is lying at the Nore, and we have brought from Friesland one of the largest wolves as ever was known for the Tower collection, says he, and he's in a large bag we made on purpose to hold him in the boat. Well, when the young warder heard this, he said that's my wolf. He has come for me. And off he set a trembling like anything. The wolf was brought in a coal sack, and we got him into an empty den that was shut up with a chain and a staple only. But as all the fastenings were out of his reach, he could not interfere with it if he was ever so cunning. Well, night came, and we all took it easy and went to bed. But in the middle of the night, what should we hear but the most horrid howling that ever you could think of? And when we ran to the lion tower, where it came from, we found the iron door of the wolf's den open, and the young warder lying, half in and half out of it, stone dead. The wolf had him by the throat. And what became of the wolf? Said Johanna. He was gone, and we never so much as heard of him from that day to this. Well, Ben, said the colonel, that is a very good story of the lions in the Tower, and here we are, I think, close to them. A terrific roar at this moment proved the colonel's words to be tolerably true. Ah, they are feeding some on 'em, said Ben. It just the time, and they will not be convinced as easy does it. It is hard enough, Ben, said Sir Richard Blunt, to convince human beings of that piece of philosophy, to say nothing of lions and tigers. Oh, but, said Ben, with great gravity, lions and tigers is generally much more reasonable than human beings. Another roar from the menagerie joined in as bass to the laugh, with which this piece of philosophy from so unlikely a person as Ben was received. Come on, he said, Come on. They can make a noise, but that's just about all they can do. Come on, my little dear's end, if you fell at all afeard, all you have got to do is to take hold of the lion by the nose, and then you'll find he looks upon you as one of them as takes things easy, and he won't say another word to you anyhow. We will leave that to you, Ben, said Johanna, and in the meantime I will keep close to you, you know. Do, my little duck, and I'll just carry you. No, no, no. Johanna darted away, for if she had not done so, Ben would inevitably have had her up in his arms by way of showing his affection for her. It was a fixed idea of his, and was not to be shaken by any denials or remonstrances. And now, in a few minutes, after traversing the highly picturesque and antique passages of the tower, the little party arrived at where the lions were kept. The colonel gave a caution to the late ostler of the inn in Fleet Street to keep an eye over Hector, who, not being accustomed to an introduction to such animals as he was about to see, might fancy himself called upon to do something out of the way upon the occasion. "Oh, I'll watch him, sir," said the man. "Come here, Pisson, will you, and don't you be after going and interfering with wild beastacies. Lor bless you, sir, he'll be quite glad to see 'em, and will go on speaking of 'em for ever afterwards, I know he will." "Here you are," said Ben, as he halted opposite the door of a lordly lion. They all looked at the immense creature with a vast amount of interest, for such creatures were rather rarities at that time in London. While our friends are thus examining the king of the forest, as he crunches a huge beef bone with his formidable jaws, we may give a brief account of the wild creatures that in old times were kept in the tower. There was Pedor, a beautiful lioness, brought from Senegal, and presented to the king by Governor V. Herrera. Caesar, brother to Pedor, brought from the same place, and presented to his majesty by Captain Haycraft. He has been in the tower about 8 months, is 3 years and a half old, and supposed to be the finest lion ever seen in England. His looks strike the stoutest beholder with astonishing awe. His head is large, being covered with a long shagged mane that reaches to his shoulders, and adds rather to the terror than majesty of his countenance. For his eyes being very fiery, and darting, as it were, a kind of red flame through his long, shaggy, and disheveled hair, raises such an idea of fierceness as cannot be excited in a mind unaccompanied with fear. Nor can we conceive it possible for human courage to encounter a creature of such a dreadful aspect, without the intervention of some lucky circumstance, notwithstanding the stories that have been related of men killing lions in equal combat. His mouth opens wide and discovers a frightful set of teeth, and when he roars he may be heard at a great distance. Miss Jane, a beautiful lioness about 6 years old, brought from the coast of Barbary by Sir Jacob Wyatt. Phillies, a large wolf, brought from Boulogne in France, and presented to His Majesty by Colonel Hollingworth. It is in form not unlike a dog of a mixed breed, and has been in the tower about 5 years. These are very ravenous creatures, which inhabit the immense forests in France and other parts, and are a terror to men and cattle. In the severe season of the year, they come from the woods and fall ravenously upon every living thing they meet, and have been known to enter houses in search of food. Suki, a North American bear, brought over by Lord Bruce. She has been in the tower about 12 months. Hector, a most beautiful lion, sent from the Emperor of Morocco as a present to His Majesty. He is 14 years old and has been in the tower about 10. He greatly resembles Caesar. Helena, companion to Hector, a very handsome lioness, and presented also by the Emperor of Morocco. Miss Gregory, a beautiful leopardess, about 20 years of age. She was sent to His late Majesty by the Dey of Algiers and presented by the late Algerine ambassador. Sir Robert, a fine leopard, of a shining yellow color intermixed with bright spots. He was brought from Senegal by Touchett, Esquire. He has been in his present situation about 8 years, during which he has had 7 young ones by 2 different leopardesses. The young, however, all died soon after being whelped, except one which lived about 10 months. Miss Nancy, a very beautiful lioness, brought from Senegal, and presented to His Majesty by Brady, Esquire. She has been here only about 9 months, is not quite 2 years old, and seems very tractable. A lion monkey. This beast is of a black color, with very shaggy hair. It was brought from the Cape of Good Hope, and has been here about 4 months. An American black bear, lately brought over by Colonel Clark. A raccoon brought from Norway by Colonel Clark. This is a very small beast and exceedingly harmless. It lives on the sea sands and chiefly on shellfish, which it takes in a very safe and dexterous manner. For whenever the fish opens its shell to receive either air or nourishment, this creature, we are told, puts a small pebble in so that the shell may not close again and picks out the fish with its claws. Rose, a large Norway wolf, presented about 4 years since by Herr Witterman. He is about 6 years old and appears very fierce and ravenous. Miss Sally, a beautiful leopardess, presented by the Emperor of Morocco and brought over in the same ship with Hector. These were the principal inhabitants of what was called the Lion's Tower. And Ben, who was never so much in his glory as when he was describing the creatures and commenting upon them, went through the list of them with commendable accuracy. It was quite impossible, but that the party should very much admire these wild inhabitants of the woods and wastes of nature. And Ben was wonderfully gratified at the fearless manner in which both Johanna and Arabella approached the dens. The inspection of the beasts lasted more than an hour, and then, as Sir Richard Blunt had no more time at his disposal, they all again proceeded to the barge that was waiting for them. Ben accompanied the party from the tower, as the Oakleys had invited him to dine with them. "Ah," he said, "by the time we get to your house, Cousin Oakley, I shall be half famished. Thank goodness. I have ordered something to eat to be put on board the barge in case we should be sharp set." Chapter 124 returns to Newgate and the proceedings of Mrs. Lovett. While those persons, in whose happiness we and our readers, no doubt, likewise feel a kindly interest, are thus in the happy society of each other, compensating themselves for many of the mischances and deep anxieties of the past, some events were taking place in Newgate of a character well worth the recording. Mrs. Lovett, when she found that her proposition to turn evidence against Todd would not be listened to, but that it was the fixed determination of the authorities to include her in the prosecution, became deeply despondent. Upon being taken back to Newgate, she did not say one word to anyone. But when she was placed in her cell, she paced to and fro in its narrow confines with that restless, perturbed manner which may be noticed in wild animals when caged. After about an hour, then, she called to one of the attendants of the prison, saying, "I wish to speak to someone who has authority to hear what I may choose to relate." "The chaplain will come," was the reply. "The chaplain?" repeated Mrs. Lovett with a burst of rage. "What do I want with chaplains? Do I not know perfectly well that when a person is found too idiotic for ordinary duties, he is made a chaplain of a jail? No, I will not speak to any of your chaplains." "Well, I never," said the turnkey. "Our chaplain for certain ain't a conjurer, but I never heard afore that he was sent here on account of being weak in the upper story. It's likely enough, though, for all that. Perhaps, Mrs. Lovett, you'd like to see the governor." "Yes, he will do much better." "Very good." Such a prisoner as Mrs. Lovett could command an interview with the governor of Newgate at any reasonable period. And that functionary, having been apprised of her wish to see him, together with what she had said of the chaplain, repaired to her cell with an ill-concealed smile upon his face. For in his heart he perfectly agreed in Mrs. Lovett's estimation of jail chaplains. "Well, madam," he said, "what have you to say to me?" "In the first place, sir, I am here without other clothing than that which I now wear. Is it inconsistent with your regulations for me to have a box of clothes brought me from my home?" "Oh no, you can have them. I will get an order from the committing magistrate for you to have your clothes brought here. Of course, they will be scrupulously examined before they reach you." "What for?" "It is our custom, that's all." "You are afraid that I should escape?" "Oh, no, no. No woman ever yet escaped from Newgate, and I don't think any man ever will again." "Perhaps not. For my part, I care not how many men escape, so that you take good care Sweeney Todd does not." "You may make yourself easy upon that score." "Good then, when I get my clothes here, I will make a full confession of all I know regarding Todd's crimes." "And your own?" "Yes, if you like, and my own, be it so. But mark me, I will have no pettifogging, prying, canting parsons in the cell. If you bring your chaplain here, I am mute." "Very well, I will say as much. Of course, if you are inclined to make a confession, you can make it to whom you please." "I should presume so." With this, the governor left Mrs. Lovett, and she commenced again her uneasy pacing of the cell. In about 2 hours, a large box was brought to her with nearly the whole of her clothes from her house in Bell Yard. She selected a dress, with a number of heavy flounces, and put it on, appearing to be much better satisfied than she had been. "Ah," said the turnkey, "that's the way with women. Give them dress, and even in Newgate they feel comfortable, but make 'em go shabby, and you had much better hang them outright." Another hour passed, and then the governor, with a magistrate and writing materials, came to the cell of the wretched woman. "If Mrs. Lovett," he said, "you still think proper to persevere in your intention of making a confession, this gentleman, who is a magistrate, will in his official capacity receive it, and I will witness it. But you do it entirely at your own risk and peril." "I know it," replied Mrs. Lovett, "and I likewise do it to the risk of the peril of Sweeney Todd." "You can make what statement you please. How far it will be taken as evidence against another will depend entirely upon how it is in essentials corroborated by others," said the magistrate. "I am content. Now, sir, will you listen to me?" "Most certainly." The governor arranged his writing materials, and while the magistrate listened, Mrs. Lovett said in a calm, clear voice, "Believing that I am upon the brink of the grave, I make this statement. Todd first connived the idea of that mutual guilt which we have both since carried out. He bought the house in Bell Yard, as likewise the one in Fleet Street, and by his own exertions, he excavated an underground connection between the two, mining right under St. Dunstan's church and through the vaults of that building. When he had completed all his arrangements, he came to me and cautiously made his offer. But he did not tell me that those arrangements were then complete, as that he doubtless thought would have placed him too much in my power in the event of my refusing to cooperate with him in his iniquity. He need not have given himself that amount of trouble. I was willing. The plan he proposed was that the pie shop should be opened for the sole purpose of getting rid of the bodies of people, whom he might think proper to murder, in or under his shop. He said that fearing nothing, and believing nothing, he had come to the conclusion that money was the great thing to be desired in this world, inasmuch as to it he had found that all people bowed down. He said that after the murder of anyone, he would take the flesh from the bones quickly, and convey to the shelves of the bakehouse in Bell Yard the pieces, as materials for the pies. Minor arrangements he left to me. He murdered many. The business went on and prospered, and we both grew rich. He refused me my share of the spoil, and so I believe we both fell to our present state. Illustration: Mrs. Lovett makes her confession to the governor of Newgate. "Have you any more to add?" said the magistrate. "Nothing, but I will answer you any question you may choose to ask of me upon the subject." "No, it is not my province to ask anything. This is clearly a voluntary statement and confession. No questions need be, or ought to be, asked concerning it at all." "Very well. You are aware that it will be used against you." "And against Todd?" "Yes, it is a strong corroboration of the evidence against him, and as such, if there had been any doubt, would have gone far towards making his conviction certain." "Then I am satisfied, sir." The magistrate slightly inclined his head and left the cell with the governor. When they were outside, he said to the latter, "I would advise you to keep a sharp watch upon that woman. My firm opinion is that she contemplates suicide, and that this statement is merely made for the purpose of damaging Todd as much as possible." "No doubt, sir. You may depend upon our keeping a good watch upon her. It is quite impossible she can do herself a mischief. There is literally nothing in the cell for her to convert to any such use. Besides, I doubt if really great criminals ever have the courage to die by their own hands." "Well, it may be so. Of course your experience of these people is very considerable. I only tell you my impression. For which, sir, I am much obliged, and will be doubly cautious." Mrs. Lovett, when she was once more alone, paced her cell in the same restless manner that she had done before. It was not then so much as it is now the custom in Newgate to keep such a strict watch upon prisoners before conviction, and with the exception that there was a man in the passage close at hand, boxed up in a sentry box, and whose duty it was now and then to open the small square wicket in the cell door, and see that the prisoner was all right, Mrs. Lovett had no surveillance over her. As she paced to and fro, she muttered to herself, "Yes, I will do it. They think that I would go through the formal parade of a trial. They think that I will stand in one of their courts shrinking before a jury, but I will not, I will not. Oh no, Todd may do all that. It is fitting that he should, but I, having failed in my one great enterprise, will bid adieu to life." She paused, for the man was at the wicket. "Do you want anything?" he said. "No, my friend, only the poor privilege of being alone." "Humph, I thought I heard you speaking." "I was only rehearsing my defense." "Oh, well, that's a new dodge anyhow. You take it easy, Ma'am Lovett, if anybody ever did. Innocence, my friend, should be composed." The turnkey stared at her through the little bars that crossed even that small orifice in the door, and then closed it without another word. He was scarcely used to such an amount of cool effrontery as he found exhibited by Mrs. Lovetts. "Alone again," she said. "Alone again. I must be cautious, or they will suspect my purpose. I must only converse with myself in faint whispers. I would not be thwarted willingly in this my last and boldest act, and I am resolved that I will not live to look upon the light of another day. I am resolved, and wound up to my purpose. Oh, what poor fools they are to fancy they can prevent such a one as I am from dying when and how I wish. They have unwittingly supplied me with the ready means of death today." These words were spoken so low that if the turnkey had been listening with all his might on the other side of the door, he could not possibly have overheard them. The recent visit of that functionary, if the peep through the little opening in the door could be called a visit, had taught Mrs. Lovett to be more cautious, how she trusted the air of her cell with the secret resolves of her teeming brain. But now that she had really and truly made up her mind to commit suicide, all the worst passions of her nature seemed to be up in arms and to wage wild war in her heart and brain. While amid them all was the intense hatred of Todd, and the hope that she should be revenged upon him, by his being brought to death upon the scaffold, triumphant over every other. "I had hoped," she said, "oh, how I had hoped, that I might have had the satisfaction of witnessing such a scene, but that is past now. I must go before him, but still it is with the conviction that die he must. I know that he will not have the courage to do as I am about to do, and if he had, I am certain he has not provided himself with the means of success as I have provided myself." These last words she scarcely whispered to herself, so very fearful was she that they might be overheard by the turnkey who was so close at hand. And now a fear came over her that he was watching her through some little hole or crevice of the door, and the very thought was sufficient to make her wonderfully uneasy. If it were so, there was quite sufficient reflected light in the cell to make every one of her actions easily observable, and so her cherished design of taking her own life would be defeated completely. In lieu of a piece of whalebone in the back of her dress, there was a small tin tube, soldered perfectly tight against the escape of any fluid, and made fast at each end. That tin tube had been in the dress she now selected for many months, and it was filled with a subtle liquid poison, a very few drops of which would prove certainly fatal. She dreaded that she should be observed to take this ingenious contrivance from her dress, and pounced upon before she could break it open and make use of its contents. She sat down on the miserable kind of bench which served as a bed, and in a very low whisper to herself she said, "I must wait till night, yes, I must wait till night." She knew well that the indulgence of a light would be denied to her, and she smiled to herself, as she thought how that mistaken piece of prison policy would enable her to free herself from what now was the bitter encumbrance of existence. "The twilight," she muttered, "will soon creep into this gloomy place, and it will be my twilight, to the twilight of my life before, and only just before, the night of death begins. That night will know no dawn, that long, long sleep which will know no waking. Yea, I will then escape from this strong prison." Chapter 125. Mrs. Lovett sees some twilight specters in her cell. After she had sat for some time in this state of feeling, and just before the darkness got so apparent that but little could be seen of the few articles that the place contained, she heard the door open. A flash of light came into the place. "Who is that?" she cried. "Oh, you needn't think as it's robbers, it's only me," said a voice. "You are quite safe here, ma'am. That's one good of being in the stone jug, you needn't be afraid of thieves breaking into your place." She saw that it was the turnkey, whose duty it was to keep watch in the passage outside her cell. "What do you want here?" she said. "Cannot I have the poor privilege of being left alone?" "Oh, yes, only it's your rations time, and here's your boiled rice and water, and here's your loaf, mum. In course, that ain't exactly the sort of thing you have been accustomed to. But it's all the county allows only between you and me and the post, Mrs. Lovett, as they say you have got a pretty heavy purse, you can have just what you like. Indeed. Yes, in a moderate way, you know. You have only to pay, and you can have anything. Then even Newgate is like the rest of the world. Money rules even here, does it? Why, in a manner of speaking, a guinea is worth 21 shillings here, just the same as it is outside, ma'am. Then how much will purchase my liberty? The turnkey shook his head. There, ma'am, you ask for an article that I don't deal in. My shop don't keep such a thing as liberty. What I mean is that you may have just what you like to eat and drink. Very well, in the morning you can bring me what I order. Oh, yes, yes. I will pay handsomely for what I do order, for I have, as you say, a heavy purse. Much heavier indeed it is than any of you imagine, my friends. Your humble servant, ma'am. I only wish Newgate was full of such as you. Ah, I hear a footstep. Who is it that is about to intrude upon me tonight? It's the chaplain. The chaplain? I thought he understood that I declined his visits completely. Why, you see, ma'am, so you did, but it's his duty to go the round of all the cells before the prison shuts up for the night, so he will come, you see. And if I might advise you, ma'am, I should say be civil to him whatever you may think, for he can do you an ill turn if he likes in his report. He has more underhanded sort of power than you are aware of, Mrs. Lovett, so you had better, as I say, be civil to him and keep your thoughts to yourself. Where's the odds, you know, ma'am? I am much obliged to you for this advice, and I will pay you for it. There is a couple of guineas for you as a slight remembrance of me, and let others say what they will, you at least will not accuse me of ingratitude for any benefit conferred upon me. That I won't, ma'am, but here he comes. Mum is the word about what I have said, or else my place would not be worth much, I can tell you. Depend upon me. The turnkey, with a great show of respect, backed out of the cell as the chaplain entered it. Well, Mrs. Lovett, said the pious individual, I hope to find you in a better frame of mind than upon my last visit to you. Sir, said Mrs. Lovett, if you will come to me at your own hour in the morning, I shall then present myself to you in a different manner, and I shall no longer object to anything you may be pleased to say to me. What a blessed conversion. Really, now, this is very satisfactory indeed. Mrs. Lovett, of course you are a very great sinner, but if you attend to me, I can warrant your being received in the other world by 10,000 angels. I thank you, sir. Half the number would be quite sufficient, I feel assured, for my poor deserts. Oh no, 10,000, 10,000. Not one less than that number. But if you have any doubts about the reality of flames everlasting, I shall have great satisfaction in removing them by holding your hand for a few moments in the flame of this candle. You are very kind, said Mrs. Lovett, but I shall be quite as well convinced if you hold yours, as I shall then, I hope, see the agony depicted in your countenance. Humph, ah, no, I would rather not exactly. But quite rejoicing that you are in so very pious a frame of mind, I shall have the pleasure of seeing you tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. That will do very well, said Mrs. Lovett. The chaplain, thinking he had made quite a wonderful convert in Mrs. Lovett, and with serious thoughts of getting somebody to write a tract for him on the subject, left the cell, little suspecting how he was to be duped. Well, you did gammon him, said the turnkey. I will say that for you. Can you not leave me a light? Again the rules. Can't do it, but I'll wait till you have put the mattress to rights if you like. Oh no, it will do very well. Good night. Good night, Ma'am Lovett, and thank you for me. They may say what they likes about you, but I will stick up for you, so far that you are liberal with your tin, and that's a very good thing indeed. I ain't quite sure that it isn't everything, as this here world goes. The door of the cell was closed, and the last rays of the turnkey's candle disappeared. Mrs. Lovett was alone again in her dreary cell. The darkness now was very intense indeed, for during the few minutes that she had been conversing with the chaplain, the twilight had almost faded away, dropping quite into night, so that not an object was visible in the cell. She heard the turnkey's footsteps die away in the distance, and then indeed she felt truly alone. And I shall not see the sunlight of another day, she said. My pilgrimage is over. She pronounced these words with a shudder, for even she could not at such a moment feel quite at ease. She held in her hands the means of death, and yet she hesitated not that she had the remotest intention of foregoing her fixed resolve. but feeling that at any moment she had it in her power now to carry it out, she lingered there upon the shores of life. "And it has come to this," she said. "After all my scheming, after all my resolves, it has come to suicide in a felon's cell. Well, I played a daring game, and for heavy stakes, and I have lost, that is all." She covered her eyes with her hands for several minutes, and slowly rocked to and fro. Who shall say what thoughts crossed that bold bad woman's soul at that time? Who shall say that in those few moments her memory did not fly back to some period when she was innocent and happy, for even Mrs. Lovett must have been innocent and happy once, and the thought that such had been her blessed state, compared to what it was now, was enough to drive her mad, quite mad. When she withdrew her hands from before her eyes, she uttered a cry of terror. Memory had conjured up the forms of departed spirits to her, and now so strong had become the impression upon her mind in that hour of agony that she thought she saw them in her cell. "Oh, mercy, mercy," she said. "Why should I be tortured thus? Why should I suffer such horrors? Why do you glare at me with such fiery eyes for horrible specters?" She covered up her eyes again. But then a still more terrible supposition took possession of her, for instead of fancying that the specters were in the darkness of the cell at some distance from her, she thought that they all came crowding up to within an inch of her face, gibing and mocking. "Off, off," she cried, as she suddenly stretched out her arm. "Do not drive me quite mad." Her eyes glared in the darkness like those of some wild animal. They looked phosphorescent, and for some time such was the agony and the thraldom of her feelings that she quite forgot she had the means of death in her hands. She began to question the spirits that fancy presented in the darkness as thronging her cell. "Who are you?" she said. "I know you not. I did not kill you. Why do you glare at me? And you, with your face matted with blood, I did not kill you. Who are you, too, with those mangled limbs? I killed none of you. Go to Sweeney Todd, go to Sweeney Todd." She kept her hands stretched out before her, and she fancied that it was only by such an action that she kept them from touching her very face. Then she dropped upon her knees, and in the same wild, half-screaming voice she spoke again, crying, "Away with you all. Todd it was that killed you, not I. He would have killed me too. Do you hear that he tried to kill me? But he could not. What boy are you? Oh, I know you now. He sent you to the madhouse. You are George Allen. Well, I did not kill you. I see that there is blood upon you. But why do you all come to me and leave Todd's cell tenantless, except by himself? For you cannot be here, and they're both away. I say, away to him. Do not come here to torture me." Tap, tap, tap came a sound on the door of the cell. "Hush," she said, "hush." "What's the matter?" said the turnkey. "Nothing, nothing." "But I heard you calling out about something." "It is nothing, my friend. All is right. I was only praying." "Humph," said the turnkey. "If you were, it is something rather new, I reckon. She can't do any mischief, that's one comfort, and many of the worst ones as comes here don't pass very nice, cozy, comfortable nights. They fancies they sees all sorts of things, they does. Poor devils. I never seed nothing worse than myself or my wife in all my time, and I don't think I ever shall." Mrs. Lovett did not now utter one word until she was sure the turnkey was out of hearing. That slight interruption had recalled her to herself, and done much to banish from her disturbed imagination all those fancied monsters of the brain which had disturbed her. "Why did I yield even for a moment," she said, "to such a load of superstition? I thought that even at such a moment as this I should be free from such terrors. How I should have smiled in derision of anyone else who had been weak enough to give way to them, and yet how real they looked. How very unlike the mere creations of a disturbed brain. Could they be real? Is it possible?" Mrs. Lovett shook a little as she asked herself these questions, and it was only at such a moment that she could or was at all likely to ask them. For our readers may well believe that such a woman could have had no sort of belief in a providence, or she never, with her active intellect, could have fallen into the mistake of supposing that she was compassing happiness by committing crime. For a while now, the doubt that she had suggested to herself shook her very much. It was the very first time in all her wicked life that anything like a perception of a future state had crossed her mind, and each minute how fearfully to her the possibility, and then the probability, that there really was another world than this, began now to grow upon her. That thought was more full of agony than the appearance of the specters had been to her, those specters, which were only called into existence by her own consciousness of overpowering guilt and deep iniquity. "I am going now," she said. "I am going, world that I hate, and all upon thee farewell." She broke the tin case containing the poison, and applying one of the broken ends to her lips, she swallowed 2 drops of the deadly liquid and fell dead upon the floor of her cell. Chapter 126. Sweeney Todd is placed upon his trial. It was about 8 o'clock in the morning that the officials of Newgate found their way to the cell of Mrs. Lovett. At first they thought that she was sleeping upon the floor of her prison, but when they picked her up, they soon became aware of what had really happened, and their alarm spread through the prison. The governor was vexed, and the chaplain was vexed, and when the sheriff was sent for, he, too, was vexed, so they all revenged themselves upon the turnkey, whose duty it was to be in the passage adjoining the cell, and they fancied they met the justice of the case by discharging him. Of course, in a very few hours, the news of Mrs. Lovett's suicide became known all over London, with very many exaggerations, and there was not one person in the whole of the vast population of the great city who did not know the fact, save and except that man who would feel most interested in it. We, of course, allude to Sweeney Todd. He, in his cell in Newgate, saw no newspapers and held no conversation with the world without. And as none of the persons in any way connected with the prison chose to inform him of what had happened, he had not the least idea but that Mrs. Lovett was, along with him, suffering all the terrors of suspense antecedent to her trial upon the serious charge impending over her. Of course, when the day of his, Todd's, trial should arrive, the fact could no longer be kept secret from him, and that day come at last to wither up any faint hopes that he might cling to. Scarcely ever in London had such an amount of public excitement been produced by any criminal proceedings as by the trial of Sweeney Todd, while he pursued a monotonous life from day to day in his cell, haunted by all sorts of fears and the prey of the most dismal apprehensions. The public appetite had been fed by all sorts of strange and vague stories concerning him. The most hideous crimes had been laid to his charge, and in the imagination of the people, the number of his victims was quadrupled, so that when the morning of his trial arrived, so great was the excitement, that business in the city was almost at a standstill, and sober-minded men, who did not see any peculiar interest in the sayings and doings of a great criminal, were of course disgusted that the popular taste should run that way. As regarded Todd himself, he had gone into Newgate with a fixed determination in his own mind to commit suicide if he possibly could, but he had not taken the precaution that Mrs. Lovett had long before in providing the means of so doing, and consequently he was thrown upon the scanty resources that might present themselves to him in the prison. That those resources would be few and limited enough may be well imagined, for the most special instructions had been given by Sir Richard Blunt to prevent Todd from committing suicide. And since Mrs. Lovett had so disposed of herself despite the authorities, those precautions had been redoubled. So that Todd, after 2 or 3 abortive attempts, and thinking the matter over in every way, saw that there was no chance for him in that way, and he made up his mind to abide his trial, with the hope that he might, during the course of it, be able to say enough to make Mrs. Lovett's conviction certain, while he felt certain that he could not possibly make his own situation worse than it was. He thought, too, that perhaps after conviction he might behave so cunningly as to deceive his jailer into an idea that he was full of contrition and resignation, and so, at some unguarded moment, achieve the object that now he felt to be impossible. With these hopes and feelings, then, little suspecting that Mrs. Lovett had already removed her case to a higher tribunal, Sweeney Todd awaited his trial. Probably he had no idea of the amount of excitement that his case had created outside the prison. The customary calm of the officials of the jail had deceived him into a belief that after all it was no such great matter, but he quite forgot that that was a professional calm with which the people had nothing to do, and in which it was not at all likely they would participate. The governor came into his cell about 9:15 o'clock on the morning fixed for his trial. "Sweeney Todd," he said, "you are wanted in court." "I am ready," said Todd. He rose with alacrity and accompanied the governor and 2 turnkeys. It was the custom then to place prisoners accused of such heavy offenses as fell to Todd's charge in irons, and if the authorities had any suspicion of violent intentions upon the part of such prisoners, the irons accompanied them to the bar of the Old Bailey. Todd was so accompanied, and as he walked along, his irons made a melancholy clank together. His imprisonment preceding his trial had been uncommonly short, but yet it had been sufficient to bring him down greatly in appearance. He had never been one of the fat order of mortals, but now he looked like some great gaunt ghost. Every patch of color had forsaken his cheeks, and his eyes looked preternaturally lustrous. Those who had not been accustomed to the sight of him during his imprisonment in Newgate shrunk from him as he followed the governor through the gloomy passages of the prison. 2 well-armed officers kept close upon his heels, so that Todd could not complain of a want of attendance. Even he recoiled when he was brought into the court of the Old Bailey, for it was a complete sea of heads. And from the dock he could hear the roar and the shout, and the shrieks of people outside, who were still struggling for admission. It was then that the idea first seemed to strike him that the public in him had recognized one of those notorious criminals that awaken in no small degree popular indignation by their acts. Indeed, upon his first appearance in the court, there was a strange kind of groan of execration, which was tolerably evident to all, and yet not defined enough for the judge to take any notice of. The strife continued at the door of the court, and it was quite evident that the officers were engaged in a severe struggle with the crowd outside. "Let the doors be closed," said the judge. "The court is already inconveniently crowded." Upon this order, the officers redoubled their exertions, and being assisted by some of the spectators already within the court, who were fearful of being trampled to death if the crowd should once get in, the doors were made to shut and fastened. A yell of rage and disappointment came from the mob, and then a loud voice that towered above all other noises shouted, "Bring Todd out, and we will hang him at once without any further trouble. We only want Todd." The countenance of the prisoner turned as white as paper, and his glaring eyes were fixed upon the doors of the court. "It is quite impossible," said the judge, "that the business of the court can be carried on under these circumstances. I hope that the civil power will be sufficient to repress this tumult without. Otherwise, it will be my duty to send for a guard of military, and then bloodshed may be the consequence, from which those who create this riot alone will be in any way answerable." "Bring him out," cried 100 voices. "Out with him, Todd, Todd, we want Todd." There was then such a furious hammering at the doors of the court that it was quite impossible to hear what anyone said. Sir Richard Blunt suddenly appeared on the bench, and leaning over to the judge, he said, "My lord, I am collecting a force with which I shall be able to clear the entrances to the court." "I wish you would, Sir Richard. This riot is most disgraceful." "It is, my lord, but it shall be suppressed now with as much speed as may be." With this, Sir Richard immediately retired. He collected together a force of 50 constables, and forming them into a sort of wedge, he suddenly opened a side door and attacked the mob. The fight, for a hand-to-hand fight it now was, did not last more than 10 minutes when the mob gave way, and everyone for himself became the cry. In 5 minutes more, the party of officers had possession of all the avenues to the court, and a profound silence succeeded to the riot that had taken place. "I think now," said the judge, "we may proceed to business. This riot has been a most disgraceful one, and if the officers will bring anyone before me who has taken part in it, I will commit him to prison at once." "They are all dispersed, my lord," said Sir Richard. "The court thanks you, sir," said the judge. "Let the proceedings commence at once." Todd now glared about him, and his lips kept moving as though he were repeating something to himself in a whisper. The governor of Newgate leant forward and said, "Do you wish to say anything?" "Yes, where is she?" "Mrs. Lovett, do you mean?" "I do. Why am I here and she not? Where is she? If she be innocent, why then so am I do not see her." "She will not be here." "Not here, how why?" "She is dead." Todd nearly dropped to the floor, and from that moment a great portion of his courage, small as it was, departed, and he looked like a ghost rather than a living man. At times, he kept muttering to himself the word, "dead, dead, dead." The usual formalities were gone through, and then Todd was roused up to plead to the indictment, charging him with the murder of Francis Thornhill. The governor touched him on the shoulder. "Plead to the indictment," he said. "Dead," cried Todd. "Why is she dead?" "Prisoner at the bar," said the clerk of the arraign. "Do you plead guilty or not guilty to the charge here made against you?" "Not guilty." cried Todd, as he roused himself up and glared at the judge like an enraged tiger. Government had entrusted the prosecution to the Attorney General of the time being, and that functionary was in court. He rose to open the case and spoke as follows, amid the most breathless silence. My lord and gentlemen of the jury. The prisoner at the bar was originally indicted, along with a female named Lovett. Where is she? Said Todd. Prisoner, said the judge. At the proper time you will have an opportunity of making any observation you may think fit, but it is scarcely necessary for me to inform you that this is not the time. She is not dead? Cried Todd. She has been let escape by some juggling in order that all the vengeance of the law might be directed against me. It is not true that she is dead. Some of you are chargeable with allowing that woman to escape. I tell you that she is a fiend and not a woman, but she has had gold at her disposal, and she has bribed you all. I say she has bought you all. Prisoner, said the judge, this cannot be permitted. You only deeply prejudice your own case by this conduct. That is impossible. I know that you are all in one large conspiracy against me, and you have let that woman escape, in order that the last drop should not be wanting to fill my cup of bitterness to the overflowing. It will be impossible, said the Attorney General, to proceed with the case if the prisoner at the bar continues these interruptions. Prisoner, said the judge, I and all here present are disposed to give any allowance and indulgence to a man in your situation, but let me beg of you to be silent. I am done, said Todd, but it is false to say that she is dead. That fiend cannot die. She is a devil, I tell you all, and if there be any here who fancy that she is dead, I tell them that they are mistaken. She cannot be killed. I know that well. Go on with what you call your proceedings. I have no more to say to you. Chapter 127. The Trial of Sweeney Todd continued. This ebullition of feeling upon the part of Sweeney Todd was by some of the spectators looked upon as a vague indication of insanity, while some of the members of the bench looked very mysterious, and asked themselves if it were not the first step in the direction of some very clever defense. But then they were gentlemen who never exactly saw anything as the world in general agrees to see it. The judge shook his head as if he rather doubted Sweeney Todd's implicit promise that he would not again interrupt the proceedings. And among the whole of the spectators of that most extraordinary trial, the most intense interest was evidently rather on the increase than the diminution. The judge, finding that Todd did not again say anything for a few moments, slightly inclined his head to the Attorney General, as much as to say, pray get on, now that there seems an opportunity of so doing. And that personage, learned in the law, accordingly rose again, and having adjusted his gown, addressed himself again to the case before him, with his usual skill. My lords and gentlemen of the jury, if this were only some ordinary everyday proceeding, I should not sit so calmly under the indecorous interruptions of the prisoner at the bar. But when I feel, in common with all here present, that that person has so great a stake as his life upon the issue of this investigation, I am disposed in all charity to allow a latitude of action that otherwise would not, and could not, be endured. Gentlemen of the jury, I yet hope that these unseemly interruptions are over, and that I shall be permitted in peace to make those remarks to you, which it is my duty to make on behalf of the Crown, who prosecutes in this serious case. Nothing can be further from my wish than to heighten by any strength of phraseology or domestic detail the case against the prisoner at the bar. I shall confine myself to a recital of the bare facts of the case, feeling that, while I cannot detract from them, they are of such a character of horror as to require no adventitious aid from the art of the orator. Gentlemen, it appears that the prisoner at the bar is arraigned for the willful murder of Francis Thornhill. From what information we have been able to collect, the prisoner, Sweeney Todd, is a native of the north of England. He came to London about 18 years ago and was in very great poverty when he opened a small barber's shop in Crutched Friars. He remained in that shop about 17 months, and then paid £125 for the lease of a house in Fleet Street, for which he was thus only to pay a rental to the Skinners Company of £17.10 per annum, he consenting to keep the premises in ordinary repair. The lower part of this house had been a small hosier's, but the prisoner at the bar altered it into a barber's shop, and he has there continued to reside until his arrest upon the serious charge which we are brought here to investigate. What were the pursuits of the prisoner during his occupancy of that house? It is not our province just now to inquire, as all our attention must be directed to a consideration of the one charge, to answer to which he stands at the bar of this court. And I shall, therefore, proceed to detail the evidence upon which the prosecution founds that charge. It appears that upon the 3rd day of August last, a ship of 400 tons burthen, called the Star, arrived in the London docks. On board of that ship was the captain and a crew of 9 seamen and 2 boys. As passengers, there was a Colonel Jeffrey and a Mr. Thornhill, whose death is the motive of the present proceedings. There was likewise a large dog named Hector on board the vessel, which was very much attached to Mr. Thornhill. Now, gentlemen of the jury, it had so happened that Francis Thornhill had been commissioned, during the progress of a wreck at sea, by a young gentleman named Mark Ingestry, to take a certain string of oriental pearls, valued at somewhere about £16,000 sterling, to a young lady in London, named Johanna Oakley. And this Francis Thornhill, fully believing that Mark Ingestry had perished at sea, was most anxious to fulfill his request regarding this valuable and important string of pearls. As early as possible he landed from the ship, taking the string of pearls with him, and his faithful dog Hector accompanied him on shore. At this moment, Hector, who was in court, having for the second time heard his name mentioned, began to think probably that something was going on concerning him, and he set up a loud bark of defiance. The effect of this was greatly to interest some of the auditory, while it brought a smile to the faces of others. Todd turned deadly pale, and in a voice of alarm he cried, keep off the dog, I say." "Bow wow wow," barked Hector again. "That dog," said the judge, "must be immediately removed from the court. Officers, see to it." "I beg, my lord," said the Attorney General, "that you will allow him to remain, for I assure your lordship that he is a witness in this most important case." "A witness?" "Yes, my lord. I speak advisedly, and as a favor I hope your lordship will permit him to remain." "Will anybody keep him quiet?" "Oh, yes, your worship," cried the ostler. "I'll keep pissin' like a mouse as has fainted clean away." "Who is that man, and what does he say?" said the judge. "My lord," said the Attorney General, "he says he can keep the dog quite quiet if you will allow him to remain." "Oh, very well. Pray proceed, Mr. Attorney." The Attorney General then resumed. "With the string of pearls then, and the dog, which the jury have seen, Mr. Francis Thornhill went into the city to fulfill the request of Mark Ingestry. The address he had was to Mr. Oakley, a spectacle maker in the city, with whom Miss Oakley, who was to have the string of pearls, resided. Gentlemen of the jury, neither Francis Thornhill nor the string of pearls ever reached their destination. It appears that on his route, Thornhill went into the shop of the prisoner at the bar to be shaved, and no one ever saw him come out again. The dog, though, was found sitting at the door of the shop, and when Todd opened his shop door, the dog rushed in and brought out his master's hat. Gentlemen, the captain of the ship and Colonel Jeffrey, both became very anxious concerning the fate of Mr. Thornhill, and they made every inquiry. They questioned the prisoner at the bar, who at once admitted that he had shaved him, but stated that he had left his shop when that operation was over. The captain of the Star was compelled to go to Bristol with his ship, but Colonel Jeffrey, in conjunction with a friend, pressed his inquiries about Mr. Thornhill without success. The matter appeared to be involved in the most profound mystery, and the only hope of an elucidation of it consisted in the probability that such a valuable piece of property as the string of pearls would be sure to turn up some day in someone's possession. Gentlemen, it did so turn up. It appeared that at Hammersmith resided a Mr. John Mundell, who lent money upon securities, and it will be deposed in evidence that one evening the prisoner at the bar, magnificently attired and in a handsome coach, went to this Mr. Mundell and pawned a string of pearls for some thousands of pounds. It is to be regretted that this Mundell cannot be brought before the jury. He is dead, gentlemen, but a confidential clerk of his, who saw the prisoner at the bar, will depose to the facts. We thus then, gentlemen of the jury, commit the prisoner with the disappearance of Thornhill, and now we come to the strongest features of this most remarkable case. It appears that for a considerable time past, the church of St. Dunstan's had become insufferable from a peculiar stench, with which the whole of that sacred edifice appeared to be constantly filled, and it baffled all the authorities to account for it. No one had been entombed in any of the vaults beneath the church for a considerable time, and in fact, there was no apparent reason for the frightful miasmatic odor that upon all occasions filled the edifice, and day by day got worse instead of better. Scientific men, gentlemen of the jury, were consulted with regard to this stench in the church, and various very learned theories were broached upon the subject. But no one thought of making an accurate examination of the vaults beneath the church, until Sir Richard Blunt, the well-known magistrate, privately undertook it. Gentlemen, Sir Richard Blunt found that almost every vault was full of the fresh remains of the dead. He found that into old coffins, the tenants of which had mouldered to dust, there had been thrust fresh bodies with scarcely any flesh remaining upon them, but yet sufficient to produce the stench in the church, by the effluvia arising from them and finding its way into the pews. In one vault, too, was found the contents of which were too horrid for description. Suffice it that it contained what butchers, when speaking of slaughtered animals, call the offal. The stench in St. Dunstan's church was no longer a mystery. Well, gentlemen of the jury, Sir Richard Blunt persevered in his investigations, and found that there was an underground connection from exactly beneath the shaving shop of the prisoner at the bar, and the cellarage of a house in Bell Yard, Temple Bar, which was his property, and which was in the occupation of a female, named Lovett, who this day would have stood at the bar by the side of the prisoner, had she not, despite every vigilance used to prevent such an act, succeeded in poisoning herself while in prison in Newgate. Gentlemen of the jury, it will be shown in evidence that the way the larger portion of the flesh of Todd's victims was got rid of was by converting it into meat and pork pies upon the premises of Mrs. Lovetts. Beneath Todd's shop was found a diabolical contrivance, by which he could make anyone he pleased fall through the floor upon the chair they sat on to be shaved, while an empty chair, in all respects similar, took the place of the one that had been occupied by the unfortunate victim. If the unhappy man, thus betrayed in a moment of confidence, was not killed by the fall, he would, at all events, be sufficiently stunned to become an easy prey to Sweeney Todd when he chose to go down and dispatch him. And now, gentlemen of the jury, and you, my lord, I may be told that these wholesale murders have nothing to do with the indictment, which simply charges the prisoner at the bar with the willful murder of Francis Thornhill. But I reply that it was impossible to make apparent to the jury the mode by which Francis Thornhill came by his death, without going into these painful details. Todd's house was found crammed with property and clothing sufficient for 160 people. A thrill of horror pervaded the court at this announcement. Yes, gentlemen of the jury, and among that clothing is the sleeve of a jacket, which will be sworn to as having belonged to Francis Thornhill, but we have yet more cogent evidence of the fact that Thornhill met his death at the hands of the prisoner at the bar. His hat, gentlemen, will be identified by the dog now in court. But, gentlemen, is that enough? No, the law wisely looks for the body of a murdered man, and I do not call to mind an instance of a conviction following from murder where there has not been some satisfactory identification of the remains of the murdered man. We will produce that proof. Among the skeletons found contiguous to Todd's premises was one which will be sworn to as being that of the deceased, Mr. Thornhill. One bone of that skeleton will be produced in court and sworn to by a surgeon who had the care of it when once fractured on board ship, and who, from repeated examinations such a surgeon only could make, knows it well. This announcement on the part of the Attorney General produced an enormous amount of excitement in court, for many persons had come, prepossessed with the idea that the non-production of the dead body of the alleged murdered man would be a serious hitch in the prosecution. Todd looked up, and in a loud, clear voice he cried, "No, no." "Yes," added the Attorney General. "Yes, gentlemen of the jury, that is all I have to say for the prosecution. The facts are as clear as light, and you will hear from the mouths of creditable witnesses the various particulars which it has been my duty on behalf of the prosecution to lay before you this day." Chapter 128. Todd's trial continues and goes all against him. The Attorney General sat down. It was quite clear now to the most superficial observer that the case against Todd had been just picked out for convenience sake, and was one among many. From the moment that the Attorney General had mentioned what facts he could prove, the fate of the murderer was certain to the minds of all. They looked upon him in every respect as a doomed man. Of course, the remarks of the Attorney General occupied a much greater space than we have felt that, in justice to the other portion of our story, we could give to them. But what we have presented to the reader was the essential portion of what he said. All eyes were turned upon Todd to note how he took the statement for the prosecution, but there was little to be gleaned from his face. His eyes seemed to be wandering over the sea of faces in the court, as if he were in search of someone whom he was disappointed in not seeing. There was a pause of some few moments' duration, and then the Attorney General called his first witness, who was examined by the junior counsel for the prosecution. This witness's deposition was very simple and concise. "I was master of the ship, Star," he said, "and arrived in the port of London on the day named in the indictment against the prisoner at the bar. Mr. Francis Thornhill had mentioned to me and to Colonel Jeffrey that he had a valuable string of pearls to take to a young lady named Johanna Oakley, and he left the ship with his dog, Hector, to deliver them. I never saw him again from that hour to this. I was anxious about him and called at the barber's shop in Fleet Street, kept by the prisoner at the bar. The prisoner readily admitted that such a person had been shaved at his shop and then had left it, but why the dog remained he could not tell. The dog named Hector was at the door of the prisoner's house. He had a hat with him. My name is Arthur Rose Fletcher, and I am 42 years of age. Is this the hat that you saw with the dog in Fleet Street?" The hat was produced. "Yes, that is the hat. I will swear to it." "Whose hat is it, or was it?" "It belonged to Mr. Thornhill, who wore it on the day he left the ship to go into the city with the string of pearls." "That is all then, Mr. Fletcher, that we need trouble you with at present." The judge now interposed, and in a mild voice addressing Todd, he said, "It is not too late for you to consent to the appointment of counsel to watch your case. I dare say some gentleman of the bar will volunteer to do so." "With the prisoner's consent," said a counsel who was sitting at the table below the judge, "I will attend to the case." "Be it so," said Todd gloomily. Upon this the counsel rose, and addressing the captain of the ship, who had not yet left the witness box, he said to him, "Mr. Fletcher, how is it that you can so positively identify this hat of the alleged murdered Mr. Thornhill, after such a space of time?" "By a remarkable flaw in the rim of it, sir. An accident occurred on board the ship, by which Mr. Thornhill's hat was burnt, and this is the same hat. When he left the ship, we joked him about it, and he said that perhaps he would buy a new one in the city." "Indeed, then he might have sold this one." "He might certainly. And so the dog, seeing it, left it some place where it was sold or given away, and not comprehending such transaction, might have taken possession of it." "Of that I can say nothing." "Very well, Mr. Fletcher. I don't think I need trouble you any further. This affair of the hat seems to fall to the ground most completely." The Attorney General did not say a word aloud, but he whispered something to the junior, who nodded in reply. The next witness called was John Figgs, the groom at the coach office, who had rescued Hector from Todd's malevolence. His testimony was as follows. "I saw a crowd of people round the door of Todd's shop, and I went over to see what it was all about. The dog, as I calls Pisson, but as everybody else calls Hector, was trying to get into the shop. Someone opened the door, and then he came out with a hat in his mouth, after rummaging all over the shop and upsetting no end of things. I tried to coax him away, but he would not come by no means. At last, the next day I found him very bad, and that he had been pissoned, and so I calls him Pisson, and took him to the stables and got him over it." "What is it he says he calls the dog?" asked the judge with a very perplexed look. "Pisson, my lord." "But what is pisson?" "He means poison." "Oh, is that it? Then why don't he say poison? It's very absurd for anybody to say pisson when they mean poison all the while." "It's all the same," said the groom. "Pisson is my way, and the t'other is yourn, that's all." "What became of the hat?" asked the junior counsel for the prosecution. "I don't know. When I found the dog, in a worry bad state indeed, it was gone." "Now, John Figgs," said Todd's counsel, "could you identify that hat again among 500 hats like it?" 500. "Yes, or 1,000. "Well, I should say not. It wouldn't be an easy matter to do that, I take it. I could tell you a particular horse among any lot, but I ain't so well known in the way of hats. Is this the hat? Can you deliberately swear that this is the hat in question? I shouldn't like to swear it. Very well, that will do. John Figgs was permitted to go down upon this, and it was quite evident that some faint hope was beginning to quicken in the eye of Sweeney Todd, as he found that his self-appointed counsel began to make so light of the evidence of the hat. For the moment, he quite forgot what proofs were still to come to fix the deed of murder upon him. Colonel Jeffrey was now called. He deposed clearly and distinctly as follows. I knew Mr. Thornhill and much regretted his loss. In company with Mr. Fletcher, I went to Todd's shop to make some inquiry about him, to the effect that he had been shaved there and had then left. I did not feel satisfied, and when Mr. Fletcher was found to be in London, I got the assistance of a friend of mine, named Rathbone, and together we prosecuted what inquiries we could. I picked up a hat from Todd's passage, and after putting myself into communication with Sir Richard Blunt, I delivered the hat to him. I have been in constant communication with Sir Richard Blunt upon the subject of this inquiry for a long time. We found that the prisoner at the bar had a sort of apprentice or errand boy in his shop, named Tobias Ragg, and we endeavored to get some disclosures from that boy, when he suddenly disappeared. I found him again on a doorstep in the city, and he has made certain disclosures which he will repeat in evidence to the court today. On the 4th of last month, I accompanied Sir Richard Blunt to a cellar beneath Todd's shop, and he showed me a contrivance in the roof by which anyone could be let down. We took workmen with us and made certain alterations. I afterwards accompanied Dr. Steers of the Ship Star to the vaults of St. Dunstan's, and I saw Dr. Steers take a bone from there. Pray look at that hat, Colonel Jeffrey. Is it the same you found at Todd's door? It is. Did you mark the bone that Dr. Steers took from the vaults of St. Dunstan's? I did, and I may state to save trouble, that I placed upon the hat a private mark, by which I am enabled to swear to it. Todd's counsel rose, and in a very respectful voice he said, Did you ever see this string of pearls, about which so much fuss is made, Colonel? Yes, Mr. Thornhill showed it to me. Oh, do you know a young lady named Johanna Oakley? I had that pleasure. You had, have you not now? I have the honor of her acquaintance since her marriage. She is now Mrs. in Jestry. The counsel seemed to be a little staggered by this answer, but after a moment or two, he resumed saying, Do you know a young lady named Arabella Wilmot? I did. What Colonel did again? Is she married? Yes, that young lady is now Mrs. Jeffrey, my wife. The counsel had evidently intended to make some point against the Colonel's evidence, which was completely destroyed by the fact of the two marriages. But he resumed the attack by changing his ground. Colonel, he said, do you know a boy named Tobias Ragg? I do. He is a resident in my house. Will you take upon yourself to swear that that boy, or lad, or whatever he may be called, is in his right senses? I will. Will you swear that he was never confined in a lunatic asylum, from which he made his escape raving mad, and that since then you have not kept him to listen to his wild conjectures and dreamy charges against the prisoner at the bar? I will swear that he is not mad and— Come, sir, I want an answer, yes or no. Then you will not get one. Your question involves 3 or 4 propositions, some of which may be answered in the negative and some in the affirmative. So how can you get a reply of yes or no? Come, sir, remember where you are. We want no roundabout speeches here, but direct answers. It is impossible to give a direct answer to such a speech as you made. Nothing but ignorance or trickery could induce you to ask such a thing. We cannot allow such language here, sir. I call upon the court for its protection against the insolence of this witness. The court does not think proper to interfere, said the judge quietly. Oh, very well, then I am done. But I am not, said the colonel. I can inform you, and all whom it may concern, that the proprietor of the lunatic asylum in which the boy Ragg was so unjustly confined is now in Newgate, awaiting his trial for that and other offenses, and that I have succeeded in completely breaking up the establishment. The counsel did not think proper to say anything more to the colonel, who was permitted, after firing this last shot at the enemy, to quit the witness box. Sir Richard Blunt was the next witness called, and as his evidence was expected to be very important indeed, all attention was paid to it. There was that buzz of expectation throughout the court, which is always to be heard upon such occasions, when anything very important is about to take place, and everyone shifted his place, in order the more correctly to hear what was going on. The Attorney General himself arose to pursue the examination of Sir Richard Blunt. It was evident that the appearance of this witness roused Sweeney Todd more than anything else had done since the commencement of the proceedings. His eye lighted up, and setting his teeth hard, he prepared himself, with his left hand up to his ear, to catch every word that should fall from the lips of the man who had been his great enemy, and who had wound around him the web in which he had been caught at last. The appearance of Sir Richard Blunt was very attractive. There was always about him an air of great candor, and the expression of his features denoted generosity and boldness in a most astonishing degree. Chapter 129. The Trial of Sweeney Todd continued. The peculiar circumstances under which Sir Richard Blunt had found out all the villainy of Todd, and overtook him and Mrs Lovetts in the midst of their iniquities, were well known to the people assembled in the court, and some slight manifestations of applause greeted him as he stood up in the witness box. This exhibition of feeling was not noticed by the court, and the Attorney General at once began his examination in chief. "Sir Richard," he said, "will you have the kindness to put into the form of a narration what you have to say concerning the charge upon which the prisoner at the bar is arraigned?" "I will do so," replied Sir Richard, and then after a moment's pause, during which you might have heard a pin drop in the court, so intense was the stillness, the magistrate gave his important testimony against the now trembling wretch at the bar of that solemn court. "A considerable time ago," he said, "my attention was drawn to the circumstance that a number of persons had disappeared, who were residents about the neighborhood of Fleet Street and its vicinity. Such disappearances were totally and perfectly unaccountable. Not a trace could be found of very many respectable men who had left their houses upon various objects and never returned to them. The most striking peculiarity of this affair was that the men who disappeared were for the most part great substantial citizens, who were far from likely to have yielded to any of those temptations that at times bring the young and the heedless in this great city into fearful dangers. I saw the Secretary of State upon the subject, and it was agreed that I was to have a carte blanche as regarded expenses, and that I was to give nearly the whole of my time and attention to the unraveling of the mystery. It was then that after my careful inquiry, I found that out of 13 disappearances, no less than 10 had declared their intention to be to get shaved, or their hair dressed, or to go through some process which required them to visit a barber. I then, personally, called at all the barbers' shops in the neighborhood, but never alone. To this fact of having someone waiting for me in the shop, I no doubt owe my life, for I have been 8 times shaved and dressed by the prisoner at the bar." Todd uttered a deep groan, and looked at Sir Richard as though he would have said, "Oh, that I had you the 9th time so much at my mercy." There was quite a sensation, and a shudder through the court, as Sir Richard then stated how many times he had run the fearful risk of death at the hands of such a man as Todd. And then Sir Richard went on with his narration, which deeply and powerfully interested the judge, counsel, jury, and spectators. I did not find anything suspicious in the shop itself of the prisoner at the bar, although each of these times that I was within it, I looked at it narrowly. But I did find that he always made an effort to get the person who was with me to leave the shop upon some pretext or another, which, of course, never succeeded. And then without, in the least, appearing vexed at the failure, he would go on with his shaving in the coolest possible manner. This, however, was only suspicion, and I could take no advantage of it, unless something else developed itself likewise. But that was not long in happening. My attention was directed to the peculiar odor in St. Dunstan's church, and from the moment that it was so, I in my own mind connected it with Sweeney Todd and the disappearances of the persons who had so unaccountably been lost in the immediate neighborhood of Fleet Street. In the midst of all this, then, I had a formal application made to me concerning the disappearance of Mr. Francis Thornhill, who had been clearly traced to the shop of the prisoner at the bar, and never seen by anyone to leave it. From that moment, I felt that it was in the prisoner's shop that the parties disappeared, but the means by which they were murdered remained a profound mystery, and I felt that unless these means could be very distinctly proved, a conviction would be difficult. I instituted a careful search of the vaults beneath St. Dunstan's church, and I found a secret passage communicating with the cellar of the pie shop in Bell Yard, and afterwards I found a similar passage communicating with the cellar under the prisoner's shop. Upon reaching the latter cellar, the first object that presented itself to me was a chair fixed to the roof by its legs. That chair I at once recognized as identically like the one in the shop, in which I had so frequently sat, and in a moment the whole truth burst upon me. The plank upon which the shaving chair rested turned upon a center, and could be so made to turn by a simple contrivance above, so that any unfortunate person could be let down in a moment, and the vacant or supplementary chair would come up and take the place of the one that had been above. Prosecuting my researches, I found the skeleton of many persons in the vaults, and much putrid flesh, which fully accounted for the odor in St. Dunstan's church. I found likewise that no meat from any butcher or salesman ever found its way to the pie shop in Bell Yard. So upon research actuated by that fact, I found that the supply of flesh was human, and that was the way the prisoner at the bar got rid of a great portion of his victims. Measures were taken to prevent any more murders, by some persons in my pay always following anyone into the shop. And then, when the evidence was all ready by the finding and identification of Mr. Francis Thornhill's leg bone, I took measures to apprehend the prisoner at the bar. I shall, of course, be happy to answer any questions that may be asked of me. The Attorney General then spoke, saying, "Have you found out by what means the shaving chair in the shop of the prisoner was prevented from falling at the moment anyone sat in it?" "Yes, by a simple piece of mechanism which communicated with the parlor, he could release the swinging board or keep it firm at his pleasure. I have had a model of the whole of the apparatus and building, which will be laid before the jury. It is here in the hands of an officer." "Here you is," said Cratchit, coming forward with a large parcel in his hands, which, upon being taken from its case, was found to be an accurate representation of Todd's house, with the diabolical contrivances he had got together for the purpose of murder. The model was handed to the jury, and excited immense and well-deserved commendation. "I have no further questions to ask of you, Sir Richard," said the Attorney General, "but I am sure the court and jury cannot but feel much indebted to you for the very lucid manner in which you have given your evidence." "One moment, Sir Richard, if you please," said Todd's counsel, as the magistrate was about to leave the witness box. "I will not detain you for long." "I am quite at your service, sir," said Sir Richard Blunt. "How was it then that, after you felt convinced of the guilt of the prisoner at the bar, as you state that you were, although I think upon very insufficient grounds, that you did not at once arrest him? Does it not seem very strange that you permitted him for some weeks to go on just as usual?" "I did not permit him to go on just as usual. I took every precaution to prevent him from adding to the list of his offenses. It is well known that a person in my situation must not act upon his own convictions of the guilt of any party. It was absolutely necessary that I should be able to bring satisfactory proof before a jury of the guilt of the prisoner at the bar, and it would have been quite premature to arrest him until I had that proof." "And pray, Sir Richard, when did you consider you had that proof?" "When the surgeon was able to swear to a portion of the remains of Mr. Francis Thornhill." "Oh, then I am to understand that you rest the case for the prosecution upon a bone." "I do not prosecute. But you took the prisoner into custody, sir. And am I to believe that you did so solely on account of the finding a bone in some of the vaults of St. Dunstan's?" "You can conclude so." "Oh, I can conclude so? Very well then. Gentlemen of the jury, it appears that the whole case against the prisoner at the bar, my worthy and exemplary client, rests upon a bone. That will do, Sir Richard, we will not trouble you any further. Perhaps the court will stop the case, as it only rests upon a bone." "Not exactly," said the judge. The next witness was the surgeon, and his evidence was listened to with great attention. He said, "I was in the vaults of St. Dunstan's church, and I looked over a great quantity of osteological remains. Among those remains, I found a male femur." "A what, sir?" said Todd's counsel. "It would be better," said the judge mildly, If the witness would be so good as to give the vulgar names to what he may have to speak of, as the jury may well be excused for not being in possession of anatomical and scientific nomenclature. I will endeavor to do so, said the surgeon. I beg to assure the court that it was from no feeling of pedantry that I used the scientific terms, but they are so common professionally that they are used without thinking that they are other than the terms in common use. That is just the way I view it, said the judge, and the court had not the least idea of anything else. Pray go on, sir, with your evidence. I found, then, a large quantity of human bones, said the surgeon, in the vaults of St. Dunstan's, and among them a male thigh bone, which I have with me. Here he produced from his greatcoat pocket the bone he spoke of, wrapped up in paper, and deliberately untying the string which bound the paper to it, he handed it to the jury. One of that body, more bold than the rest, took it, but several of the jurymen shrunk from it. Now, sir, said the Attorney General, can you upon your oath, without the slightest reservation, take upon yourself to say whose thigh bone this was? I can. It was the thigh bone of Mr. Francis Thornhill. Will you state to the court and jury the grounds upon which you arrive at that conclusion? I will, sir. Mr. Thornhill met with an accident of a tedious and painful nature. The external condyle or projection on the outer end of the thigh bone, which makes part of the knee joint, was broken off, and there was a diagonal fracture about 3 inches higher up upon the bone. I had the sole care of the case, and although a cure was effected, it was not without considerable distortion of the bone and general disarrangement of the parts adjacent. From my frequent examination, I was perfectly well acquainted with the case, and I can swear that the bone in the hands of the jury was the one so broken, and to which I attended. Very well, sir, that is all I wish to trouble you with. The Attorney General sat down, but Todd's counsel rose and said, Did you ever have a similar case to that of Mr. Thornhill's under your treatment? Never a precisely similar one. But you have heard of such cases? Certainly. They are sufficiently common not to be positively rare and curious in the profession. They are not common, but still, they do occur sufficiently often to lose the character of rarity. Of course, you have no other means of identifying the bone, but by its having been fractured in the way you describe. Certainly not. Then, it may be the thigh bone of anyone who has suffered a similar injury. With this remark, the counsel sat down, and the surgeon was permitted to retire. The bone was laid upon the counsel's table, and there it reposed a sad memento of poor Thornhill and a mute but eloquent piece of evidence against the prisoner at the bar. Todd, however, did not seem to be at all moved at the sight of the relict of the murdered victim. Probably he had for too long a time been intimate with the remains of mortality, during the frightful trade he had carried on, for such a circumstance to touch him in any perceptible way. The next witness called was another medical man who merely corroborated the ship's surgeon as to the fact of the bone produced having been fractured in the way described. Chapter 130. Todd entertains some hopes of an acquittal. The next witness was the sexton of St. Dunstan's. Will you state to the jury when the last entombment took place in the vaults of St. Dunstan's? Was the question asked of him. On the 30th of January, 5 years ago, he replied, a gentleman named Shaw from Chancery Lane was placed in a vault, but no one since then. The vaults were considered offensive to the living and was not used. Let the medical men be called again, said the Attorney General. They were so called, and the question put to them was as to the age of the bone produced in court. They both swore that it could not have been 6 months in its present condition. It had all the aspect of a fresh bone, and they entertained no sort of doubt upon the subject, but that the flesh had been roughly taken off it, and then the slight remainder had rapidly dried and decayed. This, then, was the case for the prosecution, and it will be seen that the evidence or confession of Mrs. Lovett was not at all made use of or attended to, so that even in her dying hope of doing vast injury to Todd, she failed. The case was considered to be good enough without such testimony, and the lawyers, too, were of opinion that it would not be received by the judge, even if tendered, under all the circumstances. The Attorney General rose again and said, That is the case, my lord and gentlemen of the jury, for the prosecution, and we leave it in your hands to deal with as you shall think fit. Todd's counsel now rose to commence the speech for the defense, and he spoke rather ingeniously, as follows. My lord and gentlemen of the jury, I have, upon the part of my client, the prisoner at the bar, most seriously to complain of the vast amount of extraneous matter that has been mixed up with this case. To 1 grain of wheat, we have had whole bushels of chaff, and gentlemen have been brought here surely to amuse the court with long-winded romances. Gentlemen, the prisoner at the bar is clearly and distinctly charged with the murder of one Francis Thornhill, and instead of any evidence, near or remote, fixing that deed upon him, we have nothing but long stories about vaults, and bad odors in churches, and movable floorboards, and chairs standing on their heads, and vaults, and secret passages, and pork pies. Really, gentlemen of the jury, I do think that the manner in which this prosecution has been got up against my virtuous and pious client is an outrage to your common sense. Todd rather looked up at this. It was something to hear even an Old Bailey counsel call him virtuous and pious, and a gleam of hope shot across his heart that things might not be quite so hard with him after all. This, gentlemen of the jury, continued the counsel, is an attempt, I must say, to take the life of a man from a variety of circumstances external to the real charge to which he is called upon here to plead. Let us examine the sort of evidence upon which it has been thought proper to put a fellow creature to this bar upon a charge affecting his life. In the first place, we are told that a number of very respectable men went out from their various respectable houses and never went back again. Pray, what has that to do with the death of one Francis Thornhill? Then we are told that the respectable men went to get shaved, and then that Sir Richard Blunt had a shave no less than 8 times at the prisoner's shop, and yet here he is quite alive and well to give his evidence here today, and no one will say that Sir Richard Blunt is not a respectable man. Then we have a bad smell in the church of St. Dunstan's. Really, gentlemen of the jury, you might as well say that the prisoner at the bar committed felony, because this court was not well ventilated. We are told, to come more particularly to the evidence, such as it is bearing upon the case, that Francis Thornhill left a certain shop intending to go into the city to a Miss Oakley, and that on the road he went into the prisoner's shop to be shaved, and from that we are asked to infer that he was murdered there, because nobody saw him come out. Really, this is too bad. Hundreds of people may have seen him come out, and no doubt did do so, but they happened not to know him, and so just because no one was passing who could say, "Ah, Mr. Thornhill, how do you do? I see you have had a clean shave today," the prisoner at the bar is to be declared guilty of murder. Then we are told a long story about a bone, and that is declared to be a bone of the deceased. Gentlemen of the jury, what would you think of a man who should produce a brick and swear that it belonged to a certain house? But this bone is to be identified on account of having been fractured, when the medical witness swears that such fractures are far from rare. Then again, a hat said to be the hat of the deceased is sworn to, as belonging to him, because of some injury it had received. Granted that it did belong to him. No doubt he sold it in Fleet Street and bought a new one, and there is no proof that that hat produced is the same one that is said to have been taken out of the prisoner's shop. I do think, gentlemen, that you will see upon what a string of sophistry the evidence against the prisoner at the bar rests. Who shall take upon himself to say that Mr. Thornhill is not now alive and well somewhere? We all know that persons connected with the sea are rather uncertain in their movements. But, gentlemen, the prisoner at the bar has a plain, unvarnished tale to tell, which will clear him from any suspicions. At this point, the learned counsel hitched up his gown upon his shoulders, and settled his wig upon his head, as though preparing for a grand effort, and then he continued. Gentlemen of the jury, my client is a religious man, as anyone may see by the mild and gentlemanly look of his amiable countenance. He took the premises in Fleet Street in the pursuit of his highly useful calling, and he had no more idea that there was a movable board in his shop, and that his shaving chair would go down with anyone than the child unborn. Is it likely that a man who could stoop to such baseness as to make money by murder would occupy himself with such a trivial employment as shaving for a penny? The deceased gentleman, Mr. Francis Thornhill, if he be deceased at all, came into my worthy client's shop to be shaved, and was, at that time, a little the worse for some small drops that he had indulged himself with, no doubt, as he came along. The prisoner at the bar did shave him, and then he said that he had to go and see a young lady, and that he should buy a new hat as he went along. The dog, about which so much has been said, came into the shop along with his master, and while the shaving was going on found out, and actually devoured, half a pound of tripe, off which the prisoner at the bar was going to make his humble dinner. Oh, gentlemen of the jury, ask yourselves if a murderer is likely to make half a pound of tripe satisfy him for dinner. Ask your own consciences and your own common sense that question. Well, gentlemen of the jury, when he was shaved, and after my client had had to turn this dog twice out of his shop, Mr. Thornhill left and went towards Fleet Market. The prisoner watched him from his door, and actually saw him begin fighting with a porter at the top of the market. And then, as another person came in to be shaved, the prisoner at the bar returned into his shop to attend to that customer, and saw no more of Mr. Thornhill. In the course of a quarter of an hour, however, the dog pushed the door of the shop open and brought in a hat in his mouth. But the prisoner turned him out again, and that is all he knows of the transaction. Gentlemen of the jury, the prisoner at the bar is well known for his benevolence and his piety. Even at a time when the bad odor in St. Dunstan's induced many of the parishioners to go elsewhere, he always attended his own church, and in the most pious and exemplary manner made the responses. I ask you as men, gentlemen of the jury, if you could do that with the consciousness that you had committed a murder. Gentlemen, it is for my client a most unfortunate thing that a person named Lovett, who kept the pie shop in Bell Yard, is not now in the land of the living. If she were so, there is no doubt but that she would have told some true tale of how the vaults beneath the old church connected with her shop, and so have cleared the prisoner at the bar of all participation in her crimes. That murder has been committed in conjunction with that woman, who committed suicide rather than come forward and clear the prisoner at the bar, against whom she had a spite, there can be no doubt. But gentlemen, it is the wrong man who now stands at this bar. The real murderer has yet to be discovered, and therefore it is that I call upon you, in the sacred name of justice, to acquit my client. With this the counsel sat down, and Todd looked positively hopeful. He drew a long breath or two, and ventured a keen glance towards the jury box. "Do you call any witnesses?" asked the junior counsel, "for the prosecution?" "No number witnesses. Innocence is its own best safeguard." "I waive my right of reply, my lord," said the Attorney General. Upon this, nothing remained for the judge to do but to sum up the evidence, and after arranging his notes, he proceeded to do so, in that clear and lucid style for which some of our judges are so famous. The prisoner at the bar, Sweeney Todd, stands charged with the willful murder of Francis Thornhill. It appears that Francis Thornhill left a certain ship for the purpose of proceeding to a Miss Oakley in the city of London, with a string of pearls, which had been confided to him to deliver to that lady by a Mr. Mark in Jestry. We have it in evidence that Francis Thornhill on his route down or along the northern side of Fleet Street went into the shaving shop, kept by the prisoner at the bar, and from that instant he is not again seen alive. The prisoner at the bar takes a string of pearls, similar to those which were in the possession of Francis Thornhill, and raises upon them a considerable sum of money of a man named John Mundell. It appears, then, that the hat of Mr. Francis Thornhill is taken from the premises of the prisoner by a dog, and it further appears, upon the clear testimony of respectable persons, that beneath the prisoner's shop is a contrivance by which people might be killed, and there or thereabouts contiguous to that contrivance, a certain bone is found, which is proved to be the thigh bone of Francis Thornhill. Gentlemen of the jury, the sequence of evidence by which it is attempted to bring this crime home to the prisoner at the bar lies in a very small compass indeed. Firstly, there is the tracing of Francis Thornhill to the prisoner's shop, and his disappearance from thence. Then there is the hat found there or taken from there, and then there is the thigh bone sworn to be that of Francis Thornhill, and certainly found in such contiguity to his premises as to warrant a belief that he placed it there. Gentlemen of the jury, the case is in your hands. This was a very short summing up, but the bar quite understood it to mean that the guilt of the prisoner was so clear and transparent that it was not at all necessary for the judge to go elaborately through the evidence, but merely as a matter of form, leave the facts in evidence to the jury. And now came that awful moment to Todd, when the question of guilty or not guilty hovered on the lips of those 12 men who were to decide upon his fate. The jury laid their heads together for a few moments only, and then they turned round and faced the court again. The clerk of the arraigns rose and spoke. "Gentlemen of the jury, how say you? Do you find the prisoner at the bar guilty or not guilty of the crime laid to his charge in the indictment?" "Guilty," said the foreman. A cheer burst from the auditors, and the judge raised his hand, saying, "Officers, repress this unmanly exultation that a fellow creature is found guilty of a dreadful crime. I beg that any person so offending may be brought before me at once." The officer could not or would not find anybody so offending, but the judge's words had the effect of calming the tumult at all events. And then all eyes were turned upon Sweeney Todd, who stood in the dock glaring at the foreman of the jury, as though he had only imperfectly heard what he had said, or if he had perfectly heard him, doubting the evidence of his own senses as regarded the real, full, and true meaning of the dreadful word, guilty. Chapter 131. Todd makes an attempt upon his own life. In the course of a few minutes, the tumult in the court was effectually suppressed, and then, as it was known that the judge would sentence Todd at once, all eyes were turned upon the criminal, to note the effect which that awful moment was likely to have upon him. The judge spoke. "Sweeney Todd, you have been by an impartial and patient jury, convicted upon the clearest evidence of the murder of Francis Thornhill. Have you anything to say why sentence of death, according to the law, should not be passed forthwith upon you?" Todd did not seem to understand the question, and the governor of Newgate repeated it to him. He started then, and glared at the judge, as in a deep hollow voice he said, "Death, death, did you say death? Such says the law, not I. If you have anything to say, why that sentence should not be pronounced against you. Now is your only time in which to say it." Todd passed his hand twice across his brow before he spoke, and then, in a vehement voice, he said, "It is false, all false. I did not kill the man. There is a vile conspiracy against me. I say I did not do it. Who saw me what I was upon me? I was at chapel at prayers when you say among you that I did it. It is a plot nothing but a plot from first to last. You would make me the victim of it among you. Who saw me kill him? I know nothing of hidden places in the old house. It is not true, I say. A plot, a vile plot for my destruction." "Have you finished?" said the judge. "Have I not said enough? I know nothing of it. I am a poor man, and strive to get a living as best I might, and among you now you bring a bone from some churchyard to kill me with. You swear anything, I know you all well. If the man you say I killed be really dead, I here at this moment summon his spirit from another world, to come and bear witness for me that I did not kill him." These last words Todd yelled out in such a tone of frantic passion that everybody looked aghast. And more than once, more than commonly superstitious spectators thought that the appeal to the beings of a supernatural world might yet be answered in some way. There was a death-like stillness in the court for some few moments, and then the governor of Newgate, in a whisper, said to Todd, "Have you finished?" "Finished what?" he cried in a startling tone. "Finished what? Finished pleading for my life? Yes, I have, for I know that they have made up their minds to murder me. I have no witnesses, they are all in the grave now. That woman, Lovett, who is dead, you tell me I cannot say if she be dead or not. She is hard to kill, that woman could exculpate me. But as I say, my witnesses are in the grave, and there is no truth in spirits visiting this world again, or she and the man you say I murdered would appear here, and yell in your ears, all of you, that I did not do it." The judge sat quite patiently. He was evidently resolved to hear quietly what Todd chose to say. It could but occupy a little more time, and as his fate was fixed, it did not matter. "If you have finished your observations, prisoner," said the judge, "it will now be my duty to proceed to pass upon you the sentence of the law. But I have said I did not do it. I am not guilty. It does not lie within my power to decide that question. The jury have found you guilty, and all I have to do in my capacity here is, in accordance with that finding, to sentence you according to law. If you could have stated any legal impediment to the passing of the sentence, it would have had effect, but now it is my painful duty to hold. I will, and can state a legal impediment." "What is it?" "I am mad." The judge opened his eyes rather wider than usual at this statement, and the jury looked at each other in wonder and amazement. Among the spectators, there was a general movement, too, of surprise. "Mad," said the judge. "Yes," added Todd, holding up his arms, I am mad, quite mad. Do you think any other but a madman would have done the deeds with which you charge me? I either did not do them, and am saved, or I did do all these murders, the consequences of which you would heap upon my head, and am mad. What is there in the wide world would compensate a man for acting as you say I have acted? Could he ever know peace again? What is madness but an affliction of Providence? And dare you take the life of a man who has acted in a certain way, in consequence of a disease with which the Almighty has thought proper to visit him? I tell you, you dare not, and that I am mad. This speech was uttered with a vehemence that made it wonderfully effective, and at its conclusion, Todd still held up his arms and glared upon the judge with the look of one who had advanced something that was utterly and completely unanswerable. The judge leant over to the recorder and whispered something to him, and the recorder whispered to the judge. Mad, mad, shrieked Todd again. The Attorney General now whispered something to the judge, who nodded, and then addressing Todd, he said in calm and measured tones, however great the novelty of a plea of insanity put in by the party himself may be, it will yet meet with every attention. I shall now proceed to pass sentence of death upon you, and after you are removed to the jail of Newgate, certain physicians will see you and report upon your mental condition to the Secretary of State, who will act accordingly. Todd dropped his arms. The judge put on the black cap and continued. Sweeney Todd, you have been convicted of the crime of murder, and certain circumstances, which it would have been improper to produce before this court in the progress of your trial, lead irresistibly to the belief that your life for years past has been one frightful scene of murder, and that not only the unhappy gentleman for whose murder you now stand here in so awful a position has suffered from your frightful practices, but many others. It will be a satisfaction, too, to the court and the jury to know that the woman named Lovett, who you say would and could have proved your innocence, had she been in life, made, shortly before her death, a full confession, wherein she inculpated you most fearfully. False, false, cried Todd. The judge took not the slightest notice of the interruption, but continued his speech. It is now my painful duty to pass upon you the sentence of the law, which is that you be hanged by the neck until dead, and may heaven have mercy upon you. For you cannot expect that society can do otherwise than put out of life one who, like yourself, has been a terror and a scourge. Quite mad, cried Todd, quite mad. Officers, remove the prisoner, said the judge, who was much disgusted by the attempt of Todd upon their credulity, by stating that he was mad. The governor of Newgate laid hold of him by the arm, but Todd raised his voice again, saying, One moment, only one moment. Before I leave this court, I have a great desire to say something to Sir Richard Blunt. If Sir Richard Blunt has no objection, said the judge, the court can have none. Is that gentleman present? I am here, said Sir Richard, as he made his way towards the dock in which Todd was. What is it you have to say to me, Sweeney Todd? It is for your private ear. Then I decline to hear it. If you have anything to say to me, say it out and openly. I decline any private communications. Nay, but it really interests those whom you love. Come a little closer to me, and I will speak it. Now, said Sir Richard, as he reached the front of the dock, speak at once and say what it is. The court is too indulgent to you. Is it really? With the rapidity of thought, Todd drew a small table knife from the breast of his apparel and made a stab at Sir Richard's neck with it. But the magistrate had had by far too long experience with such men as Todd to be so taken at unawares, and he dropped to the floor of the court before the point of the knife reached him. The governor of Newgate sprung upon Todd and disarmed him in a moment. From seeing Sir Richard Blunt drop, the general impression in the court was that he was killed or seriously injured by Todd, and in a moment a scene of unparalleled confusion arose. Everybody got up from their seats, and the place was full of cries. Kill him, cried some, down with him, shouted others, hang him at once, a surgeon for Sir Richard. Amid this babel of confusion, Sir Richard Blunt rose again and sprung upon the barrister's table, calling out in a loud voice that rose above every other sound. I am perfectly unhurt. Upon this such a cheer arose in the court that the judge saw that it was perfectly hopeless to attempt to stop it by any ordinary means, and he only held up his hand deprecatingly. The cheer was thrice repeated, and then Sir Richard dismounted from the table, and a death-like stillness ensued in the court as the judge spoke. "How was it possible," he said, "that the prisoner at the bar could be furnished with such a weapon at a time like this?" The governor of Newgate felt that this question was addressed to him, and he tremblingly spoke, saying, "My lord, I have not the most distant idea upon the subject. He was searched this morning carefully before leaving his cell. It is beyond my comprehension." "My lord," said a counsel at the table, rising, "there was a very similar case about 5 years since, when a notorious criminal attacked a witness for the prosecution with a fork, and it appeared afterwards that, as he was brought through some of the day rooms of Newgate to the bar, he had hastily snatched it up from a table that he passed without the officers noticing him." "This is very likely a similar case," said the judge. "It may be so, my lord," said the governor. Todd yelled with rage when he found that Sir Richard Blunt had escaped his malice. If he could but have taken his life or inflicted upon him some very serious injury, he would have been satisfied almost to have gone to death. But to fail was almost enough to drive him really mad. "Curses on ye all," he cried, and then he burst into a torrent of such frightful invectives that everybody shrunk aghast from it, and it is quite impossible that we should transfer it to our pages. How long he would have proceeded in such a storm, there is no knowing, had not the officers rushed upon him, and by main force dragged him from the dock and the court into the dark passages leading to Newgate. His voice was yet heard for several moments, uttering the most dreadful and diabolical curses. It may be supposed that after what had happened, the officials of the prison were not over-tender in the treatment of Sweeney Todd, for they well knew that they would be some time before they heard the last of the knife business, and indeed it was a piece of gross carelessness to allow a man in Todd's situation, and such a man as Todd too, to have an opportunity of doing such very serious mischief in a moment as he might have done. There can be very little doubt that if he had been content to do an injury to any other witness but Sir Richard Blunt, he would really have succeeded, but that personage was too wary to fall in such a way. It was not thought advisable by the prison authorities to take Todd back to the same cell from which they had brought him. It was an idea of the governor, and by no means a bad one, that desperate criminals were caused to change their cells now and then, as it baffled and cut up completely any combination they might in their own minds have made for an attempted escape. So Todd found himself in a new place. "Why is this?" he said. "Why am I placed here? This cell is darker than the one I before occupied." "It's quite light enough for you," growled a turnkey. "Yes," added one of the officers who had been in court. "Folks who are keen and bright enough to pick up knives, and nobody see 'em, mustn't have too much light in their cell. Oh, won't it be a mercy when you are settled next Monday morning?" "The fetters hurt me," said Todd. "Oh, they are too light," said the officer. "And for your satisfaction, I have to tell you that the governor has ordered you another pair." At this moment, a couple of blacksmiths came into the cell, carrying with them the heaviest set of irons in the whole prison, which the governor had determined Sweeney Todd should be accommodated with. Without a word, they proceeded to knock off the fetters that he wore. "So you are not contented," said Todd, "to cage me as though I were some wild animal, but you must load me with irons. And a good job, too. And you think to hang me?" "Rather. Then thus I disappoint you, and be my own executioner." As he spoke, he snatched up one of the smith's hammers, and made a blow at his own forehead with it, which if it had taken effect, would unquestionably have fractured his skull, and killed him instantly. But one of the officers just managed to strike his arm at the moment and confuse his aim, so that although he did strike himself, it was not with anything like sufficient force to do himself any hurt. The hammer was wrested from him in a moment, and he was thrown to the floor of the cell, and the heavy irons placed upon him. Illustration: Todd's second attempt at suicide in the condemned cell at Newgate. Chapter 132. Todd makes an acquaintance in Newgate and tries an escape. In the course of a quarter of an hour more, Todd was left alone. The irons he wore weighed upwards of 100 weight, and it was with some difficulty that he managed to get up and sit upon the stone seat that was in the cell. It was close upon evening, and the cell was getting very dark indeed, so that the walls, close as they were together, were only very dimly discernible indeed. Todd rested his head upon his hands and thought. "Has it then really come to this?" he said. Am I truly doomed to die? Oh, what a dreadful thing it is for me now to begin to doubt of what I always thought myself so sure, namely, that there was no world beyond the grave. Oh, if I could only still please myself with an assurance of that. But I cannot now. Oh, no, no, no. He started, for the cell door opened, and the turnkey brought him in his food for the night, which he placed on the floor. It was not then the custom to sit up with condemned prisoners. "There," said the man, "it's more than you deserve. Good night, and be hanged to you. Here's the sheriff been kicking up the devil's delight in the prison about that knife affair." "I hope he will discharge you all," said Todd. "Do you?" "Oh, yes. I wish you had all one neck only, and I a knife at it. With what a pleasant gash I would force it in an inn. Well, you are a nice article, I must say. Bring me 2 candles, and pens, ink, and paper." The turnkey stared with astonishment. "Anything else," he said, "in a small way that you'd like. Buttered rolls, perhaps, and a glass of something good. Perhaps a blunderbuss would suit you. I tell you what it is, old fellow, it ain't very often that anybody goes out from here on a Monday morning to be scragged, that we don't feel a little sorry for them, but I don't think we shall any of us cry after you. You may sleep or do what you like now until tomorrow morning, for you have got it all to yourself. 2 candles, indeed. Well, I'm sure what next. 2 candles, oh my eye." The turnkey banged shut the door of the cell, and barred and bolted it in a passion. And then away he went to the lobby, which was the great gossiping place, to relate the cool demands of Sweeney Todd. Once more the prisoner was alone. For some time he sat in silence, and then he muttered, "All the night to myself. He will not visit this cell until the morning, a long, long night, many hours of solitude. Well, I may chance to improve them. It was well in that scuffle for the hammer, when they threw me down, that I contrived to grasp a handful of tools from the smith's basket and hid them among my clothing. Let me see what I have let me see, or rather feel, for by this light, or rather by this darkness, I can only judge of them by the feel." The tools that Sweeney Todd had been clever enough to abstract from the smith's basket consisted of 2 files and a chisel. He ran his fingers over them with some feeling of satisfaction. "Now," he muttered, "if the feeling to die were upon me, here are the means, but it has passed away, and even with these small weapons and an A cell of Newgate, I do not feel quite so helpless as I was. It will be time to die if all should fail else, but yet if I could only for a time live for revenge, what a glorious thing it would be. How I should like yet to throttle Tobias. What a pleasure it would be to me to hold that girl by the throat, who so hoodwinked me as to impose herself upon me for a boy, and hear and see her choking. How I should like to see the blood of Sir Richard Blunt weltering forth while his color faded, and he expired gradually." Todd ground his teeth together in his rage. "Yes," he added, while he moved with difficulty under the weight of his iron. "Yes, I have bidden adieu to wealth and the power that wealth would have given me. I have carried on my life of crimes for nothing, and in blood I have waited to accomplish only this world of danger that now surrounds me to give to myself the poor privilege of suicide, but yet how fain I would live for vengeance." His chains rattled upon his limbs. "Yes, for revenge. I would fain live for revenge. There are some 5 or 6 that I would like to kill. Yes, and I would gloat over their death agonies and shriek in their ears, 'I did it. I, Sweeney Todd, did it.'" The fetters entangled about his legs and threw him heavily to the floor of the cell. He raved and cursed frightfully until he was too much exhausted to continue such a course, and then he sat upon the floor, and with one of the files he began working away assiduously at the iron, in order to free himself from those clogs to his movements. As he so worked, he heard the prison clock strike 10. "10, he said. 10 already. Of a truth, I did not think it was so late. I must be quick. Others have escaped from Newgate, and why should not I? The attempt will and shall be made, and who knows but that it may be successful? A man may do much when he is resolved that he will do all he wishes or die." Todd filed away at the chains. "Who will stop me?" he said, with the feeling that will possess me. "Who will say, 'I will stop this man, or he shall kill me'? No one, no one." The file was a good one, and it bit fairly into the iron. In the course of a quarter of an hour Todd had one wrist at liberty, and that was a great thing. He was tired, however, of the comparatively slow progress of the file, and he made a great effort to break the chains from his ankles, but he only bruised himself in the attempt to do so without succeeding. With a feeling of exhaustion, he paused. "Oh, that I could find an opportunity of exerting so much force against those whom I hate," he said. At this moment he fancied he heard a slight noise not far from him, and every faculty was immediately strained to assist in listening for a repetition of it. It did not come again then. "It must have been imagination," he said, "or some sound far off in the prison conveyed by echoes to this spot. I will not suffer myself to be alarmed or turned from my purpose. It is nothing. I will use the file again." He commenced now upon the other wrist, and by the little experience he had gathered from his practice at the one which he had already filed in two, he got on more quickly with this one. He found that a long, light movement of the file did more work than a rapid grading process. In much less time, then, this other wrist manacle was off, and he could lift up both his arm in freedom. "This is something," he said. "Nay, it is much, very much indeed. I feel it and accept it as a kind of earnest of success. Where is the man, where are the 2 or 3 men that will dare to stand in my desperate way when I have one of these files in each hand and are free from fetters? They will need be mad to do it. Such an amount of zeal is not to be found. No, they will step aside and let me pass." It now became a matter of great importance with him to get the other 2 fetters that bound his ankles undone. He felt as if he should go mad if he did not quickly release himself from them now. Sitting upon the floor of the cell, he set to work, but he found that the file he had been using did not bite very well. The work it had done already had dulled its powers, but the other was fresh and keen, and with it he made great progress. The left-hand shackle was entirely removed, and now only by his right ankle was he connected with that hundredweight of iron, which held him to the ground. "I shall be free," he muttered. "I shall be free. Did they think to hold me with these chains? Ha, no. It may be that there is a dark spirit of evil that aids men, such as I am, and if it be so, I will consent to be wholly his if—" Todd started, for the same noise that had before come upon his ears now attracted him. It was plainer, though, than before, and at the moment he thought that it must be in his cell. A cry of terror rose to his lips, but he smothered it in the utterance and bent again all his faculties to listen. The sound did not now pass away like an echo as it had done before, but it went on steadily, and he could trace it as localizing itself against one of the walls of the cell. It was a profound mystery. He could not make out what it meant. It was a strange, dull scraping noise. At times he thought it was some animal in the cell, a rat, probably, but then the sound was too continuous, and although he stamped once and said, "Hush!" several times, it steadily continued. The darkness in the cell was now so intense that it was in vain to attempt to pierce it. Any straining of the eyes only peopled the palpable black atmosphere with all sorts of strange shapes, conjured up by the imagination. So Todd was glad to close his eyes after a few moments' experience of that character. "I will know what this is," he said. "I must know what this is, and I will know." He held out his arms, and he slowly advanced towards the side of the cell from whence the sound came. "Speak," he said, "if you are mortal, speak. If immortal, I fear you not. I am now past all such terrors. You can but kill me." His hands touched the cold stone wall, and then he felt it from the floor upwards, but nothing but the chill surface of the stones was perceptible. And yet the scraping noise continued, and at last he felt convinced that it came from the other side of the wall. Now he did not know what to think, for he had no means of knowing what was upon the other side of that wall. It might be a corridor of the prison. It might be a room belonging to one of the officials who was about some work that, if explained, would not appear singular at all. He placed his ear to the exact spot from whence the noise came, and he listened attentively. As he so listened, Todd began to have other notions about that noise, and for more than once the square block of stone, against which his ear reposed, shook in its place. "It must be a cell like this," he said. "That is on the other side of the wall, and that, no doubt, is some prisoner at work trying to effect his escape. If so, it is fortunate. He must be a bold man, and we can help each other." Still Todd hesitated what he should do, notwithstanding the hypothesis regarding the noise he heard appeared so very probable. He was resolved to spend a little more time in listening, for he felt that once to commit himself would possibly be to spoil his own chances of escape. He kept his ear to the stone of the wall, then which shook more and more each passing moment. Suddenly he heard a voice. In a drawling accent, it sang a few lines of a popular thieves' song. The beak looked big and shook his head. Heyo, the beak. He wished such family cares were dead, that honest folks might get their bread. Heyo, the beak. The family cove, he grinned a grin. Heyo, the cove. Says he, to prig I think no sin, for sure a Romany must have tin. Heyo, the cove. It must be all right, thought Todd, or he would not sing that song, but what good it can do him to get from his own cell into this, I cannot imagine. He would be equally confined here as there, and all his labor thrown away. But together we may do something. I will speak to him. Yes, I think I will speak to him. Todd still waited and lingered before he gave any intimation of his presence and knowledge of what was going on. And then the song ceased. And by the renewed vigor with which the tenant of the next cell worked at the stone, it would seem that he had got very impatient at the length of time it took him. Suddenly, the stone, which was about a foot square, shook so that Todd withdrew from it, thinking that it would come out of its place altogether. And as it was evidently the object of the prisoner at the other side to push it through into Todd's cell, he thought it better to stand on one side and let it come. Suddenly, with a crash, it fell through, and then Todd spoke for the first time to the prisoner. Chapter 133. The Progress of the Operations to Escape from Newgate. "Who's there? Who are you?" cried Todd. "The deuce," said a voice from the adjoining cell. "Sold at last, after all my trouble. Confound you, why didn't you speak before and save me the last hour's work?" "What do you mean?" cried Todd. "I am a desperate man. Do not tamper with me. Do you belong to the prison, or do you not?" "I belong to the prison. I should think not, don't you?" "Oh, no, 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 no." "Why, you don't mean to say that you are a prisoner?" "I am indeed, and condemned to die." "All's right then. Bravo, this is capital. I thought I was in the end cell, do you know, and that by working through the wall by the assistance of Providence always bah. I can't get out of the old trade. I mean to say that I thought I was working through a wall that would have taken me into one of the corridors of Newgate, and then there would have been a chance of getting off, you know." "I do not know and did not know," said Todd, "but if there be really any chance of escape, I am a desperate man and will risk anything for it. Only say that you will help me." "Help you? Of course I will. Do you think I am in love with these cold walls? No, I will get a light in a moment, and we can then have a look at each other. Are you in fetters?" "I was, but I have a file, and have succeeded in freeing myself from them completely. Are you?" "Yes, but I have muffled them with some pieces of my clothing that I have torn up for the purpose, and please the Lord they will make no noise." Todd was rather amazed at the religious expressions of the other prisoner, but he forbore to make any remark concerning them, and as something had been said about getting a light, he resolved to wait patiently until it was procured, when he would be able to see who it was that chance had so very strangely thrown him into companionship with. "You see," added the other prisoner, "a religious lady left me some tracts, and as I told her they did not allow light here, she was kind enough to smuggle me in some phosphorus matches, in case in the night I should wish to read." "Very kind of her," said Todd. "Oh, very. Let us praise the bother. I shall never get out of the habit of chaunting, I do believe." In a moment, now, a faint blue light illumined the cell adjoining to Todd's, and as the religious lady had been kind enough to bring some little wax ends of candles, the prisoner lit one, and placing it upon the ledge left by the displaced brick in the wall, he put his face close to it and looked at Todd. Todd did the same thing and looked at him. "Humph," said the prisoner, "they are not going to hang you for your beauty, whoever you are, my friend." "Nor you," said Todd, who was a little stung by this cool remark, "for I must say a more villainous-looking countenance than yours I never saw in all my life. Then you certainly never looked in a glass." "Hark you, my friend," said Todd, "if we are to aid each other in getting out of Newgate, it will not be by railing at each other through a square hole in the wall of our cells. We had better leave all remarks about our looks to other folks, and at once set to work about what is much more important, namely, breaking our way out of this most detestable of all places." "Truly," said the other, "you speak wisdom, and the Lord the deuce take it, when shall I get rid of the cant of the conventicle? My dear sir, you see before you a man who has been a great victim." "What is your name?" "Lupin they used to call me, the Reverend Josiah Lupin." "Ah," said Todd, "I heard something of your case. I believe you murdered a woman, did you not?" "Why, my friend," said Mrs. Oakley's old acquaintance, for indeed it was no other, "I don't mind confessing to you that a woman met with a slight accident at my place, and they say I did it. But now that I have been so candid, pray who are you?" "They call me Todd." The Reverend Mr. Lupin screwed up his mouth and whistled. "Humph," he said. "The religious lady only this morning told me all about you. You used to polish the people off in your barber's shop, and then make them into pork pies, I believe." "Ha," said Todd. "And you had a charming assistant in the shape of a lady named Lovett, I have been informed, who used to help you to scrape the bones of the poor devils who had only just slipped in for a shave, and by no means expected such a scrape." "Ha," said Todd. "Stop a bit," said Mr. Lupin. "Don't come that sort of laugh again. It don't sound at all pleasant. Well, I think we may manage to get out of Newgate, do you know, by a little hard work if you are willing. But mind you, I don't want to be made a pork or a veal pie of, if you please." "I never ate them myself," said Todd, "so there is no temptation. But I sincerely hope, my friend, that you do not believe one word of the many calumnies that have been heaped upon my character." "Oh dear no. And you, too, are well aware that I am the most falsely accused and innocent clergyman that ever lived." "Perfectly." "My dear sir, you are a very reasonable man, and I don't see any reason on earth that we should not be capital friends from this moment. Just help me to move another of these stones, and I shall be able to creep through the opening into your cell." Todd very kindly assisted the Reverend Mr. Lupin, and in the course of a few minutes, another of these large square blocks of stone that formed the wall of the cell being removed, he was able to creep through the aperture with the assistance of Todd. "All's right," said Lupin, as he shook himself. "And now, my new friend, I will borrow the same file with which you released yourself from your fetters and get rid of mine." "Here it is," said Todd. "You work upon one leg, and I will work upon the other, for I have two files here, although one of them is a little blunted by the work it has already done. Yet it will help, and time is everything." "It is," said Lupin. "Work away, for I am not able to think of anything until I am free of these confounded irons." They worked in real earnest, and to such purpose that in a much less space of time than anybody would have thought it possible to accomplish the process in, the fetters of Mr. Lupin dropped from him, and, like Todd, he stood so far free from restraint. "Now," he said, "I have some first-rate picklocks, and if Providence tush, I mean if we are lucky, we shall get on capitally. The next thing we have to do is to get out of here, and by far the shortest way is to work through the wall. Have you any other tools beside the files, for they are not much use now to us?" "Yes, a chisel." "A chisel? Oh, my friend, you are indeed a wonderful man. A chisel? What may not be done with a chisel? A strong, good chisel, too. Oh, if we do not chisel our way out of Newgate now, it will be very hard indeed. Come, you shall see an old hand at work. Perhaps you have not had much experience at prison breaking." "Certainly not," said Todd. "Well, this will be a good lesson to you. Now you will see how nicely I will get one of these old square blocks of stone out of its place." Todd smiled grimly. Perhaps he thought he could have given the Reverend Josiah Lupin a good lesson in some things, but at that time he was only too happy to meet with a companion who promised such great things in the way of immediate escape. Certainly Mr. Lupin showed great dexterity in handling the chisel, with which he had been furnished by Todd, and in a much less space of time than anyone would have thought the work could have been performed in, he had loosened the stone in the wall that he wished to dislodge. "Let us both push it," he said, "and we shall get it through easily." "But its fall will make an alarm," said Todd. "Oh no, the distance is too short and it will go down easy. Now for it." They pressed upon the stone, both of them, and by a skillful joggling movement, Lupin got it to move along until it was beyond its center of gravity. And then, with a heavy bump, down it went on the other side. They both now paused for some moments and spoke not a word, for they were anxious to discover if the fall of the stone into the passage beyond the cells had made any noise sufficient to attract the attention of the prison officials. All was still. "It's as right as possible," said Lupin. "They are asleep, the greater part of them. The pretended vigilance in this place and the sleepless watchfulness is all a fudge. Turnkeys and police officers and governors of Newgate are but flesh and blood, and they will take things easy if they can." "You are quite a man of the world," said Todd. "Oh, yes, I have seen a little of it. But I say, Master Todd, deal candidly with me now. Have you not some secret hoard of cash, upon which we can make ourselves comfortable when we get out of this mousetrap? I have not a penny piece, but you ought to have something, I should say. I don't mean to say but that I had money, but it was not hidden, and the police have got hold of that. If I were acquitted, they kindly said they would let me have it. But if found guilty, of which they did not entertain the smallest doubt, I could not want it." "Curses on them," said Todd. "They had enough of mine to have made us both rich men, very rich men. Oh, that I had been off a month ago." "Don't fret about that. We are all in the hands of a gracious Provipisha. I am forgetting again. Whatever you do, Todd, in this world, don't turn parson to a parcel of old women, for the phraseology will stick to you as long as you live if you do. But come tell me now, you do know where to lay your hand upon money." Todd thought that it would be very indiscreet to say no to this little proposition, so with a nod and a smile he replied, "Only a few hundreds, that's all." "A few hundreds? That is a pretty good all, and will do very well indeed, my dear friend. Is it an understanding that we go halves?" "Quite, quite." "Then, if we don't get out of the stone jug pretty soon, it will be a strange thing to me. Now let us work away like bricks, and we will show them that two determined men can laugh at their bolts and bars and stone walls." "How confident you are," said Todd. "You surely forget that we must go through much before we can see the outside of the walls of this dreadful place. I wish I could be as sure of the result as you are, or as you seem to be. It is one half the battle to make sure. There goes another of the stones. Now follow me through this opening in the wall. It leads to a passage from which we can reach one of the smaller inner courts, and from that we shall get on through the chapel to the governor's house, and if we can't get out there, it's a bad case." Mr. Lupin, who had in a great measure, now that he no longer had any sanctified character to keep up, thrown of his timid nature, ventured to scramble through the opening in the wall, and he assisted Todd to follow him. Illustration: the two murderers, Todd and Lupin, escaping from the cell of Newgate. They both now stood in a narrow, vaulted passage, and then they paused again for several minutes to listen if any noise in the prison gave intimation that anyone was stirring. But everything was perfectly still, and so deathlike was the silence, that they well knew to the contrary, they might have supposed that they were the only living persons within that gloomy pile of building. The little bit of wax candle that had been brought to Lupin by the pious lady, and which he had lit in his own cell, for the purpose, at first, of having a good look at Todd, was now upon the point of going out. But he was very well provided with wax candle ends, and he speedily lighted another, as he said in a tone of irony, "The sheriffs will write a letter of threats to the pious lady, when they find how much she aided us in escaping." "They ought," said Todd. "We will pray for her." Lupin laughed, as he with a light step now crept along the vaulted passage, and reached a massive door at the end of it, up and down which he passed the light several times. Then he muttered to himself, "Good, only the lock, and it will need to be a good one if it resist me. I used to be rather an adept at this sort of thing." "Then you are," said Todd, "a professional." He paused, for he did not like to say thief, but Lupin himself added the word, cracksman, and Todd nodded. "Yes," added Lupin, "I was a cracksman, but I got known, so I thought the chapel dodge would suit me, and it did for a time, and would for some time longer, but that the little accident of which you have heard something took place in the chapel, and that idiot Mrs. Oakley found me out. Ah, you never after all can be a match for a crafty old woman. They will have you at some moment when you least expect it. She regularly sold me." Chapter 134. The Escape and the Retreat in Conwood, Hampstead. While Mr. Lupin talked, he did not lose time, but he was working away at the lock of the door at the end of the passage. After a few moments there was a crackling sound, and then the lock yielded to the exertion of Mr. Lupin and went back into its home. The door, with a wheezing sound, slowly opened. "All's right," whispered Lupin. "The less we say now, Todd, the better, for our voices will go farther now that we shall be clear of this passage. Come on, follow me." They both emerged into the night air, and crouching down, Lupin ran along the little yard in which they were, and which was not above half a dozen yards across. He paused at a door, and then suddenly starting away from it, he muttered, "It is not this one. Ah, this is it. Stand quite close up against the wall, and then there will be the less chance of anyone seeing you. I must work away at this door." "Where does it lead to?" whispered Todd. "To the chapel." Todd screwed himself up into the smallest space that he possibly could against the wall, close to the door, while Lupin tried to open it. That door for more than 10 minutes baffled him. Probably that fact was owing in some degree to the circumstance of his being in the dark, for of course, before emerging from the vaulted passage, he had thought it prudent to extinguish the little light he had. "It baffles you," said Todd, in a voice of great anxiety. "As yet, yes, no, it is open." Todd breathed more freely. "Come in," said Lupin. "Come in. We have done wonders as yet, my friend, and we will do wonders yet, I think, if Providence only looks with a gracious there I go again. When shall I forget that chapel, I wonder?" "It don't matter," said Todd. "I used to find a little religion answer very well myself." "Not a doubt of it. Now then, that the door is fast, we may muster up a light again." With the aid of one of his matches, Lupin again illuminated the little wax end of the candle. And then Todd found that he was in a small kind of vestibule from which a green baize door led directly into the chapel. In fact, that was the entrance by which the lower class of offenders confined in Newgate were brought to the chapel on Sundays. The little building looked much larger by the faint light of that one candle than it really was, and Todd glared around him with a feeling of terror, as he had not felt since he had left his cell. Perhaps, after all, a good deal of that was owing to the low temperature of the chapel, that lent a chill to his system. "Look at that seat," said Lupin, pointing to one. "Do you know what it is?" "Only a seat," said Todd. "Is there anything particular in it?" "Nothing, except the kind of interest it might have for you, as being the one upon which the condemned prisoners sit, on the Sunday previous to their execution, that is all." Todd turned aside with a shudder. "Enough," he said. "Enough, that is enough. Let us get on, and not waste time in idle talking about such idle matters as these. I do not feel very well." "And I," said Lupin, "would give a few bright pieces out of those hundreds that you have hidden for a glass of brandy. But that's not to be thought of now. This is a door that leads from the chapel to the governor's house, through which the parson and the governor and sheriffs come on the occasion of Sunday service here. It is by that we must attempt an escape in this place." Sweeney Todd and Mr. Lupin looked like two specters, as they crept noiselessly through the chapel of Newgate. But Lupin appeared to know perfectly well the route which it was necessary for him to take, and he soon went up 3 small steps, and applied his ear to the panel of a door to listen, as he said, "Through here lies our route." "Is all still?" said Todd. "Quite. I don't believe, except ourselves, there is anyone up and about in Newgate except a couple of lazy fellows in the vestibule, but we are too far off them to be in any danger of their overhearing us. This door will not give any trouble." "Ah. What is the matter?" "It is bolted on the other side." "Then we are foiled." "Not at all. It will take us a little time to unbolt it, that's all. Hand me the chisel." Todd handed it to him, and then holding the light for Lupin, the latter set to work upon the paneling of the door, to cut away sufficient of it to enable him to get his head through, to draw back the bolts, one of which was at the top of the door and another at the bottom of it. The door, though, was not built for strength, for it was scarcely imagined that it would ever be attacked, so that the paneling was only of an ordinary character. And as the chisel was a good one, and Mr. Lupin was tolerably expert in its use, the chips from the wood soon began noiselessly to fall about him. He worked in a circle, so that when he should get fairly through the panel, there would be quite space enough for him to get his arm through, and unfasten both the bolts. And this he completed in about 10 minutes. "I should never have got on without you," said Todd. "The only notion I had of the affair was to try and fight my way out of the prison, and if I fell in doing so, I was no worse off than I should be on Monday morning, or, indeed, rather better, for I could not endure the agony of waiting for death." "They would not have killed you." "They must. Nay, they will go through fire and water here, and suffer anything, rather than that a man should escape the gallows. They would have flung themselves upon you, and overpowered you by numbers, and on Monday morning, if you had a breath of life left in you, you would have been dragged out to death." Todd shuddered. "And you so innocent too," added Lupin. But it is the innocent that in this world, verily, are chastened alway. You are getting into your old habit of preaching again, said Todd roughly. So I am. I am much obliged to you, my friend, to put me in mind of it. Very much obliged. I was for a moment preaching, but here is the door open, and now I beg that you will tread as though you trod upon a mine, for we do not know what persons in this portion of this confounded building may be upon the alert. Oh, that we were only in the open air, said Todd. Hush, hush. The villain Lupin, almost as bad in his way as Todd was in his, now shaded the little light with his hands and crept on slowly and cautiously until he reached the staircase, which was nicely empaneled, and up that he slowly took his way. Before he got to the top of it, he blew out the light, and waiting there until Todd was close to him, he said, in the smallest possible whisper, "Follow me and be careful. I am afraid the light might gleam through some keyhole and betray us. Come on, and recollect that a slip or a stumble may be fatal. Think that the rope is about your neck." "I will," said Todd. "I will. I almost seem to feel it actually. Oh yes, I will be very careful." "Hush, hush. Are you mad to go on talking so?" Todd said no more, and Lupin crept on until he got right to the top of the stairs. Then, holding by a balustrade that was continued along the landing, he reached the head of another flight of steps, which led directly down to the hall or passage of the governor's house. Lupin was terribly afraid that Todd would come upon these second stairs at unawares and stumble down some of them, so he waited at the head of them until Todd touched him, and then he whispered the one word, "Stairs." "Yes," replied Todd, and then Lupin commenced the descent, followed by his trembling companion, and for the matter of that, Lupin himself shook now like an aspen leaf. The steps were 14 in number, and then, by the feel of a mat at the foot of them, Lupin was satisfied that he had actually gained the hall of the governor's house. Todd was close behind him. "Stop," whispered Lupin, and Todd stopped as suddenly as though he had been some piece of machinery that could be in a moment arrested in its progress. Lupin well knew now that without a light it would be folly to attempt opening the door of the governor's house, which, as a matter of course, was well secured, and very reluctantly he lit another match and ignited the wax candle end again. He placed Todd in such a position on the mat at the foot of the stairs that his bulky tall form acted as a screen against the rays of the light ascending the staircase. And then, with something of his old nervousness and abject fear of manner and expression, he narrowly scrutinized the door. "Curses on all these precautions," he muttered. "We may be detained here until morning." In good truth, the door of the governor's house was very well fastened up, and Mr. Lupin might well feel a little staggered at the sight of it. A chain that was up across it he easily removed, and the bolts offered no obstacles. But what was the most serious consisted of a small but exquisitely made lock that was on the door, and the key of which, no doubt, at such an hour was under the governor's pillow. Todd, at that moment, would have given anything to be able just to say, "How are you getting on?" But in such a place, with, for all he knew to the contrary, the governor of Newgate within a dozen yards of him, he dared not open his lips. And now Lupin brought all his old skill to bear upon that one little lock upon the governor's door, and yet it resisted him. 5 minutes' attempt to pick, it was to him pretty conclusive evidence that it was not to be done. He had the chisel in his pocket, and in despair he inserted it between the door and the post. It broke short off by the handle. Lupin uttered a groan, which was echoed by Todd, and then they both stood glaring at each other in solemn silence. Todd crept towards Lupin, and leaning forward he whispered faintly, "It can't be done." "No," said Lupin, "that lock stops us." "Lost, lost," said Todd. "We are lost then." "Hush, let me think. The key of this lock is with the governor, of course. Now, Todd, you are a man of strong nerves, you know, or else it would have been quite impossible for you to have gone through life in the way you have done. What do you say to going and trying to get the key?" "Aye. Yes, to be sure. I have, up to this moment, you know, done all the work, and if this lock had not baffled me, I would have done the remainder cheerfully. But could you not take one of these files? The end of it is very sharp, and persuade the governor to give up the key." "Kill him, you mean?" "You may call it killing. If I thought it could be done with anything like a certainty of result, I would make no more of the life of the governor than then." Todd was at a loss for a simile, and Lupin helped him out of the difficulty by saying, "Giving a man a clean shave for 1 penny, or eating a veal pie." Todd nodded. "Now, hark you," continued Lupin, speaking in the same very low whisper indeed that he had conducted the conversation in. "It is quite a maddening thing, you see, to find that there is nothing between us and liberty but this door. Every moment is of the greatest possible importance. Will you do it?" "Are you mad?" "No, I am quite sane, I confess, though that I have not the pluck to do it. You ought to be a man of courage. What is it to you if you were to murder everybody in this house so that you got this door open? That is the great object, the only object. And to you, 3 or 4 more deaths will not make much consequence." "My friend," said Todd with a sickly smile, "I am afraid you believe the calumnies that have been heaped upon my innocent head. But if nothing can be done but what you say, I will make the attempt. There are 2 files, though, and they are equally sharp. Do you take one, and I will take the other." "You want me with you?" "I do most surely." Well, if it must be so, it must. I will come. Let us set about it at once and—" Before Mr. Lupin could say another word, there came a sharp rap at the door from the outside with the knocker. And so sudden and so utterly unexpected was the sound at such an hour, that Lupin and Todd fell on each other in their hurry to escape, they knew not where. Chapter 135, The Chase Through Smithfield and the Murder. They were afraid to speak, were those 2 murderers, as they now stood trembling in the passage of the governor's house in Newgate. They could only be conscious of each other's presence by the hard breathing which their fears gave rise to, and as Lupin had extinguished the little light, the most intense darkness reigned around them. Bang, 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 went the knocker upon the door of the governor's house again. Lost, said Todd. If Lupin was not the most hardened villain of the 2, he was certainly at that moment the most courageous. He aimed a blow at Todd in the dark to give effect to his admonition for silence, but it did not take effect. Todd, however, was quite still now, and in the course of a few moments the knock at the door was repeated a 3rd time. Then Lupin whispered to Todd, "Keep yourself up as close against the wall as you can. Someone will come to the door, and you can throttle whoever it is, while I take the key of the little lock from them." "Yes," said Todd faintly. The word had hardly escaped his lips, when a flash of light from above came streaming down into the passage, and from each side of the door, close to the passage wall, against which they screwed themselves into as small a compass as possible, they saw a man approaching. The person who came to answer the knock at the governor's door was evidently only just roused from sleep, for he was looking heavy and yawning as he came. The candle he carried swayed to and fro in his hand, and it was very unlikely that he would see anything that was not remarkably close to his nose. "Ah, dear me," he yawned. "Can't people come at reasonable times? Who'd be a governor's clerk, I wonder, dear, get up at all hours of the night in Newgate? Ah, hey-oh." Mr. Lupin wanted to say only 2 words to Todd, and those were "kill him." But he was afraid even to whisper them, lest Todd should not be equally discreet in reply. He knew he could whisper softly enough, but he thought his companion might not be so accomplished in that particular, so he was silent. Before the individual who had announced himself to be the governor's clerk could get into the passage down the flight of stairs, the person on the outside of the door got impatient and executed another rather startling rap. "Oh, bother you," said the clerk. "I only wish you were at the bottom of the Thames. I'm coming, stupid. Don't you see the light through the little bit of glass at the top of the door, dear? How gapish I am you keep hammering away there, as if you thought we were all deaf or stupid." The clerk was evidently wakening up, but as he carried the light right in front of his eyes, he had not the smallest chance of seeing either Mr. Todd or Lupin, and in that way he reached the passage, or hall it might be called from courtesy. To be sure, how could he for one moment suspect to find 2 of the most notorious criminals in all Newgate snugly hidden in the hall? We must consider how very improbable such a thing was, before we blame the clerk for any imprudence in the matter. The grand object of Lupin, who kept his sharp little ferret-looking eyes upon the clerk as he descended, was to note if he had a key with him at all. If he had, there could be no doubt of its being the key of the little lock that had so baffled his, Lupin's, attempts to open it, upon the door of the governor's house. To his great satisfaction, he saw that, dangling from the clerk's finger by a piece of tape, he did carry a key, and Lupin at once naturally concluded it was the one he wanted. "Only just let me find out now," said the clerk, "that this is something about nothing, and won't I make a riot about it in the morning? To rouse a fellow out of his bed, it is really too bad, as if any kind of thing could not be just as well done in the daytime as in the middle of night. Now, stupid, who are you?" These last words he addressed to the person outside, by placing his mouth close to the keyhole. A voice responded something, the only recognizable word of which was donkey. "What do you say?" cried the clerk again. "You are a donkey, do you say?" "No," said the voice from the outside through the keyhole, "but you are." "Oh, am I, you infernal vagabond? I'll soon let you know what's what, I will, you rascal." With this the clerk began to open the door, and the moment he got the key in the little lock, so that Mr. Lupin was thoroughly aware it was the one he wanted, he sprung upon the unfortunate clerk, and dashing his head against the door, which was heavily plated with iron, he knocked him insensible in a moment. To open the lock was the work of an instant, and the door creaked upon its hinges. "Who are you?" said Lupin. "A messenger from the Secretary of State," said the man on the outside, "and I shall report your insolence." "Don't," said Lupin. "Indeed, I shall." "Then take that." With the file, he dealt him a frightful wound in the face, and then they both rolled down the whole flight of steps together, for Mr. Lupin had overbalanced himself with that blow. Todd sprang over them both and gained the open street, just as a watchman who was opposite began to spring his rattle at seeing such a scuffle going on at the governor's door. The messenger from the Secretary of State, notwithstanding his wound, grappled with Lupin, but that rascal got hold of him by his hair and knocked his head against the pavement until he was quite dead. Then, rising, he cried, "Through Smithfield, Todd, follow me." "I will," said Todd, and off they both set, pursued by the single watchman, who had happened to be the sole witness to the whole affair, and who, finding himself outstripped by the two men, wisely stopped at the corner of Giltspur Street to spring his rattle, which he did with a vengeance that soon brought others to his assistance. "An escape from Newgate?" The watchman kept crying, "an escape from Newgate. There they go through Smithfield, two men, one very big and the other not so big. An escape from Newgate." These cries soon sent about a dozen persons on the trail of the fugitives, and as the alarm was understood at the prison, 4 of the most bold and skillful men upon the premises at once started in pursuit. From the watchman who still stood at the end of Giltspur Street, they heard in what direction the prisoners had gone, and they did not lose a moment in dashing after them, calling out as they went, £50 reward for 2 prisoners escaped from Newgate, £50 reward for them. These words summoned up many an idler who was trying to dream away the night in the pens of Smithfield, and the officers soon got together a rabble host for the pursuit of Todd and his villainous companion. But these officers with their £50 reward were rather late in the field. It was the few persons who first heard the rattle and the outcries of the watchmen, who were close upon the heels of the men, and they kept them well in sight right across Smithfield and so on towards Barbican. Todd heard the shouts of the pursuers, but he did not look back, for fear of losing time by so doing, and the fact was that Mr. Lupin was so fleet of foot that it required all the exertion of Todd to keep up with him at all. Upon any less exciting occasion, it is extremely doubtful if Todd could have kept up such a race, but as it was, he seemed to lose his wind, and then in some mysterious way to get on without any at all. Mr. Lupin crossed Aldersgate Street and dashed down Barbican. He then turned down the first opening he came to on the right, and he did so, not because he was making for any known place of safety, but because he knew that a labyrinth of small streets were thereabouts, amid the intricacies of which he hoped to baffle his pursuers, and it was certainly under the circumstances very good policy in him to take the course he did. From the moment of so abruptly turning out of Barbican, they were both out of sight of their pursuers, who had been able to keep them steadily in view up to this. But although that was the case, they were not without their perils, for a watchman met them both and aimed a blow at Lupin's legs with his stick, crying in an Irish brogue, "Stop that, my beauty, stop that anyway." Lupin sprang upon him like an enraged tiger, and turning the stick from his hands, he laid him flat with one blow of it, and on he rushed, carrying it with him as a defense against the attack of anyone else. They now turned a corner and met a string of half-drunken gents of the period, arm in arm, and occupying the whole breadth of the pavement. Lupin avoided them by swerving into the roadway, but they caught hold of Todd, crying, "Here's the devil, let's make him an offer for his tail." Certainly, Sweeney Todd was not at that moment disposed for trifling, and he laid about him with his immense fists in such style that the gents were all rolling in the kennel in a moment or two. And then, however, before Todd could again reach Mr. Lupin so closely as he had been, he heard a loud shout of, "There's one of them, come on, come on." That was no drunken shout, and Todd immediately felt that the danger was imminent. He rushed on at increased speed and just got up to Lupin at the corner. They turned it together, and then Todd managed to say, "They come, they come." "Officers," said Lupin. "Yes, I think so. On, oh, push on." "This way." Lupin crossed the road and sprung down a narrow court, but even as he did so, came that voice crying, "There they go, stop them, there they go, £50 reward." A frightful oath burst from Todd's lips, as he emerged from the court still close upon the heels of Lupin. They were now in a tolerably wide street, and they saw but one individual in it, and he was evidently, by the curious manner in which he sometimes favored the curbstone by walking upon it for a few paces, and then lumbered up against the house, just a little gone in intoxication. This individual, after some fumbling in his pocket, produced a latch key, and having staggered up the steps of a house, he made some ineffectual attempts to open the door. "Hold," said Todd to Lupin. "Anything is better than this race for life. We can hide in the passage of that house until the pursuit is past. Come." "A good thought," said Lupin. By this time, the inebriated individual had succeeded in opening the street door with his latchkey, and he was so elated at having performed the feat that he stopped to laugh before he entered the house. The moment, however, that he did get into the passage, Todd sprung up the steps and very adroitly placed his foot against the door, so that when the person from within slammed it as he thought shut, it was a good 2 inches off that condition. It was then amusing to hear him, with drunken gravity and precision, as he thought, shooting the bolts into their sockets, after which, often tumbling on his way, he went along the passage and upstairs. Todd opened the door. "Come," he said. "All's right," said Lupin. Stop thief," cried a chorus of voices at the corner of the street. "Indeed," said Lupin, "the Lord be good to you all." He stepped into the house after Todd and very quietly closed the door. The passage was profoundly dark, and there they both stood, those 2 convicted murderers, listening to what was taking place outside their place of refuge. They heard the sounds of several voices, and it was quite evident that just about that spot the pursuers were baffled and did not know now which course to take after the fugitives, who were so snugly ensconced so near them. Chapter 136. Todd and Lupin escape to Con Wood. "What's to be done?" said a voice. "I'll be hanged if I know," said another, "and yet I feel sure that they came this way. I thought how it would be when they took to all these streets. Lord bless you, we might have passed them in some doorway easy enough a dozen times." "So we might," said the other voice. "All we can do now is to go round to the different outlets of the city and give an alarm." "Well, I won't give it up yet," said a third person. "I feel quite sure they are lingering somewhere about here, and I'll be on the watch yet for a time and hunt about quietly. You be off and give the notice to the watch, and leave Johnson and I to do what we can." "Very good, I wish you luck." There was a scuffle of feet, and it was quite clear that some of the men had gone off at a quick pace, leaving, no doubt, the 2 only in the street. "Well," whispered Lupin. "Well, my friend, what do you think of all this?" "I don't know what to think," said Todd. "I'm very tired." "Ah, and so am I, but that can't be helped. I ain't used to such a run as we have had, but it won't do us any harm. If we can get off, it will be a world's wonder, I can tell you. It ain't now every day that a fellow gives Newgate the go-by." No, and I must say that I did not myself expect it, but I was prepared to cheat the hangman. That's a poor enough lookout." "Yes, but it's a something. She did it." Who the deuce is she?" "Mrs. Lovett." "Oh, I recollect. I have heard of her. She was the nice creature who lived in Bell Yard, wasn't she, and accommodated the folks with pies." "Yes," said Todd, and if Lupin had seen the horrible contortion of visage with which he accompanied the word, Even he, with all his nerve in such matters, might well have been excused for a sudden accession of terror. "Well," added Todd, after a pause, "you are a man of judgment, Mr. Lupin, and all I want to know now is what you mean to do. Get away from here as soon as possible, but it won't be quite safe to try it yet. This house is very quiet, and no doubt everybody is in bed and asleep, so I shall get a light and look about a little. It would be quite a providential thing to find something to eat." "Yes, and to drink," said Todd. "Just so. I would give something handsome now, if I had it, for a good glass of brandy. That run has made me first hot and then shivery all over, but who knows what luck may be in store for us. Come now, here's a light, and we shall soon, by the help of Providence, see what sort of a crib we have got into." It was lucky for them both that Lupin had retained about him the means of getting a light, for if he had not, they would have been left to conjectures merely regarding their position. He ignited one of the little pieces of wax ends, and when the small flame rose and began to burn steadily, he held up the piece of candle, so they both looked curiously about them. The hall of the house in which they were was well got up. A handsome table and some old carved chairs were in it, with some crests upon the backs, and upon numerous pegs hung hats, cloaks, and coats. "Humph," said Lupin, "this is the very place for us. I shall take the great liberty of making free with some gentleman's coat and hat, and I think you had better do the same." Todd at once practically acquiesced in the suggestion, by slipping on a large cloak with sleeves and placing upon his head a hat richly bound with silver lace. "Upon my word," said Lupin, "you almost look respectable." "Do I?" said Todd. "It isn't then on account of the company I am in." Lupin smiled as he said, very good, but the less we cut at each other, my friend, the better." "You began it," said Todd. "So I did, so we will say no more about it, as yours was the hardest hit. How do I look in the cloak and hat?" "Just nice," said Todd, making a frightful face. Lupin laughed again. "Come," he said, "now that we have a little time to spare, let us see if these people keep a good larder. If they do, and they lock it up at night, they will find that the cat has been at it by the morning, I rather think. Tread as lightly as you can, Todd, and keep down your voice as you have done. Sounds go so far in the night time." "They do," said Todd. "I have heard them at odd times." Lupin led the way along the hall, at the end of which was the staircase, and to the right of that a door which was not fast, so that they passed on quite easily to the domestic portion of the house, and soon found the way to a kitchen, which was upon the same floor. Then they opened a door that led into a little sort of outhouse, paved with red bricks, and in one corner of that was a larder, or safe, well stocked with provisions. Lupin took from it a magnificent quarter of venison, with scarcely a quarter of a pound cut from it, and that, with some bread, were the only viands that he felt disposed to take from the larder. "It will be wholesome," he said, "and do us a world of good by the aid of Providence, and we don't know what we may have to go through yet in this world of woe. Amen. You fancy you are in the chapel again." "Dear me, yes, I do. Well, it don't matter. Come, friend Todd, let us recruit ourselves a little. Oh, that I could find the way to the wine cellar of these people, and yet that should not be a difficult matter. Let us think, it must be somewhere hereabouts." "There is a door," said Todd, pointing to one at the end of the outhouse. "It seems to be locked, and if so, it is no doubt that of the cellar." "We will try it," said Lupin. With this, he quickly opened the door, by the aid of his picklocks, which no ordinary lock could withstand the fascinations of for a moment, and then sure enough the supposition of Todd was found to be correct, for a goodly collection of bottles in long rows presented themselves to the eye. Lupin at once laid hold of a bottle, and breaking off the neck of it, he decanted a quantity of its contents into his throat, rubbing his stomach as he did so in a most ludicrous kind of way, to indicate how much he enjoyed the draught. "Nectar," he said, when he took the bottle from his mouth to enable himself to breathe. "Nectar." "Is it?" said Todd, as he seized upon another bottle. "I am partial generally to something a trifle stronger than wine, but if it be really good, I have no particular objection to a drop." With this Todd finished off half a bottle of the rich and rare old port that was in the cellar. They then worked away at the haunch of venison, and having made a very hearty meal, they looked at each other as though they would both say, "What next?" You say you have money, said Lupin. True, said Todd. But not here, of course, my friend, and who knows what difficulties we may find in our way before we reach your nice little hoard. Where did you say it was? Hidden beneath a tree in Conwood, close to the village of Hampstead. I went one night, and myself placed the cash there in case of accidents. And how much do you suppose, my friend, there is? I know what there is. I put away £2,000, and that you know will be £1,000 for you, and another for me. I purpose in that manner equitably to share it, for I am not ungrateful for the great assistance you have been to me in this escape from Newgate. If Mr. Lupin had not swallowed 2/3 of a bottle of old port wine, the probability is that he would have detected that Todd was deceiving him by the whining, canting tone in which he spoke. The fact was that Todd had not 1 farthing hidden in Conwood, but he thought it highly desirable while there existed any danger, and while Mr. Lupin was likely to be useful to him, to keep up such a delusion. Well, added Lupin, you really are a liberal fellow. But as I say, there is no knowing what good a trifle may be to us before we reach your snug £2,000 in Conwood. I propose to see what we can get in this house. People who keep such a good cellar, and such a capital larder, ought to have something in the place worth the taking in the way of cash. Yes, but I am afraid it will be hazardous, said Todd. A little, perhaps, but with this carving knife, don't you think we might make things pleasant? That is possible. Well, if anything worth having is to be got, let us set about it at once, for I think we have spent time enough in this house, and no doubt our friends are upon the move off, if they have not gone long before this. Come on, then. They both left the kitchen, and each being armed with a knife, they cautiously opened all the room doors on that floor. But they only found the usual furniture of such apartments, and it was quite clear that no cash was to be had in that portion of the premises. Come upstairs, said Lupin, with a look of savage determination. Come on, Todd, we will see what can be done upstairs. They carefully ascended the staircase, but they only just peeped into the drawing-room, and then they went up to the floor upon which the bedrooms were situated. They paused at the first door they came to, and Lupin very carefully tried the lock. It was only on the latch, and in the room a rushlight was burning. They both crept in, and their footsteps made no noise upon the soft carpeting of the apartment. A bed was in the room, and upon it lay a young lady. Lupin gave a hideous grin as he looked at her, and then stooping down by the bedside he said, in a whisper, If you scream, everybody in this house will be murdered. If you scream, everybody in this house will be murdered. If you owe, that will do. The young lady awakened with a start, but the words that were twice repeated still rung in her ears, and scream she did not, but she looked half dead from fright. Now, my dear, said Lupin, Providence has brought us to your bedside, and if you make any disturbance, we mean to submit you and the whole of the family to the operation of a carving knife, the Lord willing. All we want is money, and if we can get that quietly, we will go and not so much as ask your pretty little lips for a kiss. Oh, heaven protect me, said the young lady. Amen, said Lupin. Now, my dear, who is in the house besides you? My father, the alderman, and my mother, and the servants above stairs. Oh, spare my parents. Very good, where can any money be got hold of? Will £100 content you? Yes, said Todd, putting his head between the curtains at the foot of the bed. The young lady gave a faint cry, and Mr. Lupin flourished the carving knife over her. Where are the £100? He said, and we will go. In my father's room. It is the next room. His purse is on the dressing table. If you will let me go and get it, I will give it to you upon your promise then to leave the house. How are we to trust you not to say that we are here? I swear by all that is holy I use the name of the great God. Oh, indeed you may trust me. Go, said Lupin. The young lady got out of bed, and both Todd and Lupin followed her from the room. She crossed the landing and at once opened the door of a room. Then they heard a man's voice say, Who's that? And the young lady replied, Only me, father. I want something out of your room. I shall not be a minute. Bless the girl, said a female voice. What can she want? In a minute or two, the young lady came back to the landing, where Todd and Lupin were waiting for her. Now, said Lupin in a low voice, now, my little dear, have you got it? Quick, quick, said Todd, or you die. I am half a mind to cut your throat as it is, just for the pleasure of the thing. The young lady stood just upon the threshold of the door of her father's room, and then as Lupin held up his light, she raised both her hands, in each of which was a horse pistol, and presenting one at Lupin's head and one at Todd's, she said, "Thieves, thieves, thieves." Chapter 137, The Murder at Conwood, Hampstead. It would be quite impossible to describe the effect that was produced upon Lupin and Sweeney Todd by this heroic conduct on the part of the young lady, from whom they did not in the least expect any such active resistance to their proceedings. Lupin was constitutionally by far the greater coward of the two, and when he saw the bright barrel of the pistol in such startling and unexpected contiguity to his head, he at once stepped back, and missing his footing, fell down the stairs to the landing place immediately below that flight. Todd thought that there would be just a chance of dashing in upon the young lady and disarming her of her pistols, but now that both of them were leveled at him, and she began to cry out, "Help! Help! Thieves!" again, louder than before, he reluctantly abandoned the idea, and turning, he bounded down the staircase. The young lady leant over the stairhead and fired one of the pistols after him, which so accelerated the movements of Todd that he tumbled right over Mr. Lupin, and fell down all the way to the hall with Lupin after him. Under any other circumstances than the dangerous and exciting ones in which they were in, no doubt they would both of them have been too much hurt to do anything but lie on their backs in the hall. But the feeling that if they were taken it would be to death was sufficient to rouse them, and they both scrambled to their feet. Lupin got the street door open and dashed out, closely followed by Todd. A watchman tried to stop them, but him they felled with a blow, and then off went Lupin down a cross street that led him into Old Street Road, and with Todd at his heels, who was very faint. "Stop, stop," panted Todd, "stop." "What for?" said Lupin. "I cannot run so fast. Are you hurt? Oh, that I had a knife at that girl's throat." Lupin paused and held by a post at the corner of a street, and swore dreadfully, as he too panted a little for breath, although he was by no means so much used up as Todd was. But then Lupin was a younger man, and much lighter on his feet than our old friend of murdering notoriety. "Oh dear," said Todd, "what's to be done now?" "Nothing." "Nothing, did you say? But my dear friend, something must be done. We have positively wasted half the night, and we are without money and half dead. I am covered with bruises from head to foot by the fall down the staircase, and it will be daylight in another half-hour or so at the utmost." "Ah," said Lupin, "we must breakfast somewhere, I'm thinking, my friend." "And so am I." "Well, well, we have made certainly a mess of our adventure at the Alderman's, but it can't be helped now. The idea, only to think of it now, Todd, of you and I, two such men as we are, and as the world refutes us to be, being beaten back, and you may say, thrown down 2 pair of stairs by a girl of 16 or thereabouts." Todd growled out some malediction. "It was the will of Providence," said Lupin. "But who is this? Stand aside, Todd, and let this old gentleman pass on. We may as well not be seen and described by anyone." "Do you think he may likely have enough about him," whispered Todd, "to pay our expenses for the day?" "A lucky thought. It is more than likely that he has. Knock him down and rob him, Todd. There's not a soul in sight. Give him one of the knocks you used to give the poor devils you made the pies of, you know." "Be quiet," said Todd. "I am amazed that a man of your profound sense and sagacity should give ear to such idle rumors about me. I am really both shocked and surprised, Mr. Lupin." "Amen," said Lupin. "You rob the old man, and we won't quarrel about any such nonsense, Todd. Here he comes, grinning like an old polecat. What business has a man of that age out at such a time as this?" "None," said Todd, "except to provide us with a little money." Todd cast a keen glance around him, and was convinced that the report of Mr. Lupin that no one was in sight was quite correct. So he stepped up to the old man and said, "Good morning, sir." "Thieves, thieves!" cried the old man and began to run, but Todd put out one of his long legs and tripped him up. Then pouncing upon him, he extracted a well-filled purse from his pocket, and holding it up to Lupin, he said, "This will do." "Rather," replied Lupin, "come on." Off set Lupin again on a run, rather to the discomfiture of Todd, who had not had such a scampering about for a long time indeed. But yet he felt the necessity of getting as soon as possible out of the immediate vicinity of the old man whom they had just robbed. So they did not stop, until they got right away on the northern side of Finsbury Square. That side of the ancient square of Finsbury was not built then, and beyond it, where there is now such a squalid and uninviting neighborhood, there was nothing but fields. "Now," said Lupin, "let us look at the purse." "Here it is," said Todd. "It's very light." The fact was that notwithstanding the speed at which he was compelled to run to keep up with Lupin, or rather to keep a few paces only behind him, Todd had contrived to abstract the better part of the contents from the purse, and to pocket them. For the story with which he had tickled the ears of Lupin of his having any money concealed in Conwood, Hampstead, was a mere delusion, got up for the purpose of making him, Lupin, more than commonly solicitous concerning his, Todd's, safety in their escape from Newgate. "Yes," replied Todd, "it is light, but such as it is it may be of some service to us. Take it, Mr. Lupin, and you can be the treasurer. You know I can trust to you." "Implicitly," said Lupin, as turning out the contents of the purse into his hand, he said, "Here are 4 guineas and a half, and about 6 or 7 shillings in loose silver." "Better than nothing," said Todd, with a look of great philosophy. "Our first care now is to get a breakfast." "I don't know," said Lupin. "I took quite enough at the alderman's to last me some time. I should say, get out of London as quickly as we possibly can, and when we are at Conwood, we can, at our ease, consider what course we will feel inclined to take with our money in our pockets." "A couple of thousands," said Todd. "Exactly so. I move that we strike across the fields now at once, and make for Highgate and Hampstead, so that at each step we shall be leaving some danger behind us." "Agreed," said Todd. "Come on. For my part, one should like very much to find a conveyance of some sort, but that, I suppose, is impossible." "Quite. Besides, on foot we are much less likely to be recognized and described. Come on, Todd. You ought to be able to walk to Hampstead, surely, after the little trifling exercise that you have had only." "Trifling, do you call it?" said Todd, making one of his most hideous faces. "Trifling? I have not a bone in my body that don't ache. Trifling? I am one mass of bruises from top to toe, and I never in all my life felt so exhausted. But yet the love of life and of liberty will lend me strength. So, come on, I will go on to Hampstead, and I will reach it, my friend, unless I drop by the way." "Well spoke," said Lupin. They now pursued a course which led them rapidly by the back of the city road, and through the now well-populated district called Hoxton. And keeping on in that way, they crossed the high road near to Stamford Hill, and soon began to get a good view of the heights of Highgate and Hampstead in the distance. "Brandy," said Todd, "brandy." "Why, what's the matter?" "My good friend, I can't get on without some brandy. I am rather used to a little stimulant at times, so I must have it. Then we have no risk now to run by going into a public house." "I don't know that, Todd, but if you can't do without, some brandy you must have. To be sure, we are in luck's way so far that we are provided with hats and coats from the Alderman's Hall, and therefore, people cannot have a description of us. The first quiet little hotel we come to, Todd, I promise you that I will not object to our stopping at, so that you may have your drop." "Yes," said Todd, "that will do. My good friend, it is the only thing that keeps me up. When I used to feel a little down in spirits, I poured some other spirits down, and then I get up again." "Exactly. Here we are, at an old roadside house called the Adam and Eve, which will be the very thing. They may take you for Adam and me for Cain, or Abel come along." They halted at the door of the little public house, but upon going in they found the landlord and landlady bargaining with a man who was hawking something, and the following words came upon the startled ears of Todd. "Only 3d, sir, I assure you, and the most exact likeness of Sweeney Todd, the murderer, taken while he was on his trial at the Old Bailey. You will see what a look he has, and the artist has been most successful in the squint, and only 3d. He will be hanged on Monday, of course," said the publican's wife. "Oh yes, ma'am, in course, and there's expected such a crowd as never was known at the execution." "No doubt of it. Well, I'll give 2d. "And a drop of ale," said the publican. "Here you are, master, you shall have it. A capital likeness. If you was only now to catch a sight of the original Todd, you'd know him in a moment by the look of this picture, particularly the squint." "Come in," whispered Lupin to Todd. "Oh no, I don't want the brandy now." "But I do. You're speaking about it. has got me into the mind of wanting some now, so come on and let us have it, my friend, at once. Why, you are not afraid that the portrait is too good a likeness, are you?" "Oh dear, I don't know," said Todd. "I believe I have a remarkable nose and rather an engaging look about the eyes. Come along." "A quartern of the best brandy," said Lupin. Todd felt that now the safest thing he could do was to brave the matter out, as anything in the shape of a retreat would be much worse than actually making an appearance at the bar of the public house. And then it was truly ridiculous to see the manner in which Todd strove to alter the cast of his features by protruding one lip and putting on what he thought as a kind of satisfied smirking smile, extremely difficult, indeed, for his usual expression of face. There was only one slight comfort he felt, and that was in the circumstance that the news of their escape from Newgate had not yet reached that place. "A nice, bracing morning, gentlemen," said the publican. "Very, by the goodness of Providence," said Lupin. "Amen," said Todd. "I have just, gentlemen, been buying a portrait of the execrable Todd, and if either of you have happened to see him in London, perhaps you can tell me if it is at all like the villain. We frighten our children now, if they misbehave themselves at all, and tell them that Todd is coming to make them into pies, and then they are as quiet as possible." "Ha, ha." "How funny," said Todd. "Well," said Lupin, as he looked at the twopenny portrait of Todd with a pretended critical air, "I don't think it's like him at all. I saw him at Newgate, and my friend here is more like him than this picture." "You don't say so, sir," said the landlord. "He," laughed Todd. "Ho, ho." How he wished at that moment that he could have taken Lupin by the throat and strangled him. The brandy was duly discussed, and Lupin, having paid for it out of the contents of the old gentleman's purse, took a courteous adieu of the landlord, and with Todd left the house. "Gracious goodness," exclaimed Todd, "how could you dream of saying what you did about me at the bar?" "My good friend, that was for the express purpose of drowning suspicion for you. I saw the landlady staring at you most fixedly, and so I said it on purpose, for fear she should really begin to think you could be no other than Todd, the murderer, the execrable Todd, with whom they frightened the children." "Oh, well," said Todd, "don't say anything more about it. I am quite satisfied. Indeed, I am more than satisfied, my dear friend." "I thought you would be, when you come to think." "Oh dear, yes. You may depend, Todd, that the greatest safety always runs alongside of the greatest danger, and that when you think that your fortunes are at the lowest, you may not unfrequently be upon the point of a highly favorable change, and it's all by the goodness of Providence." "Bother you," said Todd. "I do believe if you were to live for 100 years, you would not forget your chapel experience." "Perhaps not, but I made a good bit of money that way, taking one thing with another, Mr. Todd." Chapter 138, Keenwood and Hampstead in the Old Times. In such discourse as this, the precious pair beguiled the way to Highgate, from which they proposed crossing to Hampstead. Notwithstanding the liberal potations that they had taken at the alderman's house, and notwithstanding the brandy that had since been discussed, they neither of them felt any the worse for the imbibition. Probably, the active exercise they took carried off all bad effects. But certainly, when they reached Highgate, both Todd and Lupin were hungry. "Let us turn into the old Gatehouse Tavern," said Lupin. "Don't you think a more obscure place," suggested Todd, "would be better for us, as we do not by any means court popularity?" "No, there is more safety in a large place like the Gatehouse, where plenty of guests are coming and going continually, than in a little bit of a public house where we should be looked at and scrutinized from top to toe from the moment we went in to the moment we came out." "Very good," said Todd. "I think you reason well enough upon the point, and I give in to your better judgment completely. Ah, my good friend, I really don't know what I should have done at all without you." "Been hanged," said Lupin. Todd gave a shudder, which was a tolerably convincing proof of how fully he agreed in what Mr. Lupin said. And then they went into the old Gatehouse Tavern, at Highgate, where they had a very plentiful breakfast. And by getting into a corner of the room, in which they sat, they did not attract any observation beyond the mere casual regards of the visitors to the house. Before they left, though, Todd had the horror of hearing a great confusion of voices in the passage, and in a few moments one of the waiters came into the room, quite bursting with his news. "Gentlemen," he said, "the notorious Todd, and a man named Lupin, who was a murderer likewise, have escaped from Newgate." "Escaped," said Lupin. "You don't say so." "Dear me, when?" said Todd. "Last night, gentlemen, last night, and coming." The waiter was compelled to leave the room, as a bell rung violently. "Let us go," said Todd. "Yes, I think, now that the news has reached here, it will be wise to do so." "Come along, then." Todd rose in a moment, but Lupin in a whisper strictly cautioned him not to show any symptoms of hurry or alarm, and he was so far master of himself to see the necessity of such a caution, so that they both got safely out of the Gatehouse Tavern and took the route to Hampstead by Swain's Lane without having anything said to them. "This is an escape indeed," said Todd. "Yes," said Lupin. "You may depend that in a very little time there will be some officers at the Gatehouse, but if we can get to the wood within the next half-hour, I think we are safe enough. What do you think?" "I think that if our safety depends upon getting into Caen Wood in half an hour, we ought to be there in half the time." "Do you? Then come on for a run." "Oh dear," said Todd. "I am all aches and pains and not at all fit for running, but I suppose I must. Don't go very fast, Mr. Lupin, or I shall never be able to keep up with you." "Then you go first and run as fast as you can without greatly distressing yourself, and I will adopt my speed to yours." "That will be better," said Todd. Off they both set down Swain's Lane, and as the first part of that well-known thoroughfare from Highgate to Hampstead goes downhill, they got on speedily with very little exertion. But when the foot of the little slope was reached, it was quite another thing, and Todd was fast subsiding into a walk, when Lupin cried to him, "We are pursued." At these words, Todd fell flat in the roadway. Up," said Lupin. "There is a turn in the lane just ahead of us, and when we reach that we must get over the hedge and hide. I don't know that they are actually after us, but there are horsemen in the lane coming from Highgate." Todd got up as far as his hands and knees, and then, as his ears were close to the ground, he said, "We are lost, for I can hear horsemen coming from the other direction too." "The deuce you can." Mr. Lupin stooped to listen, and in a moment he was assured of the fact. He seized Mr. Todd by the collar, saying, "Now, Todd, if you want to escape, rouse yourself and follow me. But if you don't care about it, say so at once, and I will look after my own safety." "Care about it?" cried Todd. "What else do you suppose I care about in all the world?" "Come on, then." "Here I am. Oh, yes, I'm coming on as quick as you like now, Lupin. The dread of capture banishes all fatigue. I can now run like a hunted hare." "There is no occasion," said Lupin. "This way. We must hide now. Speed would do us but little good against horsemen this way." Lupin ran on until he got to the turn of the lane, which hid the horsemen from Highgate effectually from their view. And as the mounted party coming from the direction of Hampstead had not got so far as to appear, he thought it was just the place to halt at. "Now, Todd," he said, "we must get over the hedge here, and our only chance of safety, if these men are really on the lookout for us, is to hide in the meadow." Without waiting for Todd to make any remark upon the very doubtful means of escape presented, Lupin scrambled through the hedge. Todd then followed him, and the first care of Lupin's was to arrange the twigs that had been displaced in the hedge by their passage through it, so that there should not appear to be any gap at all there. Immediately upon the other side of the hedge which they had thus crossed there was a ditch, and a large heap of manure. Mr. Lupin, without the slightest ceremony, laid himself down, and pulling a lot of the manure heap over him, he nearly covered himself quite up. "This is very shocking," said Todd. "It's quite a luxury compared to a cell in Newgate," replied Lupin. "You had better be quick." The word Newgate acted upon the imagination of Todd as a very powerful spell, and he at once lay down and began to follow the example of his friend, Lupin. And indeed so very anxious was he, while he was about it, to hide himself completely, that he nearly smothered himself outright in the manure. "I hope this will do," he moaned. "Silence," said Lupin. Todd was as still as death in a moment. As they now lay close to the earth, all sounds upon it were much more clearly brought to their senses than when they were walking, so that there was no sort of difficulty in distinguishing the tread of the horses that were coming from Highgate from those that proceeded from the other direction, and which latter ones were not quite so near as the others. Faintly, too, they could hear the hum of commotion, which showed that the party consisted of 3 or 4 persons. And now the mounted men from Highgate got right down into the hollow, close to the bend in the lane, and they paused while one said, in a clear voice, "We ought not to go any further. Those from Hampstead should meet us now, I think." "They are coming," said another. "Ah, so they are. I wonder if they have seen anything of the rascals. I do hope they will soon be nabbed, for this patrolling business is very tiresome." These words were quite sufficient, if any doubt had been upon the minds of Lupin and Todd, to convince them that the mounted men were after them, and of the great peril they would have been in if they had stayed in the lane. To be sure, there was nothing in what had been said to add to the supposition that the horsemen had any knowledge of the fact that the persons they sought were in that neighborhood, and that might be considered to decrease the danger a little. But yet it was sufficiently great, under all circumstances. In the course of the next 2 minutes, the Hampstead party came up and joined the others. "Any luck?" said one. "No, we came right on across the heath, but we neither saw nor heard anything of them, and it is quite impossible to say, as yet, that they have come in this direction at all. I don't myself think it at all likely." "Why not?" "Because of all neighborhoods close to London, it is the most high and exposed, while at the same time it is not thickly peopled." "Well, there may be something in that. We have heard nothing of them in Highgate up to now, so I suppose we may go back again the way we came, and you will do the same. Have you been in any of the meadows?" "No, but it's easy to get over the gate yonder and take a look all round. The enclosures are not very numerous about here, and they would find it difficult to hide. Hold my horse, George, and I'll get into the meadows and take a look." When Todd heard these words, he looked upon himself as lost and could hardly suppress a groan. The man who had last spoken got over a gate that was at some little distance off, and stood upon an elevated spot of the meadows to look about him. "There's nothing moving," he said. "Come along then," cried another. "Let's get on. Here's a compost heap. They are perhaps in the middle of that. Is it worth looking at?" "Not exactly. Come on." The man retired to the road again and mounted, and in the course of a few moments, the 2 parties rode back again upon the way that they had come. "Todd," said Lupin. "Todd." "Oh," groaned Todd. "Todd, I say, get up. Are you out of your mind? The danger is past now. They are gone." "Gone," said Todd, looking up. "You don't say so. Didn't I hear one of them say that he would look in this very place?" "Yes, but that was only a joke." "A joke," said Todd with a deep groan. "A joke, was it? Oh, how very careful people should be when they make jokes, when other people are hiding from their enemies. It might be very funny to him, but it was quite the reverse to me." "That's true enough, but get up now, and in the name of everything that's safe and comfortable, let us get to the wood. These fellows are evidently patrolling the road, and they will be back again in a little while, and still come across us if we don't manage to get out of their way before that time come along. We can get to the wood now quickly." "Ah, dear me," said Todd, as he shook himself to get rid of as much of the unsavory mess he had lain in as possible. "Ah, dear me, truly I have now hit upon evil times, and fortune, that I thought petted me, has slipped from me like a shadow, leaving me glad of a manure heap in a field as a place of shelter." "All that is very true," said Lupin, "but it don't get us on a bit." "I'm ready, I'm quite ready," groaned Todd. They were upon the point of going into the lane again, but they were compelled or rather thought it prudent to wait until a man had passed, who, by the box that he carried on his back, was evidently a hawker of goods about the country. He soon trudged out of their way, and then they both got through the hedge again into the lane. The place of their destination was now close at hand, upon their left, and watching a favorable spot by which to do so, they crossed the hedge upon that side and got into the fields. But although a sharp run across 2 or 3 meadows would have taken them at once to Con Wood, they did not think it at all prudent so to expose themselves to observation. "Skirt the hedge, Todd," said Lupin, "and stoop down so as to keep your head as much below the top of the hedgerow as possible. You are inconveniently tall just now." Upon this instruction, Todd bent himself almost double, and in that attitude he managed to scramble close to the hedge, and up to his knees, at times, in the ditches and drains that he came across in such a situation. In this way, then, they got on until they reached the outskirts of Keen Wood. Not a creature was to be seen, and the most profound and solemn stillness reigned around them. Todd was not used to that intense quiet of the country, and he shook at it rather, but Lupin took no notice of his emotion. "Here we are at last," he said. "And all you have to do, Todd, is to point out the spot where you have hidden your money, and then we will divide it, and wait until nightfall before we venture out of this snug place." "Come along," said Todd. "It's all right." And then they both dived amongst the trees, which in some places quite shut out the daylight. Chapter 139. The Adventures in Conwood of the Two Murderers. Todd was so much exhausted by the time they reached the wood that he at once cast himself to the ground upon a heap of dry leaves, and he felt that he was speaking only the truth when he said, "I could not go a step further just now. If it were to save my life, I feel that I could not, and here I must lie and rest." "Dear me," said Mr. Lupin, "what a poor creature you must be. How old are you, Mr. Todd?" "I don't know," said Todd. "The church I was christened at was burnt down only the day after, and all the books burnt. My father and mother are dead, and the nurse was hanged, and the doctor cut his throat." "Upon my word," said Lupin, "they were a lively set. I suppose it was remorse did all that." "Remorse? What do you mean by remorse?" "Why, that sort of feeling, you know, might be awakened in their minds by finding that you were not exactly the sort of baby that was expected. You must have looked a beauty in long clothes, Todd, and as for your age, I should guess it about 55. "Guess your own age," said Todd, "and leave mine alone." "Oh, if it's at all a sore subject, I won't say another word about it. But come now, Todd, you charming creature, could you not manage to crawl a little way further?" "What for? If we are safe in the wood at all, we are safe enough here where we are now." "But my dear friend, you quite forget." What do I forget?" "Don't plague me, Lupin. It is enough just now to remember that we have by almost a miracle made an escape from Newgate. And as for forgetting, I would be right glad to forget if I could that I had ever been there, but that will be impossible." "It won't be very easy," said Lupin, "and if possible, it will take a long time. But what I was just mildly going to remind you of was that in this wood your £2,000, you know, are hidden, and that we were to share the amount." "Ah, my dear friend, yes, I had not forgotten that little affair. It is, of course, very important, but let me rest a little, if you please." "Oh, certainly, certainly." "And then, my dear companion, it will be necessary to get a spade, you know, to dig it up. Our nails decidedly are neither long enough or strong enough, and I don't at all see how it is to be done without a spade, or something that shall be a good substitute for one." "Oh, nonsense," said Lupin. "How deep do you suppose it lies?" "About 2 feet. "Very good then, you need give yourself no uneasiness about the digging it up. I have the chisel and the 2 files here, and if I can't dig 2 feet into the earth with them, and my hands to shovel out the mold with, I'm a Dutchman, that's all. Only you show me the spot, that's all, and I won't ask you to tire yourself in the matter." "In a little," said Todd, "in a little. Without being so old as you would make me out, I am still older than you are, Lupin, and cannot go through the amount of fatigue that you can. Just let me recover myself a little, and then instead of crawling to the spot where my money lies hidden, I shall be well able to walk to it and show it to you." "Very good, very good. Of course, I don't want to hurry you too much about the matter, only the sooner we do get a hold of the £2,000 the better. I wonder, too, that you don't feel rather anxious to see that it is quite safe, for some accident might have discovered it, for all you know to the contrary." "Oh no, my friend, nothing but an earthquake could do that. You may depend it is quite safe where I put it. In a little time I shall be able to show you the exact spot, which I have so accurately in my mind's eye that I can walk to it with the greatest of ease. Of course, I did not trust such a valuable deposit to the ground without accurately marking the spot that I had made my bank." "Is it in gold?" All. I did think of hiding notes, but I was afraid that the damp, if there should come any heavy rains, would have the effect of rotting them, and I had no iron box sufficiently small to place them in, so I brought all gold, and a good weight it was too." "Ah, we will make that weight light by dividing it." "Just so." Lupin's mouth actually watered at the idea of getting possession of such a sum, and as he turned his head aside, he muttered to himself, "If I don't put Todd out of this world and save the hangman the trouble, it shall go hard with me, and then I shall have all the money to myself, and I can get to America and be a free and enlightened citizen for the remainder of my days." Mr. Lupin could hardly forbear an audible chuckle over this delightful prospect, so that it will be seen that both of these villains meditated evil intentions towards each other, from which it may be gathered how much faith is to be put in the association of men for any guilty design. Was it likely that such persons as Todd and Lupin, after being false and ruffianly to all the world, should be true to each other, except so far as their common interests dictated? No, Todd amused Lupin with the story of the buried gold in the wood at Hampstead, because he, Lupin, was of assistance in his escape from Newgate. And Lupin assisted him to escape with the idea of murdering him in the wood and securing for himself all the money that he believed was there hidden. It was quite evident that Lupin was desperately impatient at the rest Todd was taking, previous to showing him where the money was hidden, and he walked to and fro, looking as vexed as possible, and yet fearing to say too much, lest he should get up a quarrel, the result of which might be that Todd would refuse to show him where the gold was at all. "I think," he said, "if I were to manage to get a good thick stave off some tree, it would help considerably in digging, would it not?" "Without a doubt," said Todd. "Then I will try, and by the time I have got it, perhaps you will be rested enough, my dear friend, to make an effort to get up and show me the spot where to dig for the gold." "I shouldn't wonder," said Todd. Mr. Lupin found that he was obliged to be contented with this doubtful acquiescence of Todd's, and he busied himself, by the aid of the chisel and the files, in getting off a stout strong bough from a sycamore tree, which he shaped to a tolerable point. It looked like a formidable bludgeon, and as he eyed it, he thought what a capital knock on the head it would give to Mr. Todd. It was rather odd that the same idea crossed Todd's mind, and as he saw the bit of wood, he muttered to himself, "That would do it, one blow from that would do it." Now, Todd had but one solitary incentive to the murder of Lupin, and that was that he feared when he found out how he had been deceived regarding the money, he would find some mode of denouncing him to the police, while he took care of himself. And therefore, upon that mere idea, Todd would take his life. But then, steeped in blood guiltiness as Todd was, the taking the life of anyone always seemed to him to be the readiest way of solving any difficulty connected with them. It was his motive to consider that that was the shortest and easiest mode of settling the affair, if anyone became at all troublesome, and he was not all likely to make an exception in favor of such a personage as Mr. Lupin. "All ready," said Lupin. "Are you rested now?" "Yes," said Todd as he rose. "Ah, dear me, yes, as much as I can expect, until I get a regular night's repose, you know, friend Lupin, but I don't expect that very soon." "Oh, who knows? We are continually in this world, getting what we don't expect and not getting what we do, so you may rest easy enough, Todd, much sooner than you expect. Come, lean on my arm if you feel fatigued." "Oh no, thank you. Lend me the stick, it will help me on the best, for it seems just about my height." Lupin could not very well refuse Todd's request with any prospect of keeping him in good humor at the same time, so he gave him the stick, although it must be confessed he did not do so with the very best grace in the world. But Todd did get it, and that satisfied him. "Is it far off?" said Lupin. "Oh dear, no. Quite close at hand, quite close. There's a small chestnut tree, and a large chestnut tree, and there's a small fir tree and a large fir tree, and a large oak tree and a small oak tree, and then there is a blackberry bush and a little stream of water." "Good gracious, is there anything else?" said Lupin. "No, my dear friend, that is all." "Well, I must confess that your description would not have very materially assisted me in finding the spot. Indeed, I thought nothing could possibly be more clear." "Clear to you, Mr. Todd? It may be, but not to anyone else. But that don't matter a bit as you are here yourself to point out the exact spot. Are we near it now?" "Yes, you see that cluster of bushes?" "Yes, oh yes." "Well, the money lies hidden right in there, and you cannot miss it if you scramble in. Lend me the stick to clear away the brambles and the nettles, and I will creep in." "My dear friend, I shall fall down if I lend you the stick. There is no difficulty in getting in. Don't you see there is a gap that you have only to push through, and there you are?" "Well, well," said Lupin. "That's enough, I will get through. Come on, let us secure the gold." Lupin stooped to push his way through the gap in the hedge, for the bushes grew so close together just there that they resembled an enclosure carefully planted on purpose. Then Todd took the heavy stick that had been cut from the sycamore tree in both hands, and swinging it in the air, he brought it down with a stunning crack on the back of Lupin's head, just at the juncture of the neck. "God," said Lupin, and it was the first time in his life that with true sincerity he had pronounced that sacred name. He then turned and sunk to the ground with his face towards Todd. He could not speak now, but the look that he gave to his murderer was awful in the extreme. The injury he had received had quite paralyzed him, and his hands hung helplessly, but the quality of mercy belonged not to Todd's composition. Again the huge stick was raised, and this time it fell upon the top of Lupin's head. The wretched man uttered one faint sigh and expired at once. "Dead," said Todd, as he stood gaunt and erect before his victim with the stick stretched out in his hand. "Dead, quite dead, ha!" Todd made one of his old faces. He must at that moment have fancied himself engaged upon his ancient business in the cellars beneath his house in Fleet Street, or he never could have made the sort of face which had become so very incidental to him in that locality. The body fell huddled up, and the change that rapidly took place in the countenance was something truly awful to behold, but it had not much effect upon Todd. He had struck many a man down to rise no more, against whom he had no cause of suspicion or of dread, and it was not likely that he would scruple to do so to one whom he both feared and hated as he did Mr. Lupin. "That is done," said Todd, as he slowly let his arm droop until the stick touched the ground, and then relinquishing his grasp of it, he let it fall entirely. "That is done." A slight noise close at hand made the murderer start, and caused the blood to turn cold around his heart from very abject fear that there had been some witness to his crime. "What was that?" he said. "What was that?" All was still again. It was but some wild bird taking flight from a low branch of a neighboring tree, not liking the vicinity of man, and especially such a man as Mr. Todd. For we may well suppose even those little feathered fragile things are gifted with some of that physiognomical power that seems to be an attribute or an instinct of all animals, with regard to the human race. "It was nothing," said Todd very gently. "It was nothing at all. This has been an easily done deed and a safe one, nearly noiseless too. It may be many a long day ere the body be discovered. I will drag it in among the bushes, so as to hide it for as long a space as may be, else if it were found early it would be a kind of index to my route, and would, at all events, show that I had been here." Full of this idea, Todd laid hold of the body and turned it back upwards. He even did not like to look in the face more than he could help. Then seizing the corpse by the collar of his coat, he dragged it into the hollow space among the bushes and cast it down, saying as he did so, "Rest you there, Mr. Lupin. I have only saved the hangman after all the trouble of taking your life, for I can feel well assured that such would have been your end. You thought yourself a clever fellow, but after all you were nothing to me. Rest there. You were useful up to the moment that we reached the wood and were in comparative safety. After that, you became an encumbrance, and so I have got rid of you, as I am in the habit of doing all such encumbrances to my views." Sweeney Todd then crept out from among the bushes, and after having cast the stick with which he had done the murder in among the bushes on top of the body, he walked rapidly away to another part of the wood. Ever and anon he stopped to listen if he could catch the slightest indication of the presence of anyone else in the wood. But all was still, save now and then the song of some wild bird, as it lit for a few moments upon the branch of some tree to warble a few notes, and then dart off again into the fresh and fragrant air. "I am safe here," muttered Todd. "I am safe here for the present, and until nightfall I will remain. But between this time and sunset, I must determine what I shall do, and it must be done quickly, for on the morrow the pursuit will be of a wider, as well as of a closer character than what it has been today." Chapter 140 shows how the news of Todd's escape was received by all concerned. Having traced Todd and Lupin thus far in their escape from the meshes in which the law had so properly bound them, we will now for a time leave the arch-villain Todd in Con Wood, Hampstead Heath, while we take a glance at what ensued in London, upon the escape of the two worthies from Newgate. It has often been remarked that one person in London does not trouble himself about his neighbor's affairs, as is done in smaller communities, or know what is happening in his immediate vicinity. But it is likewise true that nowhere does news travel so fast or acquire so many exaggerations, as in London. Thus, then, in the course of a few hours, there was scarcely a person in the metropolis that was not aware of the escape of Sweeney Todd and Mr. Josiah Lupin from Newgate. And not only were they aware of the mere fact of the escape, but women had added so many extravagances to the whole affair that it was quite wonderful to think of the fertility of invention of the illiterate persons who had added so many wonders and exaggerations to the real facts of the case, which, after all, lay, as the reader knows well, in a very small compass indeed, considering the magnitude of the result. Nor were the newspapers published on the ensuing morning at all backward, in pandering to popular taste, by making the affair as striking and as wonderful as they possibly could. In one quarter of the town, it was firmly believed that not only had Todd and Lupin set Newgate on fire, but that they had murdered the governor and half a dozen turnkeys, and then made their way into the Old Bailey through the ruins of the prison over the dead bodies of their victims. In another part of London, it was currently reported that an infuriated mob had attacked the prison, for the purpose of taking out Todd and hanging him forthwith, and that in the midst of the confusion incidental to such a scene, he had succeeded in making his escape in the disguise of a turnkey, with a huge bunch of keys in his hand as a symbol of his profession. Then again, in the highly religious district of Islington, it was fully believed, and in fact, cried through the streets, that His Infernal Majesty, in his own proper person, had called at Newgate at about 12:30 at night, and taken away both the prisoners at once without any further ceremony. But all these idle rumors might be safely left to sink or swim as the incredulity or the credulity of their authors and hearers might determine, since it was after all only to a very few persons that the escape of Sweeney Todd was of the smallest importance, and, to still from that, the fate of Mr. Lupin was of any importance at all. The persons with whose feelings and wishes we and our readers feel interested are those to whom the escape of Todd presented grounds for some anxious and painful reflections, and it is to them and their proceedings that we would now draw the attention of our readers. One of the first persons to whom the news was taken in a clear and compact, unexaggerated form was Sir Richard Blunt, and at an early hour of the morning he was roused from his rest by a messenger, who presented him with a brief note, containing only the following words from the secretary of Newgate. Newgate, sir. The prisoner, Sweeney Todd, has escaped from the jail, along with one Josiah Lupin. I am, sir, yours obediently, John Smith. The deuce he has, cried Sir Richard, as he sprung out of bed and began to dress himself with unusual speed, for Sir Richard seldom did anything in a hurry, as experience had long since told him how very little was gained by hurry and how much was sometimes lost. As soon as he got his things on, he descended to his private room, and there found an officer from the prison waiting to give him the particulars of the escape, which was done in a very few words. And they are clear off, said Sir Richard. Quite so, sir. Well, after this, I rather think the Secretary of State will agree with my opinion that it is not bolts and locks and bars that are to be trusted to keep notorious and bold malefactors in prison, but a stout and watchful personal superintendence, and until that is the case, there will be continual prison escapes. Such a man as Todd should not have been allowed to be for 5 minutes quite alone. I think so, too, said the officer, and there's another thing must be put a stop to before any good is done in Newgate. What's that, my friend? Why, Sir Richard, the religious ladies must be stopped from coming in. The moment now that any notorious malefactor is cast for death, the prison is besieged by religious ladies, who, if they had their own way, would eat, drink, and sleep with him in his cell, and they bring in all sorts of things that are quite enough to help the fellow out of limbo. Why, Sir Richard, there was Michael Richardson that was cast for death for murdering his wife. A religious lady came to pray with him, and brought him in files and tools enough for him to get out of the stone jug, and off they both went together to America. It is a serious evil. I believe you, Sir Richard, and I think the only way will be to let 'em all know that before they pass the lobby, they will be well searched by a couple of turnkeys. That ought to stop them, said Sir Richard, as he rung the bell sharply. You may depend upon it, I will mention your suggestion to the Secretary of State. One of the magistrate's servants, now made his appearance in answers to the summons by the bell. "My horse directly, Jones," said Sir Richard Blunt. "Yes, sir." In the course of 10 minutes, Sir Richard Blunt was mounted, and off at a good trot to the city. Anyone would have thought that he was going to Newgate, but such was not the case. The prisoners had flown, and he felt that by going to the prison he could only gratify his curiosity by seeing the precise mode in which they had effected their escape, when by going where he did go, he might do some good. He did not halt until he found himself at the shop of old Mr. Oakley, and then, although the hour was a very early one, he knocked at the door. Mr. Oakley put his head out at the window, and Sir Richard said, "Don't be alarmed, I only want to speak to you for a few moments." "Oh, dear me, yes," said the old man. "I'm coming downstairs directly I'm coming." In a few moments the old spectacle-maker opened the door and came out to the side of the horse, from which the magistrate did not dismount. But leaning down to Mr. Oakley, he said, in an earnest tone, "There's no occasion for any alarm, but I have come to tell you that Sweeney Todd has escaped from prison." "Oh, Lord!" "Hush, it is of no great moment. Where is your daughter and Mr. Ingestry? I must put them upon their guard against anything that may arise, for there is no exactly saying what that rascal, Todd, may be at." "Oh, he will murder everybody." "I think, Mr. Oakley, that is going just a little too far, for I will take good care that he don't murder me, nor anyone else, if I can by any possibility help it. I will soon have him, I think. Where is Mr. Ingestry, Mr. Oakley?" "Oh dear, they are at the new house in Chain Walk, Chelsea. It's just opposite to the water if you go." "I know all about it, thank you, Mr. Oakley. All's right. Be under no apprehension, and above all things, don't you believe one word of anything you hear about Todd from popular rumor or from the newspapers. I will let you know everything that is of any consequence, personally or by letter. Good morning. I hope Mrs. Oakley is quite well this morning." "Yes, charming, but dear me." "Yes, it is dear me. Good morning." Away rode the magistrate, and now he put his horse, which was a good one, to a smart trot, and made his way to Colonel Jeffrey's house in a very short space of time. For London was not quite so large as it is now, and it was not a day's journey to go from one house to another if your friends happened to reside at different ends of the town. The colonel, at that hour of the morning, was up and walking in his garden. When Sir Richard Blunt was announced, he guessed at once that something very unusual had taken place, and after shaking hands, he said, "I know there's some news. Sir Richard, is it pleasant or the other way?" "In truth," said Sir Richard, "that is a question I can scarcely answer you yet. All I have got to say is that you had better look out, for they have let Todd get out of Newgate." "Escaped?" "Exactly so." "Now that is too bad. One would really have thought they would have taken care of such a fellow as that. How in the name of all that's abominable is it, that if anyone escapes from Newgate, it is sure to be some notorious rascal who ought by all means to be the most carefully kept in it?" "Ah, that I don't know, but I quite agree with you that it is a fact nevertheless. It's a very awkward thing, and I am particularly obliged to you for coming to let me know. Why, the fact is, Colonel, my opinion of Todd is just this, that now he has lost all his money he is just like a wild beast, and that revenge against all and everyone who has been instrumental in bringing him to his present condition will be the dominant feeling in his breast." "Not a doubt of it." "Then by awaking you to a sense of this danger both to yourself and to your protégé, young Tobias, I am doing my duty. It is not courage that will protect anyone from Sweeney Todd. If that had been the case, this is the last house I should have dreamt of coming to with a warning, but it will be only by the greatest circumspection that his attempt to assassinate may be avoided and the villain foiled. I thank you with all my heart and feel the truth of your observation. I will not mention the matter to poor Tobias, for I feel that it would drive him half mad with terror. But I will take care to keep such a watch upon him that no harm can come to him from Todd, now that I know that there is danger. He may, of course, hear of the affair from other sources, but he shall not from me." "That is right. Mind you, Colonel, I don't think this state of alarm must last long, and as regards Tobias, I am in hope that at the same time he hears of Todd's escape, he may hear of his recapture. For I am going to set about that as soon as I possibly can, after I have warned everyone interested to keep themselves on the lookout concerning the rascal. You think you will have him again? Oh yes, he must be without resources, or, at all events, comparatively so, and under such circumstances we shall soon trace him. Besides, he is rather a remarkable man, and one who, once seen, is not only easily known again, but easily described. So that when I set all the agencies on foot which I have at my command to find him out, he cannot for long elude me. I sincerely wish you every success. Thank you, Colonel, for I must now be off. For I have to get to Chelsea to warn the ingestries of the possible, if not the probable danger of Todd trying some delectable scheme of revenge against them, for he is most furious I know against Johanna. Off with you, Sir Richard, at once. Do not let me detain you when you are upon such an errand. I would not have any harm come to Mrs. Ingestry for worlds. Nor I good morning. The magistrate mounted his horse again, and waving his hand to the colonel, he again started at a good round trot, and made the best of his way by the nearest possible route he could to Chelsea, where Mr. and Mrs. Ingestry had set up housekeeping in Chain Walk. That portion of Chelsea was then very fashionable, and from the appearance of the houses even now, it is very easy to see that it must have been a very desirable place at one time. All the evidences of wealthy ease meet you on every hand, as you look at those broad, well-put-together, aristocratic residences, with their pretty bit of highly cultivated garden in front of them and their massive doorways. It was in one of these houses that Johanna and her young husband had taken up their residence. The string of pearls had been actually purchased by royalty of Johanna, and had produced a sum of money that had not only placed the young couple above all the ordinary pecuniary accidents of life, but had enabled them to surround Mr. and Mrs. Oakley with comforts, although the old spectacle maker, from very habit, would stick to his shop, declaring, and no doubt with great truth, that his daily labor was now such a thing of habit that he would be miserable without it. It was a very different thing, though, for old Mr. Oakley now to work at the bench in his shop, when he felt that he was placed above the real necessity for doing so, to when he had worked very hard indeed to support himself and Johanna, during the period, too, when in consequence of Mrs. Oakley's rather insane predilection for the Reverend Josiah Lupin, there was no comfort in the house, and, but for Johanna, all would have gone to rack and ruin. The frightfully dirty ditch that lies before and beyond Chain Walk, Chelsea, was not then in existence, so that the really handsome row of residences was not destroyed as it is now by such dubious companionship. The river, too, was much clearer than now of craft, and likewise much sweeter, so that really at times, when the sun shone upon its ripples, it really deserved the title of the Silver Thames. It was still an early hour when Sir Richard Blunt reached Chelsea, that is to say, it was what then was considered an early hour, for all the world was not in the hurry that is the fashion now, and people did everything in a much more easy and deliberate way than they do now. What is gained, or pretended to be gained, by all the hurry-scurry and jostling and driving that characterizes society at present? We must confess ourselves at a loss to imagine, and we are decidedly of opinion that people were both happier and better when everything was taken in an easy way, and when folks did not disturb their dignities by all sorts of frantic maneuvers to save time, as if the whole end and aim of life was to get through as much of what is called business as possible, and as if the principal business of everybody was not to be as quiet and comfortable as possible. The magistrate could not but pause for a moment as he reached Chain Walk and saw the bright sun shining upon the water, and gilding with beauty the sails of some small craft that were taking advantage of a light, pleasant breeze to get along without labor. A pretty enough place this, he said, and I don't know any that I should prefer to idle away my life in if I had nothing to do, as I hope to have some of these odd days but not yet. Chapter 141 shows how Todd made up his mind to vengeance. Sir Richard drew bridle opposite the house of Mr. Ingestry, and called to an urchin who was passing to ring the bell for him. The boy complied, and in a few moments a servant made an appearance, to whom Sir Richard said, "If your master is stirring, pray tell him that a gentleman wishes to speak to him for a few moments." These words were hardly past the lips of the magistrate, when someone, with a bunch of flowers in her hand, and one of the prettiest of pretty morning dresses, came to the door. It was our old, dear, young, kind friend Johanna. We cannot help calling her Johanna still, although, perhaps, it would be more proper for us to name her Mrs. Ingestry. But it seems so odd to append that title of Mrs. to our gentle, youthful Johanna, whose dangers in Todd's shop we have watched and trembled at so often in times past. "Ah, my dear friend," she cried when she saw who it was, "I am so glad to see you." "And I am equally glad to see you," said Sir Richard, "particularly as you look so well and so happy." "Yes, I am happy. Mark, here is Sir Richard come to breakfast with us." "Nay, I did not think of dismounting." "Oh, but you must. I will hold the bridle of the horse, and you will have to ride over me if you attempt to go away. Mark, where are you?" Upon these repeated calls, Mark Ingestry make his appearance at the door, and looked pleased enough to see Sir Richard, who, finding that they would take no sort of denial, he felt that he could not do otherwise than dismount and enter the house. A servant of the Ingestries took charge of his horse, and he was soon in the breakfast-room of the pretty house, inhabited by the young couple. It did not escape the observation of Johanna that there was a cloud of seriousness upon the countenance of Sir Richard Blunt. But she did not make any remark, although each moment she felt more and more convinced that it was some matter of business that called the magistrate to their abode so early. For it will be remembered that, although he had transacted a good quantity of business, the day was yet very young. Mark Ingestry did not appear to have any idea beyond the fact that it was very kind of the magistrate to visit them. But the reader will easily excuse him for not being so acute an observer as Johanna. "I hope," said Mark, "that you will often take a canter over here, Sir Richard, before the business of the day commences, and breakfast with us. I know how very hopeless it is to expect you often at any other time." "It is rather so," replied Sir Richard, "and my stay now must be very limited indeed. How do you both like your new house?" "It is charming," said Johanna, "and the view from the windows is full of animation for the greater part of the day." "It's the view indoors," smiled Mark, "that to me is so delightful and so full of animation." "That is just what I should have supposed," said the magistrate, glancing at Johanna with a smile. "Now, positively, I must go and take my breakfast in some other room," said Johanna, "if there are to be any compliments. They are quite absurd, you know, among married folks." "And a little unfair," said Sir Richard, "at meal-times, I think, above all others." "Indeed," said Mark. "Yes, to be sure," added Johanna, "for you know one is either obliged to hear the compliments, which feed no one but with false viands, or leave the table upon which there may be something much more substantial and decidedly more palatable." "I give in," said Mark. "I give in. I don't for one moment profess to be a match for you alone, my dear, but when you get Sir Richard to side with you, I feel that I had better say as little as possible." "A graceful defeat," said Sir Richard, "is almost as good as a clumsy victory." "Much better," said Johanna, "a great deal better. But now, Sir Richard, you have not ridden over here to help us at our breakfast or to talk badinage." Mark opened his eyes very wide indeed, and looked from Johanna to the magistrate, and from the magistrate to Johanna, with evident surprise. An expression of great anxiety was each moment gathering over the face of Johanna, which Sir Richard saw, and with all that tact which with him was a kind of second nature, he said, "I have had the pleasure of seeing your father this morning, and they are all well at the old house, and as comfortable as can be." Johanna drew a long breath of relief, and then Mark Ingestry cried in a voice of surprise, "What, do you mean to say you have been in the city before you came here, sir?" "I have, my friend, and I have been to Colonel Jeffreys, too, before I came here. If I had not, I should not be able to indulge myself with the pleasure of staying here for even the short time that I have been beneath your roof. I must, however, go." "Something has happened," said Johanna. "So there has," said the magistrate with a smile, "but it cannot be anything very serious, you know, as all our dear friends are well. Anything falls light in comparison with the health and happiness of those whom we love." "Oh, yes, said Johanna. "You are right, and you are very good to preface bad news in so kind a manner, Sir Richard. It is good and kind and grateful and like you in all respects. I thank you from my heart." "But what's it all about?" cried Mark Ingestry. "Good gracious, what's it all about? Who talks of bad news? If all our friends are well, how can there be bad news? Do not keep us in suspense, Sir Richard. No, no, said Johanna. I will not. Both Johanna and Mark in Jestry looked most intently at the magistrate, as he said in his quiet way, Sweeney Todd has escaped from Newgate, and is now at large. Mark in Jestry sprang to his feet, and Johanna, for a moment, turned rather pale. The villain, cried Mark. Hush, said Johanna. Oh, hush, Mark. It was of the utmost importance, continued Sir Richard Blunt, speaking quite calmly, that all who were in any way comprehended in the list of what Sweeney Todd would call his enemies should be speedily informed of this fact, and that is what has brought me to Chelsea at so early an hour in the morning. We thank you from our hearts, said Johanna. We do, indeed, said Mark. But let him beware of me. He dare not, villain as he is, come within the reach of my arm. The spirit of my poor murdered friend Thornhill will cry aloud for vengeance, and nothing should save the murderer from death. Oh, Mark, Mark, said Johanna, do not speak in such a strain. You do not know Todd. You know nothing of the character and of the capabilities of that man. He is not only one of the most wicked, but he is likewise one of the most crafty and unscrupulous. That is true, said the magistrate. He does not know him. Do you suppose for one moment, Mr. Ingestry, that I would have ridden over here to give you such a special warning concerning this man, if I apprehended any open attack? Know that I could have trusted to you to ward off. Your life has been one of danger and adventure, but not you, nor I, nor all the world can be prepared against what Todd may, in the profound depths of his imagination, attempt. All that is true, said Johanna, most true. You now really alarm me, said Mark. Then I did not mean to do so. All I wished was that you should be made aware of the real extent of the possible danger. For myself, I look upon all such men as Sweeney Todd as madmen, to a certain extent, and now that he is deprived of his money, there is no knowing but he may be willing to sacrifice his life for the gratification of, no doubt, one of the most powerful feelings of his mind, which is revenge. No doubt, said Johanna. A flush of color came over the cheek of the young husband, and he took the hand of Johanna in his, as he said, Oh, Sir Richard, only tell me now I may best secure this treasure against the machinations of that monster in human shape. Nay, now, Mr. Ingestry, said Sir Richard, do not fall into the other extreme and make too much of this danger. We are very apt to pet some peril until we make it to our imagination assume a much larger shape than really belongs to it. I hope that Todd will be in custody again soon. Is it likely, sir? I fancy so. From this day I abandon all other objects and pursuits and devote myself to that task alone. Then there is a hope, said Johanna. Yes, added Sir Richard. My impression is that he has no money and that I shall soon apprehend him, but if unknown to me he has any secret funds, he may make an attempt to leave the kingdom and so foil me. And if he does, I follow him, for I am determined that sooner or later, dead or alive, Todd shall be given up to the law. But you will advise us what to do, said Mark in Jestry. In your experience, you can suggest to us the best mode of proceeding in this emergency. I have been thinking of that as I came along, and my advice is that you leave London immediately. I do not think that the danger, admitting that there is any at all, is immediate. Todd for some days will be far too intent upon evading pursuit and recognition to think of much else, besides his personal safety, so that you will have ample time to leave. We will do so, said Johanna, at once. Where would you advise us to go? There is a little fishing village on the south coast, called Brighthelmstone. It lies in a pleasant enough valley stretching to the sea. There you can remain quite unsuspected of Todd, and enjoy the fair sea breezes that make the place delightful, without a thought of danger. For it is not that way he will go, as the place is not a port from which he could take shipping if he wished to leave England. And if he did not wish to leave at all, nothing could be further from his thoughts than going so far from London, and the spot upon which all his revenge could alone be attempted to be gratified. We will go, said Johanna, appealingly looking at Mark in Jestry as she spoke. Certainly, he replied. Well then, said Sir Richard, since that is so far settled, I have a favor to ask of you both. You have but to name it, said Ingestry. You ought rather to say that you have a command to give us both. Yes, said Johanna, that is so. No, if I thought that, I should not like to mention it. But I appeal to your candor to say yes or no to the request, according as you really feel inclined when you hear it. You know how anxious Todd has been to take the life of the poor lad, Tobias, who has suffered so much at his hands. Oh, yes, yes, said Johanna. Well, have you any objection to take him with you? None in the least, cried Mark. Johanna turned to him with a smile, as she said, Mark, I thank you with all my heart for that ready reply and acquiescence with the proposal of Sir Richard Blunt, and I echo it by likewise saying, none in the least. You have met the proposal as I anticipated you both would, said the magistrate, or I should not have made it. You will find poor Tobias one of the most gentle and inoffensive of beings, but his nature has been so acted upon by Todd that it would drive him to the verge of madness if he thought that the villain were at large. So I do not wish that he should know as much until it can be coupled with information of his recapture. The secret shall be kept. Then my business is concluded, and I am sorry to say my pleasure also, for it has been a real one to visit you both, and I must be off at once. I will communicate with Colonel Geoffrey about Tobias and manage how he shall come to you. A postchaise will take you in 6 hours to the place I have mentioned, which you will find marked on the map. I know it, said Ingestry. That is well, and now good day. The Ingestries took a warm and affectionate leave of Sir Richard, who in 10 minutes more was on his road to London.